kill you. Or better run for some shelter, cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill you. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning and welcome. You're watching live pictures right now at this Lake Grue facility just outside of Polk City in Polk County, Central Florida, the home of ski fluid and action water sports, and glad to have you on board for day 2 of action here at the MasterCraft Pro for 2024. This is Waterski Pro Tour stop number 11. Glad to have you on board. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and just looking at this facility as we track our drone shot coming in from the east, and letting you know about our schedule for today. Women's jump preliminary round. That is going to be our lead-off event, followed by men's slalom final, women's slalom final, men's jump final, women's jump final. And so far as the format goes, the top 6 women, top 6 men advance to the final rounds for their respective events, with the obvious exception being the men's slalom final, where we will take 8 through to the. So. Okay, so now due to the delays that we experienced yesterday, we've kind of had to reconfigure some events so far as who gets to ski. Under the proviso that everyone gets to ski at least twice in this competition, we've kind of reconfigured the running the amount of people that will be skiing with the remaining events taking place later on this afternoon, and with a few more details on that possibly, and also a little bit of a look in around about the starting dock. Here is Freddie Winter. Let's check in with him.
Well, good morning, everyone. Here we are, day 2 of the MasterCraft Pro. We weren't supposed to be here today. So some Sunday action for you after a rescheduled event due to the hurricane. Very, very exciting. We're starting with women's jump that was meant to happen yesterday, but of course, due to weather, again, we've been forced to reschedule. They're ready to get going. We're going to have, as I understand it, men's slalom, 21 slalom skiers afterwards, and then women's slalom, 12 slalom skiers after that, followed by women's jump final, followed by men's jump final. I hope I've got all that right. It is all a little bit confusing around here. But anyway, we're going to be bringing you action just shortly. We've got a lot of the world's best jumpers getting ready just behind me. They're excited to go big. Fortunately, the glare that we experienced yesterday that was going this way, which stopped the slalom, it is not a problem as they hit the ramp right behind me away from the sun. So hopefully action starting very soon. And back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Freddie. As we see one of our MasterCraft towboats, the MasterCraft Pro Star, the official towboat of the MasterCraft Pro. And we got done with some skiing yesterday in the men's slalom and the men's jump event. We also got the women's slalom pulled yesterday as well. So hopefully our conditions for the day stay exactly like this from here on out. Beautiful, wonderful conditions here at Lake Grew, the home of a ski fluid. And speaking of ski fluid, let's bring in one of the fine folks that runs that facility. He is none other than Kiwi. Yes, Kyle.
Yeah, good morning, Tony. Looking forward to day number 2. The Sunday, like Freddie said, we're supposed to have wrapped the event up Friday and Saturday, change of schedule, change of plans. Mother Nature got a little bit against us, obviously earlier in the week with Hurricane Helene, and then obviously some pretty average weather yesterday on and off. But we got through at least the men's slalom and the women's slalom and the men's jump. But the women's jump got shifted to this morning, but it's absolutely perfect out there. So hopefully we're going to see some women fly far.
Oh, yeah.
And then obviously the final will be later on this afternoon. A bit of a different format, Tony, isn't it? I heard you just explaining kind of how things are going to shape up today.
Yeah, essentially the amount of people that will be skiing has kind of changed. We don't have the traditional cut so far as taking an original band of skiers and reducing it to your finalists. We just didn't have enough time to make that happen yesterday. So we're continuing on. We're under the proviso that the skiers have paid for 2 rounds of skiing, and we're essentially allowing them to ski. To ski 2 rounds, however that shapes up, and yeah.
So this morning, this women's jump round is going to be basically a seeding round, and their second round. If we don't get to the women's jump final, if weather puts it, this will be the result that counts, and all the skiers know that when they go through the competition, they should treat every single round as it could be their last. Hoping we get through all the skiing, obviously scheduled, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. So you've got to kind of make changes on the fly, and the officials kind of sat around it last night and tried to come up with the fairest way possible to make sure everyone got their 2 rounds, and we weren't shortchanging anybody, for the event.
Yes, indeed. We're looking along dockside. I believe our first competitor is on dockside right now. That is Yuta Menestrina, who we haven't seen too much of in recent times, but we're certainly glad to have her here, coming to us all the way from Finland. And that we see Regina Jaquist step out onto the dock and get ready for her go as well. She'll be second out on the water. So we had some pretty decent skiing yesterday. Freddie Krug, obviously the top of the heap right now in the men's jumping competition, jumping almost 230 feet, and we're looking for something around about the same kind of stroke today.
Yeah, right there on your screen, guys, is the results from round number 1 for the pro men. Freddie Kruger on top, where he typically ends up. 229 feet, 69.9. It was so close to that 70, that magical 230-foot mark. Louis Deplon Freeborg, I thought he jumped exceptionally well. 220, came out relatively early in the event, set some pace, and everyone else was just shy. Even Joel Poland, who's been jumping up a storm this year, he went out there. He went 219 on his first, so he kind of got the pressure off of him. He made the final, and then kind of fell a little bit short on his second and third attempt. Jack Critchley, he made the final 2 with a 212, along with Emil Ritter and Taylor Garcia rounding out our top 6 with 209. The event was a bit stop-start, obviously, with the weather and with a bit of the sun glare. We had to wait on some clouds. Mm-hmm. And again, that's one of the factors that the officials were kind of working on and taking into consideration for this afternoon, trying to make sure that we finish up the event before that becomes a problem later on in the afternoon.
Yes, indeed. As we get ready for our first event of the day, it's going to be women's jump. We'll have, according to this list, the 7 competitors to take to the water.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, for you guys at home, bear with us because we've actually got, although it's going to be a long day, it's going to be some pretty exciting competition because all of the rounds today, bar this first round of women's jump, is basically finals.
Yeah.
You know, so anybody of the next 21 men's slalom skiers could take the event. So right from the get-go, we're going to be it's going to be exciting stuff.
All right, then. Let's check in with Freddie one more time.
So I'm here with Phil Miklo, the GM of Action Watersports Central Florida. Phil, you're putting on the event for the 5th year. I remember when we kind of got it together 5 years ago. You must be very proud to see something of an anniversary happening.
It's awesome. I said it's as this is growing and we're trying to get it going and get more activity here in Central Florida, getting the skiers out here and the jumpers. This weather is a little bit of a struggle for us, but look at this morning. Again, Florida, Sunshine State, it's happening here.
And as I understand it, you sell about as many pro stars as anyone in the country, right? So it must be a happy moment to see them, pull some big jumps and some big slalom scores out on the lake in front of where you work.
We're fortunate here. Kyle does a great job on this lake, and there's a lot of personal bests and records that come out of here, pulled behind the MasterCraft. So it's awesome to be representing MasterCraft, Action Watersports, and having it happen right here in our backyard.
And for you, it's after the reschedule, it's a 7-day working week. Are you going to take tomorrow off?
Negative.
I know. All right. Well, thank you, mate. Back to you guys.
All right, and Action Watersports based right here in Central Florida at this site of Lake Gru, where they sell MasterCraft boats, and they also service them as well. So if you have a MasterCraft and needs some work done to it, then no better place around.
Any boat, they'll service any boat. So yeah, it's anything you need for your time on the water. Come check out the guys at Action Watersports, and they will definitely help you out,
including the fully stocked pro shop.
Yeah, the fully stocked pro shop. Yep.
All right,
an early morning ride on Utah Menestrina now, I guess.
Yes, indeed.
His jump helmet. So going to do some helmet cam right off the bat, and look at that water, glassy, calm.
This might actually be the first time that a female competitor has ridden with a...
It might be, yeah. She could be a world's first right here.
All right, then. So here we go. This is Utah Menestrina, who's here in Central Florida for a short time before she heads back to Helsinki.
All right, we rode along yesterday with some of the men, and obviously the difference with women's, the ramp height is down to 1.65 or 5.5, and the speed at 54K. Yesterday they were going just before that 600 football, that red buoy that she just turned around. The women are going to push their cuts a little later down there because of the boat speed. The cut looking to the jump, much the same. Sometimes just a fraction earlier. Oh, she on the corner
the
there.
Bottom right-hand corner. I'd love to see a replay on that.
She looks back and stands up and goes, hey, wakey, it's time to jump.
Wow. I don't think she got too much lift off on that one, but I mean, she was very, very close to the bottom right-hand corner as we see the...
I thought that was an ambitious setup for her first one. She has practiced here, but it was a pretty strong headwind, but she hooked that 6 right off the get-go, which is a pretty late setup, I guess. And then we'll watch from behind here on this next angle to see just how close she was to that right-hand corner. But my heart rate was up after watching her just squeak on the ramp and see her skis sort of fly up. Hopefully we can slow down. Oh, that is... Check the fin, guys. I hope she has checked the fin because...
Oh, my word.
What a way to start the day, guys.
Okay, looks like there doesn't appear to be much in the way of unusual spray coming off the back of the jump skis, which is always a telltale sign if the fin's broken.
122, well, 37.1 meters. Utah will not even look at that distance. And got a little surprise, maybe. The MasterCraft, the 6.2 we're using today, super strong boat, and that's why we produce so many big jumps out here on this lake behind that very model of boat. But from the wakes to the ramp, a lot of power and a lot of speed, and maybe just took us a little bit by surprise on jump number 1. She'll adjust. She is a former Moomba Masters champion, I believe, back in maybe 2014?
Something like
that. And
let's have a look and see what she's got. Yuta Menestrina.
Hasn't backed much up on the 6, so maybe she's going to make another adjustment somewhere else. Hopefully maybe she'll get her skis around a little bit, get a stronger position right here so she doesn't get pulled in towards that corner. Here we go, jump number 2, and that's
that was
a better
a lot
approach.
better. A lot better. Gave herself a little bit more room on that one.
Yeah, that's a comfortable spot to hit the jump ramp when she's coming in at close to 100 kilometers per hour. So great jump number 2. And I'd say she'll add another 40 feet or so to jump at number 1.
And my eagle-eye compadre in the with the switcher, Vince Stadelbauer, has noticed that she's got a watch on her left arm. Maybe it's like one of those heart rate monitor deals.
Oh, look at that angle. Yeah, just sneaks on the corner, but comfortable enough. Some speed through. She kicks off the top of the ramp. And that's a impressive jump number 2 after losing all sorts of composure on jump 1. And this is the time now when the skier goes back, kind of collects their thoughts. Sometimes they'll look to the shore to see what their coach has to say. I don't know if Yuta's traveling with a coach here or if somebody's offering her some advice, but that you definitely go through some sort of analysis of each jump and try and come up with your changes. There it is on your board, on your screen, 162. So she did add 40 feet to that jump, Tony.
Yeah. She had added quite a bit more distance this time around compared to jump number 1, and giving yourself a little bit of room to actually hit the jump and compose your technique is certainly worked in her favor on that one.
I think she'd be happy with that one. It's it's not a personal best or anything, but like we haven't seen her around as much as some of the other women jumpers. She's come a little later there on the 6. Maybe she's going to really test things out a little bit here. As we said, this is kind of a seeding round for the final.
Let's see how light she is on the skis. Turns.
Powers in. Oh, she has hit the corner, and she's okay. Yep,
she's fine.
So that one was pretty late, I think. She sort of said, hey, let me test this out for the final later on. I've got a good jump on the board. It's going to seed me decent into the final. And let's see how late I dare to push it. Too late on that one. She decided to pass.
It looks like she's going to be picked up and brought to the dock, and then we will continue on with our next competitor, who should be Regina Jaquist.
Just clipping the corner, obviously in all sorts of control there, though. She managed to kind of keep things going straight off that little bit of the corner and just settles into the water, and that'll be her campaign in the prelims.
All right, then, let's check in with Freddie.
Brittany Wharton, it is all about being late and early in jump, right? So we're very, very late because it's Sunday. You weren't supposed to ski today, but it's now very, very early also. How does it feel to ski at this time in the morning? Are you excited?
I'm super excited. I've just been waiting to ski all weekend, and I didn't really care what time we skied. I just want to ski.
Just get out there, and I mean, you'll be happy that glare is over there and not going this way. How often do you ski at this time in the morning, if you don't mind me asking?
Never. I actually was talking to Janina yesterday, and we had an event in Qatar. We actually had to jump at 7 a.m. because it was just way too hot otherwise. So it's been a minute since I've had an 8:30 jump set.
But I'm understanding it doesn't matter too much. It's sort of you just get out there and have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. This season is about having fun, getting back from my injury, and it's going pretty well so far.
Good work. Well, good luck today. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I remembered that event from a few years ago, the Asian Beach Games over in Doha. That looked like a pretty spectacular event.
Oh, I'm not too familiar with that one, but talking about what Brittany has done this year, she has come back from an injury and come back strong. I've really been really impressed with the way she's been jumping, safe, consistent, and some good placements along the way.
All right, then. So next skier up is going to be Regina Jaquist. Then after her is going to be Valentina Gonzalez. Then Sasha Denyaskaya, Lauren Morgan, Brittany Wharton, and finally Hanna Streltsova. So it looks like we just brought Yuta back into the dock and leaving the way clear for Regina Jaquist, who's had some pretty good form in the jump event in recent times.
Yeah, she's a strong jumper. She doesn't spend as much time jumping as she obviously does on the slalom ski. That's her main event, but we all know she can get it done in all 3 events. Was an overall champion for years. Doesn't focus quite as much on the tricks or the jump as much as her slalom. She sort of found her niche, and she's been dominating women's slalom for years. But can still jump far, and I think she picked up an event last year. She won the King of Darkness in 2023. So still can end up on the top of the podium even in the jump event. Her personal best somewhere around the 180s, I think, 182. I think she was a U.S. national record holder for a little while. I believe that's been surpassed by Alex Laurentano, and she could still be the U.S. record holder. I think 186. And I believe that was done right here. I'm not sure the year, but a little while ago now.
All right, here we go. Here comes Regina Jaquez, opting not to go with the full double cut here, selecting letter T and selecting 2 feet wide, going with the 3/4 cut. And just taking a nice easy edge out and just maintain her speed into the turn as she drives in. Ooh, a little bit of an upper body crush there, I'd fancy, on jump number 1.
Yeah, it was a little bit, wasn't it? Nothing dangerous, but she went super easy on that jump. I think she's just trying to wake up, get moving. Some of these jumpers are also slaloming. I believe Sasha is as well. So Regina's kind of going to take it easy in this round, I think. Just kind of wake up, get a bit of an idea on what's going on out there, and save a little energy for her main event, the slalom. And then probably, if she makes into the final, which she should do, turn up the intensity in the final, the women's jump final, later on this afternoon.
All right, then we're going again. A few people commenting in on the live chat on the YouTube channel, which you can be a part of if you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. And one of the messages is asking what that red light is in the boat. I believe it's got something. I believe it actually highlights the jump distance for our competitors. It's an easier way for us to convey the distance that they just jumped using a digital numerical screen facing the skier.
Yeah, no, it's over the last couple of years we've seen that around at a lot of events, especially like some of the World Championships. Notifies our skier their distance. Obviously, we have a splash eye scoreboard on site too that the skiers can see and our spectators can look at. But it automatically relays the distance to the skier, and they can see it and know exactly where they stand. This is Regina Jaquez on jump number 2. She's elected for a double cut here.
Here she comes.
Getting into this one a little bit more.
All
Whether
right.
she takes it over, I'm not sure yet.
Here she comes. A little bit of a dip. And a little bit weighty on the left ski, I fancy.
Yeah, maybe off the second wake there. Still a cautious approach. Didn't really get her extension through the jump, but kind of got a bit of an eye in on jump number 2. Let go on the landing, so she won't get scored for that distance. 135 so far, 1 jump to come.
And whilst we get ready for a third and last, let's check in with Freddie.
Yuta, not the best set of your life, but kind of eventful. You told me that you were very early, then very late on the first jump.
Yeah, I was early and I couldn't get around, so then I was still surprised that I hit the corner, but that's what happened.
And then 162-second jump. The third jump, I saw you tried to hop the corner, tapped it, nearly went out the back. Was there a moment there that you were a little bit concerned, or you were always fine?
I was concerned yesterday looking at that setup, and then I'm like, if that would happen. And then that happened, but I was fine. Like, it sometimes happens, so.
You're all good. And then tell me about this watch that you wore while you were jumping. Don't often see that.
Well, yeah, I just record all my sets, mainly just to keep track of how much I ski. It does measure the speed, but it doesn't quite catch because we're going too fast. So I'm hoping that the technology catches up so we can get that in kind of really important data, but not yet. But for the moment, just sets.
So you're going so fast, the technology's got to catch up with you. Great stuff. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Interesting to find out about the workings of that watch that she's running.
Yeah, no, I've seen quite a few skiers use the watch either in slalom and a jump. They're monitoring their heart rate, they're monitoring kind of their path, and the GPS is close enough now to get a pretty good idea of their speeds and kind of what the lines they're running. And like she said, the technology is maybe not 100% there but it's still sort of data gathering, I guess, at this stage.
Yep, the GPS technology has certainly improved over the last few years. It's even gotten to the point where my good friend from Ireland, Donald Conley, is actually experimenting with a new method of measuring jump distances, which actually involves a drone that's positioned by GPS.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's been experimenting with that for a little while now, and I think it's actually ready to be verified or approved by IWSF to be used. I've seen a couple systems here that he was testing, and I know the first system has gone up to Canada, and hopefully it's going to be approved and used. It's a innovative system that requires a lot less setup than we currently use.
All right, then, here we go. This is Regina Jaquist's third and last attempt.
So she's still only got a 135 on the board after letting go of the landing. This is a pretty healthy approach. She cuts in and still kind of rocking off the jump there.
But
not really getting her extension, but her longest.
Yeah, certainly, it's going to be a longest after 3 jumps. 135 on jump number 1, and I suspect this one is probably going to be into about the 140s, may even be touching the 150. Still a lot of weight on the left ski as she came off the top and tried to control that pole.
Tell you what, good distance though for Regina on her second jump, 164.
Wow.
So she's slotted herself into the lead after 2 skiers. Well, that might hold up for a little bit. We've got some strong jumpers to come. But that's maybe a little bit more committed than I expected from Regina this morning. I thought she'd just take it a little bit easier, but obviously these skiers have been warned that should the weather turn bad today, this could be the round that counts. So she had to do something out there, I guess.
All right then, on dockside, getting ready to go, and we'll get to fly with her a little bit. This is going to be Valle Gonzalez. There is your starting list. We've seen Regina Jaquist. Now we're on to Valentina Gonzalez.
So yeah, 5 skiers remaining, and just quietly, I think Regina will be pretty happy with that last jump, 164. Knowing that she could get more out of the jump. She wasn't really 100%, like you said, a little bit on the left ski, losing left shoulder a little bit, and dipping, kind of crushing a little bit on the jump, you'd call it. So she's got some left in the tank. We got some strong jumpers. Obviously Hannah's been dominating the jump field for the last couple of years with the disappearance of
all right there.
Oh, yeah, we're on board now. That's great. We're going to see how late Valle decides to leave it.
All right, here we go. This is Valentina Gonzalez, who herself was a former collegiate skier, skied for the Moccasins of Florida Southern College, graduated about a year or 2 ago. Here she comes for jump number 1.
And watching her set up just before the 600-foot buoy there, just a little bit earlier than we saw Utah, and I think this approach is relatively early too. Yeah. Not a bad jump. It definitely didn't push the boundaries on jump number 1.
Yeah, I think almost as soon as she made that turn and pointed the skis towards the area of the ramp, she knew that she was going to be relatively early. So So for the sake of actually taking the jump, she probably backed off a little bit from that point.
No, for sure she backed off, just kind of rode her skis through. We often tell our jumpers, if your timing's not right, don't back off and just ride over. These skiers are talented enough. They can understand their timing. They can kind of back off a little bit at the wakes, but still ride an edge through and, get a kind of a nice warm-up jump, and that's what that was, 153. Valentina's a great overall skier. She tricks close to 8,000 points. She can run into 38 off, and jump's probably her strongest event as far as on a professional level. But overall, she's quality in all 3 events.
And she's
very consistent in jump, I would call her. She's always there and thereabouts of the 160, low 160s. I know she wants to get to that next level, the 170s, and really start challenging for our podiums at these events.
And probably a very smart approach on jump number 1 because, I mean, she doesn't normally train behind a MasterCraft, and this boat, I believe, is the 6.2 leader boat. Isn't that right?
Yep, definitely. Yeah, I think she has done a little bit of skiing. She pops out here every once in a while to sort of stay in touch with the feeling on the MasterCraft, and she's familiar with this site, with this setup, but it's early in the morning, so hey,
yeah, exactly.
Little warm-up jumpers never hurts.
Just trying to gauge her cut, gauge her edge off the turn, so that when she turns towards the jump, and as soon as the boat has her, that she can still maintain this edge all the way through the jump. Better looking approach.
Yeah, I think she's gained a little bit on jump number 2 there. Still not
so.
Maybe enough to catch Yuta or Regina, who are sitting at 164 and 162, but she might be pushing closer to the high 50s there on jump number 2. This riding on board with her is pretty cool. You can see exactly where she goes on the 6. She rounded it that time. The first jump, she was right in front of it. Second one, rounded it, and you could see the angle on the setup. She was looking at that jump from a steeper angle, if you like. She knew her timing. She still has plenty of room into the bottom of the bottom right-hand corner. She's definitely not pushing that part. We'll wait on the distance here in a second. I think it's coming through. Yeah, 155. So she gained a little bit, a couple feet. 47.1 on jump 2. Let's hear from Freddie.
All right.
Regina, it's 8:33 in the morning. How was your nice early morning jump set?
Yep, that was early. But when you're at Ski Fluid, a lot of the times they like to jump, so you kind of have to fall in pack with them. Otherwise, you won't get your slalom ride. I want to slalom 3 times before I jump here, and they make me jump a lot. So early is sometimes what you have to do here in Central Florida too, because it gets pretty windy in the afternoon. But it was fine. I kind of wake up for the finals in slalom, so I'll have to bring my adrenaline down a bit. But no, it was good. It feels great. Hopefully we get a headwind this afternoon and we'll all start flying a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Regina. Good luck in both of your finals later. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. This is Valentina Gonzalez, one last jump.
So the boat's setting 54 kilometers per hour, 0 off on S. Boat path split. We did have a graphic up there saying this is 1.8. This is actually 1.65. The woman jump on the 1.65 meter ramp height. That's their maximum. That's a little early again.
Yeah,
it was. Definitely back up. That's not going to be her longest. And so 155, I think, for Valet.
And I think she was kind of forced into a situation where she had to go then or not at all, because, I mean, she was starting to sink into the water and she couldn't get much acceleration off those skis. And if she had waited a split second longer, she may not have been able to have taken the jump.
Yeah, maybe so. Valet is, like I said, she's very, very consistent. She doesn't like to push it too late, or sometimes when she does, she'll still kind of let up just a little bit into the base. I know she's been working hard on that and still improving. And as soon as she figures that out, and starts taking that slightly more intense cut at the jump, I expect her to be, in the 70s and challenging the girls that are about to follow her.
All right, returning back to the dock, Valentina Gonzalez from Chile, which brings us down to our final 4 skiers in this round of action in the women's jump. It's going to be Sasha Denierskaya. So we'll have a quick...
What's happening?
Take them off, Sasha. All right then, so Sasha Denierskaya, not too sure what's happening. The boat's made its way back towards the ramp.
So what's happening? Is she getting a rewrite, or am I going? Can I know what's happening?
So they're trying to make it better for you.
Okay, I didn't know what's happening, so that's why I'm asking. Like, am I going, or if
No, they're trying to make it better for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're just waiting on the boat to make its way back to the dock and bring on Sasha Denyaskaya. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he is Kiwi car lead. And
if you're just joining us, it's a beautiful morning here, Sunday morning at Lake Rue, Central Florida, Polk City, right outside Action Watersports, 2024 MasterCraft Pro, the finals day. We're kicking off with women's jump. We've got a little bit of preliminary work to do. We've got 4 more skiers, and then we'll be into finals. And a big day of finals, a lot of skiing. Everybody kind of moving through to the finals, so there's some exciting action, starting with men's slalom here in about an hour's time. Let's talk to Freddie.
yes, indeed.
Vale, how was that for a set?
I think it's good. It's slowly getting better. I missed the kick in the last 2 jumps, but that's a speed that I want, and I think I'm getting a little bit more on the course compared to a couple of weeks ago. So conditions are great. Thank you to everyone for putting this event on.
And you're coming back from an ankle injury, which, that's not much fun. How's your progress?
Yeah, I mean, a year ago I was on crutches and a boot getting out of surgery, so can't complain. I'm here competing without the girls. So ankles feeling better. Had a little setback a couple of weeks ago, but happy to be here and not on crutches and a boot. So yeah, excited for the rest of the girls.
Well, sorry for bringing up the injury. We look forward to big results, not backward at injuries, all right? Good luck for later on. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Good to hear from Freddie and from Valet.
Yeah, good to see her back on the water. She's worked very, very hard on the off season. Got hurt towards the end of last year, and then got going again, and came back and is skiing very, very strong in all 3 events. And it's good to see a strong women's jump field. We had a few injuries over the last couple of years. Lauren Morgan had one and with a knee, and then she was out for a little bit. As we mentioned earlier, Brittany Wharton was out of action too. A couple of years ago, Regina had a little bit of a knee surgery. Not a little bit of one, a pretty big one, to be honest. But they've all kind of worked hard and got back to fitness. And we have 7 of the top women's jumpers in the world battling it out for your pleasure on the 1.65 meter jump ramp. Sasha Denyaskaya about to leave the dock. I think there was maybe some weed or just a little bit of an issue right in front of the jump. It's been cleared, and now we're ready to go. She is our 4th skier, 3 remaining skiers after her. The lead so far, Regina Jaquez, 164.
All right, then, and Sasha Denyaskaya listening in upon the settings that she wants to go with, wanting to go with U for uniform, and most of our other competitors are selected around about a letter T. Obviously, T U's the next letter up. So does it make that much of a difference?
A little bit, not a huge difference. She might like the pull just coming on just a little stronger out of the turn. Obviously, the higher that letter, the more the zero off system kind of anticipates and jumps on that pull. The harder the acceleration rate of the turn, but it's always kind of measuring where it is with the GPS settings, and if it jumps up a little bit too fast right out of the turn, and that it's running a little bit too quick in the bottom, it can always kind of drop down a little bit, or not continue the pull as strong into the bottom. So just pushing that letter higher and higher and higher doesn't always create a stronger pull where you want it, which is right through the base of the jump.
All right, you are. Here we go, Sasha Denyaskaya. Nicely wide on the right-hand side of that MasterCraft Pro Star towboat, turning in. Very light on her feet. Yes. Good connection there.
Silky smooth jump number 1. That is some textbook ramp work. It wasn't the hardest cut, but Sasha is a very, very strong jumper. We talked earlier, Regina has been in the 180s, but currently, these are our 4 skiers remaining, and they've all been over 180 feet. And Sasha did it right here maybe a few years ago, and was on the podium at the MasterCraft Pro in the past.
I like the way she keeps the tips of her skis together as she comes into the base of the jump and exits the top lip of the ramp as well. Not pushing the skis out particularly wide. But
there it is, lead on jump number 1.
All right.
Tony, 168, and how effortless was that?
Yeah, I mean, I would have said without seeing the distance, that jump was probably going to be in like the 150s. But you know, she connected fully with her ramp work, and it really paid off.
Yeah, with jumping, you know, we love to see the late cuts. We love to see, you know, people going at it. But to be honest, where it's won and lost is from the wakes to the jump and your extension through the jump. You know, that's the name of the game. That's your fundamentals, if you like. If that's not there, doesn't matter how late you cut, how much speed you have, you're not going to carry down the lake, and or you've got to work a lot harder to do it. So you can see she has her fundamentals down. That position from the wakes to the ramp, loading into the bottom, and then getting the extension, getting the height, and that's dialed in. Now she just needs to find that little bit later approach to add a little more speed to that.
All right, here we go. Still setting herself up on letter U. This is Sasha Denyaskaya, the lead skier, with 3 competitors to go on the 51.1 meters or 168 feet.
Yep. Oh, another nice jump from Sasha.
I think that one could be longer.
Yeah, definitely. I think she got her skis around a little bit more, was kind of forced to create a little bit more angle out of her turn, but still rode that line into the bottom and got a beautiful lift. Let's watch it from behind again. Yeah,
I think she kind of stumbled a little bit off the second wake here.
Landing a little bit on 2 skis. I wouldn't call it stumbling. I'd call it just landing on 2 skis. The skiers like to land on that right ski and really drive through and get the whip into the bottom.
And while we wait to get the distance, let's check in with Freddie.
Hannah, you've had a typically successful year, and you've got 2 tournaments left. You're finally skiing today. What is your game plan today to add another win to your trophy cabinet?
Yeah, I haven't skied yet, but it's been challenging already, like waiting, the storm, you know, the weather, and then skiing early in the morning. I'll do my best. We'll see what happens. Every tournament is a challenge, so you can't take it easy.
Life as a professional athlete is rolling with the punches, and some of those, you know, it's weather, it's delays, it's all this sort of stuff. But, you know, has it been a big challenge for you this week, or you feel like you're adapting to that lifestyle?
I don't know. Every tournament is different. This one was kind of challenging for me, more than others. So we'll see what happens.
I'm sure you'll be great. Well, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Well, while we got that interview from Hannah, you could see on the Splash Ice scoreboard behind her a huge jump coming through for Sasha's second one, 175. That is an impressive leap at 8:30 in the morning, and I think she's got more to come. But 175 feet, 53.3 meters, and that's going to get the remaining few skiers on the dock excited. They know distance is possible out there.
Here she comes, Sasha Denyaskaya, just trying to hold her speed going into the turn, trying to stay light on the skis.
Oh, and decides to pass
up.
jump number 3. But one will not get penalized for that one. She's got a great jump number 2 on the board. Sitting pretty going into our finals. Lauren Morgan will be next off the dock.
Laura Morgan, a world championship medalist in the jump event. We'll see her in just a moment or so. But let's have a look at this last jump. Oh, she was seeing more white than red on that one.
Yeah, maybe brought it down a little bit too much. You know, I think she's going to be really happy with her set. She started well, 168, brought it down a little bit, 175. And then maybe tested things out for the finals, and hopefully she can hold on to a cut, something like that last one, later on this afternoon, and punch out over 180 feet.
You know, and it's, jumping is all about that balance, you know, being able to come into the turn and just trying to stay light on the skis and keeping and maintaining a lot of that turn through the wakes and into the jump. You know, it's not just a case of turning and burying yourself into a hole and getting that whole slingshot effect like it was back in the 80s and early part of the 90s.
Well, it's easier said than done, though, isn't it? You know, when you're up on the side of the boat coming in with a lot of speed and you're seeing, like you said, more white than red, the heart rate starts to go up, the blood pressure's up, and it's very easy to just kind of turn and burn. And sometimes it works out well. Sometimes it's hard to maintain that position or the amount of pull into the bottom and get your get your ramp work, which is also important for big distances.
And sometimes what you see from the time that you turn and you head towards a jump could be a little bit deceptive, you know, because you have to take into account when that boat is going to hit you, whether it's going to drag you a little bit further down towards the jump. So by the time you hit the second week, you are seeing more white than red.
All right, and we're going to be on board with Lauren Morgan as she starts her preliminary round. Jump number 1 for her. She's been jumping really well. Like we said, came back from an injury, but she's posting scores well in the 70s quite consistently. I believe she was on the podium out at the California Pro-Am. And let's see what she's got for us right off the bat. This is her setup at the 600. There's the red buoy. Oh, that's pretty early on of a setup. You know, all these skiers have a slightly different approach. You know, they have a stronger countercut. If you do have a strong countercut, you got to back it up a little bit. This looks like it's going to be pretty early for Lauren. She's a pretty strong cutter. But
very close to the bottom right-hand corner. Almost let that edge cut towards the boat too much.
A little bit of surprising there. It looked like she was pretty early in the turn. Maybe didn't get the skis round and kind of let up a little bit just to go over, but then obviously got pulled towards the corner from that point onwards.
And what I noticed a little bit on this jump as she goes into the glide, she probably took a little bit too long stayed in the glide a little bit too long, and she started to sink.
Yeah, maybe so, but I think she had to because she was so early down there on the 6. She was somewhere where I think, you know, maybe our men would jump at 57 kilometers. So she's out here waiting, like you say, a little long. And when you're slow, it's hard to get the skis. You see that right ski not really pointing across the lake all that much. And she's sort of going, okay, I've got to manage this. So she shies the angle down a little bit and just kind of runs straight at the jump. What happened there, she got pulled a little bit closer to the corner than she probably would have liked. But it was still a good jump, 166. It's our second longest jump of the day, and it's our second longest opening jump of the day. We saw Sasha go out 168 on her first one. So some adjustments to be made for Lauren Morgan. I think you'll see her work a little harder on her countercut, maybe come down and take a bit more of a whip. You know, like really hold that direction off the second wake.
Try and be a little bit higher in the turn so that the skis turn around easier.
Yeah, a little bit faster in the turn for sure. And hopefully punch one down and get another skier into the 70s.
So many moving parts to a typical water ski jump. It's not as it was back in the 80s, 90s, as I briefly mentioned. You know, where you can just full on crank and go full on aggressiveness. There's a lot more thought and a lot more that goes into a jump these days. Here we go. Laura Morgan, jump number 2. Kind of put in a situation where she kind of had to go, and when she went, it ended up being too early.
Yeah, that was definitely too early, just by the view that we were seeing. And to be honest, it looked like, again, the setup, I'm surprised she didn't come down further on the 6. You know, we saw a couple of other skiers get closer and closer to that 6 or even go around it. I'd say she's going to make that adjustment. I'm not sure who's down there watching her. I know Tangy was in town, Tangy Bennett, kind of helping her out a little bit. And yeah, she'll make some adjustments on jump number 3.
All right, let's send it over to Freddie.
Chris Bischoff, event coordinator. You've been rolling with the punches this week. I saw you a couple of days ago. You maybe weren't having the best time of your life, or at least the least stressful time of your life.
Yeah, it's the old hurricane gave us a little extra work to do this week, but we're trying to do what we can to make it the best we can for the skiers.
And what's your? I mean, you have a long history of slalom ski, of water skiing. Do you like seeing jump at this time in the morning? I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great. It's perfect that we can make it work this morning with a little jump and get the event going. I'm not sure the girls were that stoked first thing, but they're putting out some good jumps, so it's awesome.
I would say that their female compatriot, their female slalom colleagues, they have to deal with it, so maybe they should once in a while.
This is true, huh? This is true. You know that aspect better than me, but yeah, it's good for them.
Cool. Thanks, mate. Back to you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
There you go.
Yes, I think a few more grey hairs on Bish's head over this weekend. He's had to deal with a fair bit getting this event together, but he does a fantastic job working with a lot of the wakeboard events and also been working with a number of the pro water ski events for years. So thanks to Bish, and we've got this event rolling, like he says, with women's jump and some good distances so far.
All right, some great distances. We got one more jump to come from Lauren Morgan. We'll get back on track with her. She's one of our competitors who's running with the onboard camera. And we've seen some pretty good perspectives so far out of the competitors that have gone with that camera, and especially where it comes down to how they set up for the jump and how late they actually turn.
Yeah, that's what's been so interesting for me, is just kind of watching their adjustments and their setups down on the 600. You can see exactly where they go, the path they're taking, the angles that they're running across the lake, not just on the way to the jump, but even right here. Yeah, this hopefully a little bit later. There definitely is closer to the 600. This is going to be hopefully carry a little bit more speed, stay lighter, like you were saying, Tony, in this turn. And this right ski coming around. She's got some good speed. Hopefully she can get her leg.
Oh, hug in the bottom right-hand corner. But I tell you what, oh my word, what a jump that was.
Yeah, no, she was again pushing the corner, but not in a dangerous way. Like she was comfortable enough to still be able to get her extension through the ramp. We'll watch the replay probably from a different angle and see exactly how much lift she got. I think it was a good jump. I don't think it's going to catch the 175 that we've seen from Sasha, but she might have added a little bit more distance.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the revealing view as to how close she was to the bottom right-hand corner. Let's have a look and see.
No, so on the screen, 162. Yeah, still right on the corner there, and we missed kind of her ramp work there off as she left the ramp, but maybe didn't get the extension. So jump number 1's going to be her longest, 166. Pass on jump number 2 and 162. So handy set for Lauren. I know she's going to want to find at least 10 more feet, maybe more, between now and later on this afternoon.
And you know this.
You can hear her. Can you hear her? I was late on that one. So yeah, maybe she's just trying to entertain us with the helmet cam.
Maybe, and this kind of adds a whole new dimension to jump coaching a little bit, because. I mean, with respect to you and a whole lot of other coaches that are like the top jump coaches in the entirety of the sport, I mean, the close. This is probably about the closest that you'll probably get to seeing what the skiers actually see from their perspective.
Yeah, well, we've done this a little bit in the past with sort of GoPros, and we can kind of go back and watch it afterwards, But seeing it live firsthand is pretty cool. And there's been helmets in the past too that have got the you can talk to. They've got a headset in the helmet, and you can talk to the skier as they're going through it. When somebody's jumping though, we usually like to just be quiet though and let the skier focus on what they're doing. Oh, that's how late Lauren was. Congrats, Lauren! You got the latest cut of the day. Well done.
I don't think we'll be giving away awards for that.
Oh, I think there should be.
Oh.
Yeah. Some of the events, obviously, around the world, some of the night jump events, they have the late cut-ometer, I guess you call it. Tony, you've seen that before. That's always a good way to gauge, and sometimes that's a bit of kudos to who has the latest approach.
Kind of like a hop, skip, and a jump off that second wake, and still had enough edge and push to make it onto the jump. That's Brittany Wharton. And speaking about of jumping awards or awards per se, we do have the Skier of the Day award, courtesy of 2 new healthy snacks. Make sure you vote for your Skier of the Day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
I think that was a pretty nice opening jump there for Brittany. Brittany Greenwood or Brittany Wharton? It says Greenwood on our screen. Is that what she's going with?
It's Brittany Wharton.
It is Brittany Wharton. Okay, that's what I called her earlier. Anyway, just got married maybe a year or so ago. And 165 on jump number 1, and a different kind of approach to the ramp, isn't it? Where she kind of hops the wakes. That's how I used to do it. You jump the wakes, land on the right ski, and you get a little bit of that whip into the bottom. A lot of skiers are staying down through the wakes these days, kind of teaching that technique. But it works for Brittany. And 165, that opening jump, so important, just to kind of calm the nerves, get your feel, and then start to push the boundaries, push the lateness on jumps 2 and 3.
All right, let's have a look and see what Brittany Wharton can do with jump number 2. She's opened up with a 165 or 50.4 meters. Currently in the lead is Sasha Denyashkaya with 53.3 or 175.
That's an adjustment on the 6. She's right in front of it, pushing it quite a lot later than we saw from Lauren. Gets those skis around quickly. Now takes the pull into the bottom.
Whoa!
Right on the corner, but
oh my word,
sailing
she held
one
on
down
to
the
that
ramp.
one.
I think she's gained some distance. Maybe we're going to see our second 170. She always shows us perfect air form. She floats one down the lake and extension off the jump. You know, it's just how late she dares to go.
Now notice that she kind of rocked back a little bit in the turn as the handle went up a little high. But we'll get the distance for her in a moment. But in the meantime, let's check in with Freddie.
Lauren, I saw a replay on someone's phone of you putting your right ski basically on the side of the ramp. Was that a slightly scary moment for you?
A little, but I actually had finally gotten the right counter, and so I had a lot of speed. So in my head, I was committed, I was ready for it, but then right at the last minute, I was like, ooh, maybe this is a touch too late. But in my head, I'm going to try to kind of keep that side picture for the next round.
So like a good setup, but not quite the sort of execution on the ramp, I guess, or towards the ramp.
Well, I had a much better counter cut, so I had a lot more speed, but because I had a better counter cut and everything, I ended up a little bit too late. So yeah.
Maybe a little earlier next time, I guess. And so you're sitting second now. I mean, you know, you're coming back from a surgery that you had more or less a year ago. Are you feeling 100%?
Yeah, I actually had another surgery this past February, so the beginning of the season was a little shaky, and now I'm feeling really good. Obviously, if I'm taking cuts like that, I'm feeling confident, so I'm excited.
That's great to hear. All right, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Well, she was in second place, but if she cares to look above her, she'll find out that she's now been relegated to third on the strength of Brittany Wharton's second jump distance of 52 meters exactly, or 171. Let's see what she's got on jump number 3.
You could tell she added distance on that second jump. Hopefully she can find a few more on jump number 3. And gets those skis around. Gets them around a little bit quicker. Like you say, sits back a little bit at the end of the turn, but locks into a big cut. Unfortunately, either didn't like or didn't need it. You know, she's put herself into second spot. I think she's pretty comfortable there going through to the final. I have a feeling Hannah on the dock is going to, find a jump well in excess of our leader so far. She's been doing it all season. She has her personal best right here about 3 weeks ago, the start of September. She went 193 feet, which is, I believe, the second longest distance from any girl ever. So she is in form. And it would be great to see a 190 foot jump from a girl here today.
Yep, setting the new pending European jump record at the same time.
Maybe. I'm not sure quite how she qualifies for European now, because she identifies as American, I believe. Yeah.
Indeed.
So, and I don't know how that goes with American records either. So it's probably one thing they've got to work through.
Yeah, exactly.
But regardless, she's jumping strong and she's taking the camera on board. So I'm looking forward to seeing how late she can go, how much speed she can generate.
All right then, so next competitor up, our last skier to take to the water is going to be Hannah Streltsova. Looks like we're going to be riding with her a little bit for the next 3 jumps. Coming to us out of Zachary, Louisiana. Let's see what she has in store for us.
Yeah, last skier in this open woman preliminary round. And then there'll be a quick change up. We're going to throw some buoys in. We're going to add, take a few buoys out, throw some in, and get ready for men's slalom. And it's going to be a quick change around. We've got a lot of skiing to get through today. And, we want to try and minimize the gaps in between. So, and also to keep you guys entertained at home and here on site. So, won't be much of a delay. One more jumper. Let's ride along with her as she comes around the bend, gets set up. We're jumping west today. There's no wind out there right now, but the forecast is for it to come in a little bit from the southwest or west. Not very strong, maybe 8 mile an hour. So the ramp's set up down that end in preparation for later on this afternoon.
All right.
54K, letter T. And yeah, fairly early on the 6, maybe just kind of getting a warm-up jump here on the jump number 1.
All right, then into the glide here, makes the turn, drops in.
Oh,
beautiful looking first jump there. Good float in towards the landing.
Nailed a spot, didn't she? That's a pretty good opening jump to hit the ramp. Sort of a 3, 4, 5 feet away from the corner. Comfortable spot. You can relax. You can work on your extension through the jump and then kind of bring things down on jumps 2 and 3. So she's going to be pushing the lead right there on jump number 1, I think.
Yep, a good little glide there into the turn, trying to make sure that she doesn't sink in too much as she turns the skis over towards the jump. And then from here, it's game on.
Look at that, Tony. 179, that's our lead. And how easy was that?
And she's still got 2 more jumps to come as she gets a brilliant extension off the top.
And even though we're not seeing, her form as she leaves the jump, because we're on board with her, you can see the direction of her skis as she leaves the ramp, and that gives you a good telltale sign that she had her position strong into the bottom. The skis just moved slightly apart, didn't slip, didn't come back to the boat too much, didn't come up in her face. So I think she really kind of nailed her lift on jump number 1.
All right, so opens up fairly easily with 179. She's jumped over 190 feet on a number of occasions, and is the current.
That's good to see, Tony. They're going out right away and going close to 180 feet. I think she was a little nervous to jump this direction. When she jumped at 193, it was jumping east, and a few years ago she had a little bit of a tumble going this way. So probably just wanted to get the nerves out there and probably feel a little more comfortable kind of pushing the intensity here on jump number 2. Here we go, right into the bottom, and another strong lift.
Better.
That's further, I think.
I believe it is. She gave herself a little bit more room to work with compared to the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, or maybe so there. It just seemed like in the air, it looked like we were hanging with her a little bit longer and carrying further down towards those grid buoys, those silver buoys that kind of mark the setup for the splash eye measuring system. It's a later cut. You can see her kind of sweep the handle. It's not a great sign. It looks like they're kind of rushed a little bit in the turn when you sweep the handle across your body. But still comfortable. Maybe turned a little bit back to the boat, sat back a touch. But I think she hung out there a little bit further. 189 feet, guys. Get behind her. That is a huge jump. Almost 190 feet. 57.7. She was pushed in the turn and maybe missed a little bit off the jump. I hope she's taking jumps at number 3 here because I want to see her 190.
So Hannah Streltsova has been absolutely dominant this season in the women's jump event. Take your pick from the tournaments that she's skied at. California Pro won that event. Masters won that event. LA Night Jam won that event.
Now undefeated so far in the jump event, and with a jump like that, it shows why. She's gained, I think she's sort of, at least 10, 14 feet in front of our second place getter right now, who's Sasha, and Sasha jumps strong too. So, but Hannah taking it to a new level right now, or the next level, I guess you'd call it. And I hope she's going to take this 3rd and final jump. She's constantly searching for her longest, her personal record. And 193, she's close. She's about 189. She's not far behind it. And there's not much wind out there right now. We heard one of the other girls say, hey, listen, a little headwind will help us carry down the lake a little further. Can she go further? Jump number 3. Powers in. I don't think she got the lift on that one.
Not quite as far, I don't think. But still, we're still in the high 70s, maybe in the low 80s, I would say, based upon what we've seen. And what I noticed on that jump as well, as she made her turn towards the jump, she was still sweeping the handle a little bit. It got a little worse this time around.
Well, let's see on this angle. We'll see just how far she kind of had to move in the turn. It's because they're coming in hot. They're coming in a little fast. They don't know what to do with the rope. She's made her reach out there. She's moving away from the handle. Then she gets a little rushed and sweeps it a little bit. I don't think it was too bad. Comes around with her upper body a little bit quick. And we'll see right here, I think that left ski kind of comes up a little bit. Still nice extension, 188 feet. We're saying it wasn't as good, but geez, that's a great round of jumping. 179, 189, 188. And
just 30 centimeters shy
of this round number 1. And that rounds out our preliminary round. The order will be Streltsova will be our top seed. Danishevskaya will be in 2nd, 175. Brittany Wharton, 171. Lauren Morgan, 166. Regina Jaquist, 164. Utah, 162. And Valet, 155. Yeah, a bit of an American field there in the top 5. And guys, thanks for tuning in to the Open Woman preliminary round. We're going to switch up gears. We're going to change some buoys out, and we'll be bringing the Open Men's Slalom finals to you here pretty shortly.
Indeed, indeed, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat a little bit with Hannah Streltsova, your leader after the first round of women's jumps.
There's the schedule, Tony. Yeah, as we said, men's slalom final right next. It's going to be one of the longest finals ever. It's going to be about 2.5 hours, I think. 21 skiers, 21 of the best skiers in the world. They were seeded based on their results from yesterday. We saw some big scores. Will Asher, 4 at 41. He's leading the pack. So a bunch of 3s, though, and a few 2s to round out the top 8. That's what they were going for yesterday because they originally thought they had to make the top 8.
All right, then. Let's send it over to Freddie and Hannah.
Hannah, 57.7. That's, as I make it, your second biggest jump ever. Is that right?
I've been 58.7, so it's like, it's there, but it's not the best. But it's 8 a.m. I've been skiing in the mornings, doing slalom and trick, but not jumping. So my legs were still a little kind of shaky, soft, but it all felt good and worked out.
Well, you've just done one of your best ever jumps, and it's 8:30 in the morning, and there's not a breath of wind. So, I mean, maybe this is the time to be training, no?
Yeah. I just hope the weather holds for the finals, and we have good finals, and try to do my best again.
And you're obviously pretty well in tune with the lake, with the boat, with the ramp. You know, like I say, there's not much wind out here at all. Do you think if there's a little bit of that headwind that we're forecast to have, like we had yesterday, you think there's a bit more length out there?
Probably. I haven't jumped this way. I just did singles in practice, so I was still kind of like figuring out where to go and stuff. But yeah, a little headwind wouldn't hurt.
Well, I think you figured it out pretty well. Well, good luck for the final where you're top seed by a fair distance. Well done. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and thanks a lot there, Freddie, and congrats to Hannah Streltsova and Hannah Streltsova, typically glib about what she's produced out there in comparison to what she's done in the past, but well done to her. She takes the lead in the jump event. And we're going to transition over towards the slalom event. This is continuing live coverage of the 2024 MasterCraft Pro, and we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
see you in Vienna.
On select new models right now, you can enjoy 0% financing for 36 months or enjoy rates as low as 2.9% APR for up to 84 months. When you see the low payment kings,
visit us today at dodgeofwinterhaven.net.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. My name is Tony Leifert, and sitting next to me here is none other than Freddie Winter. How are you doing, sir?
Doing very well, Tony. Happy to be back on a Sunday.
All right then, so we've just seen the schedule pop up on the screen. We've got slalom taking place very, very soon, but for those of you that have just missed it, women's jump leaderboard after their opening round. Hannah Streltsova, your leader after round one with 189. Sasha Denyaskaya on 175, Brittany Wharton on 171, Laura Morgan on 166, Regina Jaquist on 164, Yuta Menestrino on 162, and Valle Gonzalez on 155. Okay, so slalom coming up next, and there is your running order. And this is the final round. This will determine the championship here at the MasterCraft Pro in the men's slalom. We're going to start off with Jaime Palomino, followed by Benjamin Lutz, Martin Bartowski, Jaden Eade, Daniel Advarco, Jonathan Travers, Stephen Ireland, Aaron Davies, Robert Pagozzi, Sasha Deska, Thomas de Gasperi, Lucas Cornell. And then we'll go on to another page for our remaining skiers, but certainly opening up with some great slaloming talent. But there are quite a few skiers there that certainly have a lot of making up to do. As we see skier number 13, we've got Cole McCormick, and then the remaining skiers consist of Dane Meckler, Joel Poland, Robert Hazelwood, Adam Caldwell, Charlie Ross, Corey Vaughan, Nate Smith, and your number one seed out of the original opening round of men's slalom. It is Will Asher. So let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Well, hey, good morning, Tony. I just pulled in, was coming down when I saw Pablo, my camera guy, and the first two people I see, JT and Tomas de Gasperi, and I said, hey, let's get the party started, right? So this is a first. We've got a men's final that's, 20 skiers strong, going 35 starts straight up, so everybody has a shot. So it's certainly a unique opportunity. I mean, I had a chat with Lucas Cornell, the same when I rolled in this morning. I said, hey, look, everybody's got a shot now, right? So maybe one of these opening guys is going to come out and put a huge score up. And, yeah, maybe it's going to stand for quite a while. We're going to see. But, yeah, super exciting. I mean, we've had such crazy excitement over the last few years. We've had Jacinta Carroll jump the first ladies 200-foot jump ever. When I pulled in and watched the little women's jump this morning, just gave me goosebumps thinking about it. And then yesterday we had Freddie going this much from 70 meters and 230 feet. And, of course, last year we had 41 off running the final here. So, yeah, we are in for a big day. Can't wait.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade and Freddie. Maybe you can explain to us a little bit why we are at the situation right now where we have this slalom final with that many skiers.
Yeah, well, I mean, it certainly is a novel situation. I've been involved in a number of slalom finals, and they've never been bigger than 12, which is, usually in a pro tournament it's 8. So, which is what, of course, it was scheduled for today. It's a very, very unusual situation. Obviously, it comes from all the weather. We've been rolling with the punches continuously again and again and again this week. Delayed the start. It was scheduled to be a 2-round and then a final after 2 cuts. The judges made the decision to allow everybody into the final so that everyone gets 2 skiers. So no doubt those, I'm thinking of skiers like Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Descans, Lucas Cornell. These guys will be very, very happy to get a second chance. Although I know for a fact, I had them on the phone last night, that 1 or 2 of the guys in the top 8 are extremely disappointed. So, you can't please everyone, and it is a very interesting situation. I mean, just as Wayne said, wow, sorry, we'll get back to Ben Lutz. We'll talk about that later after Ben Lutz. He was probably not so used to going out at 12. It is a 12 start, a 35 start. That is in place to while they, sorry, it's Jamie Palomino, not Ben Lutz, as we go to Wade.
All right.
Hey guys, standing here with reigning collegiate champ and Mr. Aaron Davies. So yeah, we've had some changes over the weekend, but as a slalom skier, things change from one pass to the next. So that's the way we roll with our life, correct?
Yeah, we've had as everyone knows, we've had a lot of weather this weekend. So the judges, we got the email last night saying, hey, everyone's through to the final. I'm like, all right, because I'm one of those guys that wasn't in the top 8 yet. So personally, and I'm for sure a few of the others were a bit like, whew, okay. But I know that a lot of them, are going to be like, well, what the hell, what the heck? Yeah. So, personally, my point of view, like being out of that, it's a bit like, oh, cool, okay, we get a chance. And some of the others who skied a little better yesterday must feel a little bummed out. I understand that, but we roll with the punches as we do as slalomers. It's not ideal, the weather that happened, but hopefully we get everything done today.
Well, he's already proven he can win in a big old huge final, being collegiate champ, kind of like our nationals in that, right? So, yeah, we're going to let him go do his business and watch him rip soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, that was Aaron Davies there alongside Wade Cox, 2012 Hall of Fame inductee. And there is Chris Eller at the helm of that MasterCraft Pro Star towboat. This is Jaime Palomino. Each of our skiers' minimum starting speed is 12, which means that this second pass is 11. Taking 1 or 2 big hits there on the initial part of this run, but still able to stay upright on 11.25 meters. Jaime Palomino of Mexico.
And he did the exact same thing on buoy 1 on both of his first 2 passes, all the way over the front, just catching the tip of that ski in the water where it goes behind him. And he's still on top of the water, but as we remember yesterday, he went out 32, he came back 35, and he took 39 third pass. So he's got 39 third pass, same as he did yesterday, just coming at it from a slightly different angle. And he'll be thinking that he can improve on the 4.5 buoys he did. Of course, he is out early because he opted up, which put his score of 4.5 at 39 down to 4.5 at 38. Putting him back of the pack, but he did actually technically ski quite a lot better than that in terms of buoys round at the shortest line length.
He was so close to getting through that 39 yesterday, and that would have been quite the move to opt up and run it and get a score into 41. He's been there and thereabouts quite a few pro tournaments this year. I've seen a couple scores of 2 at 41. He's an aggressive skier, and he comes out charging, and maybe the 35 off, and that opt-up sort of strategy works for him because he doesn't hold back. He sort of gets into it straight away. And that's maybe why those 1 balls are a little bit, sort of catching him a touch, because he doesn't want to lose any ground on that first ball.
All right, our first skier out, Jaime Palomino, trying to set the standard in this men's slalom final round. He tried the opt-up yesterday, didn't make that work, but he's here at 10.75 meters, looking and and on number 3, and just blew the fin. Looks like it's going to be 2.5 there for Jaime Palomino.
Yeah, 2.5 at 39, 10.75. That 1 ball caught him again, didn't it? He was trying to be aggressive on it. I was hoping that time he would get his ski through a little bit more, make sure his kind of hip was there for him and not get folded. It didn't work, and he tried to make up for it on his 2 ball. But again, kind of with a little bit too much speed coming in, sat behind it. And that's a lot of speed and late coming into buoy 3. Hail Mary sort of turn. 2.5 is going to be his score, and not what he's looking for, but kicking the event off. That 35 off start, it's always a little bit tricky, maybe for some of these little bit less experienced guys.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak for myself. When I go at 35, I mean, I don't think it's going to hurt my performance as much, but it's definitely a wake-up call. So, you know, these guys maybe at the start of this running order maybe less used to starting at 35. So, yeah, it's always a bit tricky. I mean, I understand why it's there. Frankly, I think we should probably do it more in pro tournaments because the 13 meters is a bit superfluous. And crucially what it does is when you start at 13, you have to, you know, generally everyone's going to run 10.75 or most of the pack will run 10.75. So it means that the boat does 6 passes away at 41 and back at, you know, for a pass that they haven't run. It takes 6 passes instead of 4. So you're adding an extra 50% onto everyone's ski ride. So it just takes a lot of extra time, which is, it's not just boat gas, but it's time on the water. You know, it's you guys watching at home. You don't want to see all that boring stuff. So let's get to the action sooner. You know, again, it's a bit trickier, but for the guys, but it's a pro tournament. You know, if you don't like it, don't come. And I think it's good for the sport.
Well, time has been against us at this event, hasn't it? Really. So to save a little bit of time, and we've still got a big day of action, and at least 2 hours of this men's slalom final.
All right, so as we continue on, an invitation for you to vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and vote for your skier of the day.
Skier of the day, guys. As far as your opinion for yesterday, who would have taken your pick yesterday, Freddie? Who stood out?
Adam Caldwell.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we're all going to say the same thing. I mean, not just for the good skiing. He got the second best score of the day, but he also slid and saved it. It was very, very, very impressive. There's a number of good skiers. Again, actually, a lot of the people that we're going to be talking about for the skier of the day in the men's and the women's slalom, well, they'll be the ones that are most upset about the change of, because actually going back to that, having everyone in the final, I can bet if you had a vote. You'd have exactly 8 people who would want it one way, and you'd have exactly 13 people that want it the other way. So it's a difficult thing. I think that it's a new thing that we haven't seen before. But
controversial decision, you'd call it, I guess.
So controversial, but also difficult to please everyone. I mean, it is fair to say that everyone turned up here thinking they get 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Okay. When they booked their flights, paid their entry, they thought that they get 2 rounds, and even if they weren't maybe thinking that they had a good chance of making the final, they thought they get 2 rounds at a good lake. And it's hard to spend an entry fee and plan your life around doing 1 round of a pro tournament. Yeah. So I get that side of it. At the same time, I see that I'm looking at people that maybe that got ahead of the pack, the Caldwells, Charlie Rosses, Corey Vaughans. These are guys that really skied very, very well yesterday, and they might feel slightly aggrieved that they could have someone who didn't do so well yesterday come and steal the points, the money, the prestige, the whatever, the achievement from them from lower down the order.
Yep.
All right.
Well, while we were discussing that, Ben Lutz was out there running his 35, and I thought actually he looked pretty handy on that first pass. Yesterday, He struggled a touch. I think he was sort of trying to feel out the conditions, and he got all sorts out of shape on his 38 and came up short. There, he came out at 35, looked very calm, very smooth. He has run 39 in the past. Let's see what he can do for us. He missed this yesterday, but he was close.
Here he comes, Ben Lutz, 11.25 meter. Oh, getting broken over off number 2, but he's still there. He's still trying to keep his strength up and keep things moving down course. And just about makes it round buoy number 6 and through the exit gates. I tell you what, he has certainly had to fight through that one. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Thanks, Tony. With Jaime Palomino, our first finalist, and must have been interesting. First off the dock, 12 start, right? That's getting it done right away.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally just wake up, get in the car, start 12. A bit cold, but yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's all for experience, getting experience. I'm obviously a bit disappointed in my scores this weekend. Not a good tournament for me. But yeah, I got to 2:39. It was a bit rolly and I didn't commit. So since I didn't commit, I went back and it was too much speed to 3.
No, but I think well done on the fact that you went out and you ran 35, you ran 38, you gave yourself a chance. And yeah, so you got things to be happy about and things to learn, right?
Nah, there's definitely always things to learn. And yeah, I mean, it's good to keep training this 35, 38 because the 38 in the second pass is tough.
All right, we already heard it from this man. It ain't easy. Back to you.
The lead is 2.5 from Jaime Palomino. What can Ben Lutz provide for us this morning? It's a good one. He's across the 2. Can he rope it 2? Yes, he's on time.
Oh, his skis behind him into 3.
Release, yeah. I thought he cooked up pretty good from out of 2, but then kind of lost the hips, and it was a weird release into 3.
I think it's kind of the same as what we saw on his 11. He gets pretty deep and then kind of pops off the second wake. And I think that I was actually having a chat with him about his skiing just when I was over near the jump dock a minute ago, and I think that's an area for him to improve. I thought he did really good into 1 on this pass and on his previous pass, but yeah, just you'll see that the hips go back. He's disconnected. I mean, from there, it's very hard to get any speed or control in your next buoy.
Yeah, well, a fairly young skier gaining experience. This is maybe his second or third pro slalom event. He's been to a few pro jump events in the past. He's run 39 in some record tournaments and taking shots at it here at the MasterCraft Pro. So hopefully we're going to see him back in future events.
Okay, so the final score for Benjamin Lutz is 3 at 10.75 meters, 3 at 10.75, or 3 at 39.5 off.
With the most nonchalant S-turn I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that
pretty easy breezy.
Kind of laissez-faire, would you say?
Yeah.
All right, so who's coming up next? We'll have from Slovakia, it is going to be Martin Bartowski, and a skier whom you know fairly well, don't you, Freddie?
Yeah, as I was saying yesterday, did a lot of training with Bart 10 years ago now. My God. Yeah.
Time goes fast.
Yeah. So, yeah, I turned up in Monroe in 2014. It's early 2014. And we skied 2 years together, 2014, 2015, when I was there. And had a good time. And, I mean, if you want to talk about dedication, he's dedicated. He's a guy that was out there when it was freezing cold all year long trying to improve his skiing, which, you know, I can always admire in someone. I think that's, you know, when you're prepared to do the hard yards, the easy yards come easier, right? Like you can get those improvements. He's a very good skier, always, you know, very capable of running that 39, you know, maybe early 41, but, you know, he's as we know, like those scores, if you can get that 2, then it's going to, I mean, yesterday 2 was a tie for 5th or tie for 6th, I believe.
Maybe 6th yesterday.
Yeah, there was 3 of them at 6, at 2. So, yeah, very capable. He's riding a D3 ski, the R3. He switches a lot though, Carl. You know very well. He skis here a lot, so he's been on a bunch of stuff this year, no? Yeah,
he's moved around a lot, but he jumped on this ski just before the tournament last weekend and came out with a 2 at 41 and a 1 at 41, and some of the best skiing I've seen him do. He's trying to milk that through this week. Obviously, this week's been a bit of a challenge with training, with the conditions, and he didn't perform all that well yesterday. Kind of got stood up at number 1 and went inside 2. So a score of 1 at 39 for him. So he's down a little bit. This is working out in his favour though here today, going through to this final. And if he can get through this 39 off pass, he has seen 3 once, I believe, or twice in his lifetime, getting to 3 at 41. He would love to do it here and there today.
All right, then let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with our second finalist. So hey, tell us what happened there at ball 1.
Yeah, I mean it was a weird hookup, but I kept the angle and came into 2, and I never do that, but I missed the handle and only had like my pinky and other finger on, so I just kind of lost that pole into 3, and I could have turned it, but I don't want to hurt myself or anything, so I'm not going to be able to get 4 at 41 or anything like that, so whatever.
No, it's amazing how much a loss of power one finger can be, but if you lose 2 fingers, then yeah, we're really down a few cylinders, right?
Right, yeah, I never do that, so I don't really know what happened, but, you know, it felt really good. I think these guys are going to go huge, honestly. Like, just a different feel than yesterday, and, yeah, felt good, though.
All right, I like to hear that. He's pumping them up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, he did look more comfortable today, didn't he? He looked like he found his kind of his rhythm, his form. He got through his 38. Shane missed the handle at number 2. But it did put him in the lead, 3 at 10.75. Jaime Palomino with a 2.5. Here's Martin Bartelski coming in. It's his second pass, and we're straight into 38.
All right, let's see what he's got. Entrance gates, number 1. keeping control over the tip of that ski, allowing it to rotate and then going to guns directly behind the boat.
Much better skiing than yesterday from Martin Bartelski. We noted yesterday with 135, he was kind of dropping his head, dropping his shoulder. Kept that in check there. He's pointing out a little bit of weeds. Hopefully the officials can see that. Let's hear from Wade.
Hey guys, everybody needs a cool towing vehicle. And our sponsors here, thanks so much, Low Payment Kings. Check out what they brought out for us today. I mean, pick of the litter, right? So yeah, everybody wants a low payment as well, right? If you got to make one. So yeah, another reason to come on out. Back to you guys.
Yep, the Low Payment Kings, one of the top dealership groups in this part of the world in Polk County, out towards Winter Haven and Lakeland. So check out lowpaymentkings.com, lowpaymentkings.com, and check out what they've got to offer so far as Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Chrysler.
All right, so there might be a slight delay as some of the weed is removed from it was kind of where he would be pulling out on his gates. And although we appreciate if you live in the area that you're at home sitting on your couch watching this webcast, but if you are close by, we'd actually prefer you to come out and join us here at Lake Grew at Action Water Sports and see the footage live. There's all sorts of screens around. If you love the webcast, you can look over your shoulder after you watch it live and catch the replays. That's the best way to enjoy this tournament.
And come and annoy your favorite skiers before they ski. That's what they like. Just like ask them why they're putting their gloves on like that.
Has anyone ever asked you that? Has anyone ever asked you that, Freddie?
Yeah,
I'm sure they do.
The best one is at Moonborough, and they go, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, I'm going to go water ski." Well, why are you doing that? I'm like, "Oh, I traveled around the world." And you're trying to get ready. It's like, "Hey, please back up, buddy. Like, leave me alone." I'm from a different part of the world, trying to make some money here. So. It's interesting. I mean, looking at Bart skiing there, it reminded me that I think that actually this 35 star, if you look so far, Ben Lutz has improved by a handful of boys. Bart looks a lot more comfortable than he did yesterday. I think that, it can, as much as it's a harder start, it does, you're sort of almost maybe more ready for it when you go out. You've got already those pro tournament nerves, a bit more adrenaline going, so it kind of gets you pumped up. And I think that, if we look back a number of years ago, one of my favorite moments when I've been commentating with you, Tony, was when Charlie Ross ran 10.75 for the first time, and he was, I think, 16 years old, and he went out 35, come back 38, away from the dock, third pass, runs 39. So, this is not just a PB, but I think a record for the youngest person to run it since, I think, maybe broken or
no, he's still got that.
Still got it.
I don't think he was 16. I think he was just a little bit shy of 16, maybe 15.
Oh, that's disgusting, isn't it? How can a 15-year-old run 10.75? That shouldn't be allowed.
Pretty incredible stuff. And so no, he still holds on to that one. And from there, he's gone on to bigger and better things. And he's one of our top seeds going into this final with a 3 at 41. He picked up a 5 at 41 earlier on in the year at the LCQ and tied, I believe it was a tie of the Canadian record. Jason McClintock's had that by himself for a little while. But Charlie Ross joining him and also set, I think it's an under 21 world record as well, 5 at 41.
Yeah. So I think that, we could see some. I mean, of course, the second round, people are more used to the setup, to the driver, the boat, the lake, whatever it is. They've got out of the bed, kind of understanding what they did yesterday. So I think scores will potentially be a bit higher today, and I don't think that 35 start will hinder that at all. I think it can actually help.
All right, then. So as we continue on, another reminder for you to vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and vote for your skier of the day. That the award provided to you courtesy of 2U Healthy Snacks. And vote for your favorite. Could it be a slalomer? Could it be a jumper? I mean, why not a jumper? Why not Freddy Krueger? He jumped almost 230 feet yesterday.
He could, and he is always in for a shout for a skier of the day. I think there's going to be a number of big performances today. I mean, I'm not going to call a skier of the day just yet. I think that day one of a tournament always brings you some cool stuff, but it's day two where people do the best under pressure, and we'll see what comes of these finals as we see them come up. We've got 4 finals ahead of us with a lot of skiers in them. But yeah, I think this is it's going to be a great day. Like Wade touched on it before. We've seen one of the greatest achievements ever in the sport of water skiing here. I think 2 years ago. No, was it in 21, wasn't it? So
21, yeah.
Yes, that's where Jacinta Cowell jumped the first 200 foot by a woman, and I mean, you remember that, Kyle, where she's like going down the lake with tears streaming down her face? It was just an incredible moment.
That was a culmination of just some serious training for a lot of years, getting so close, and kind of leaving it to her last opportunity, pretty much. And she went on from there. She skied a couple more Moombas, but went on raising a family now. And
we never saw her again in America.
Yeah,
she's not been back. So super cool.
A kind of a fairy tale ending to her career, if you like.
Dropped the mic.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as we look at the lake, I mean, Martin Bartowski has done 2 passes, and he's waiting for quite a long time now as we go to Wade.
Let's check in with him.
Hey guys, here with John Travers, and John, do your sponsor, my sponsor, Syndicate Waterskis, Action Water Sports, we're doing a little demo in the morning. So you're coming out, Will Asher, Jamie Bull, so just a little Monday morning water ski session, right?
Really, it's just action here, fluid. So it's just cool to be back at home in a way, and Europe and doing all that, and then coming back to the States, just be able to travel on the road 45 minutes to ski a pro tournament. So that's exciting.
And you want to come out in the morning and ride what he rides, a Works 1. You're going to ride what the Works 2. We got Sabres, the new shaped Omni, and the hovercraft. Come on out, man. We'll be.
All right, thanks a lot there, Wade.
Okay, it looks like the boat has run down in the background. He's doing maybe a phantom pass. It looked like maybe Martin's just waiting in the water. I don't know how long this delay has been. It's going to be getting close to say 6-7 minutes, maybe not the 10 that requires a warm-up pass. A few of these skiers had this yesterday. It does provide a little bit of a challenge, but Martin's an experienced skier. He skied here a lot. He looked good on his 35 and his 38. I think he'll roll with the punches on this one, and hopefully we send him all the way down the lake at 39.
All right, we see on the dock there Jaden Eade, the current IWWF World U17 Slalom champion. And they're just chilling in the water right there.
We call that gator boat.
Yeah.
We're just floating around, waiting.
Are there many gators in here or what?
Oh, it's Florida. There's always a couple around, but yeah, Martin relaxed, having a good time out there. We have a couple. No big ones. I think we've seen one maybe about 4 foot lately. He kind of floats around every once in a while, just over to Martin's right, actually. Hopefully he'll pop in the screen.
All right, looks like we've extracted enough of the weed to where we can continue on with Bart's performance out there. I don't know how long the interval has been.
If they ran a phantom pass like that, I believe it's not long enough to warrant the warm-up pass. So we'll see Bart get pulled up behind our MasterCraft Pro star in just a few moments and take his shot at 39. There's been 2 so far. Both have missed. Both have come up short halfway down the course. 3 so far from Ben Lutz and a 2.5 from Jaime Palomino. 21 skiers in this final, in this round today, and it's anyone's game at all. It was basically a seeding round yesterday, and we saw some awesome scores. We keep talking about Adam Caldwell. He set the pace pretty early on in the event. He was out maybe seeded earlier than expected. Went out and nailed a 39, 3 at 41, and a number of skiers kind of failed chasing his score down. Here it is. It's Martin Bartelski, 10.75. It's a crazy short pass. He's got a good gate. That's a better one than yesterday. He's across the 2, hooks up strong. A little bit behind the ski. He's down course and
he's inside
doesn't
3.
Make a reach for 3. I don't know exactly what happened there. He didn't seem like he was He'd lost too much ground at 2, but maybe just not the width that he needed or the swing out to negotiate 3 ball.
Didn't look all that bad going into number 1, and he got a really nice hook up there. But then around buoy number 2, taking a little bit of a shoulder dip, and I'm not too sure.
Oh, yeah, he got off the tail of his ski at 2, and then maybe didn't get quite the swing through that he was expecting to send him out wide enough. He made a play for number 3, and I think it kind of surprised him that he came up short.
Yep, so the scores that we have now are a 2, 2.5, and 3. And we'll
Hey guys, here with Mr. Charlie Ross, and Charlie got a final here, rather obscure final, little different than usual, but one thing about skiing we've already sort of talked about with Aaron Davies is, man, from one pass to the next, slalom changes. Whether it's the wind comes up, whether all of a sudden the boat driver makes a minor error that maybe, isn't perceived necessarily by us. Yeah, things are always changing. Even Jamie says, Jamie Palomino, your new Rollins teammate, said, yeah, you just never know. You may have a roller at one buoy. You may one day, the next round, you don't have rollers. But that's sort of our life, and you're adapting quite well, young man.
Yeah. I mean, skiing, you always have to be ready for whatever happens. It's about being ready for anything that can happen, because the most unpredictable thing is going to happen. Of course, today we're seeing a different format than what the rules published, and I know a lot of skiers aren't happy, but you know what? That's the game. So we're going to go out and ski and do the best we can and hope for a good day.
No, I think that's it. That's the attitude you got to have. Is like, hey, there's still 6 buoys in the course, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, got to go.
And he's going to go for it. We're going to watch him rip soon. Back to you guys. No.
I think Charlie very diplomatically and eloquently putting forward his opinion without being rude there.
Yeah, so, I mean, like you said afterwards, though, it's you roll with it. Sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. And I'm sure he'll be on the receiving end of it, sometime in the future. This is Jaden Need coming in. This is 12 meters. And let's see what the young 17-year-old can show for us here today.
Here's Jaden Need, 12-meter start. Rope at this point is just marginally longer than the width of the course, and not looking too bad there on the opener. And with that in mind, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Cole McCormick, our reigning Masters champion. He said he would never get sick of hearing that, so I'm going to keep using it. And I'm a true Floridian like yourself, and yeah, this is weather, right? This is Florida.
It is, yeah. We got a lot nicer conditions today. I was very fortunate that they're taking everyone in the finals, because I did not make top 8 yesterday, so I'm excited to get out there, get a redemption round in, and it worked out for me last year when I got gifted a redemption round, so hopefully I take full advantage of that again this year.
No, I love it. Yeah, life's all about opportunities, and he's going to take his. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's right. I believe Cole was basically packing up his gear and about to head home, and because he thought he was out of the competition. And I believe maybe it was Stephen Nevieu that kind of came up short and allowed him into a runoff, and from there he sort of kept moving forward and ended up on the podium, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he ran 4 in the final. I can't remember if he came 3rd or... Yeah, I think maybe he definitely ran 4 in the final, so I can't remember exactly where he came. But anyway, so Jaden, how often does he go out on 12, Kiwi? Probably not that much.
No, not at all. Sorry, I'm just going to kind of stay quiet as I cheer him along here. He's got a bit of an awkward number 4, but he's through it. He's got a strong 5-ball, and he'll be happy with that. He's a little bit nervous. He doesn't start at 35. He's the youngest skier in this field. He's only 17 years of age. He's getting valuable experience. This is his first pro event here last year. Hopefully he kind of relaxed now. The 35, the 38, you don't want to mess it up, so you're a little bit kind of cautious. And he's been doing that well, just through some of the events that he skied well on during this year, the Under-17 Worlds and the National Champs that was over in Bakersfield. Doing enough to get through, doing enough to kind of get him into the top spot, but not really pushing. But it was a pretty strong 2-ball. Kept things going as long as he just stays calm on the 135. He's got a strong 135. and hopefully he can just kind of settle it down so he has some line control at 2. And if he hooks up at 2, who knows? Hopefully he can get through, be our first skier through this pass. He's chasing a lead of 3 at 39. He's run this pass, I think, 4 times this year. He ran it a couple 3 times last year, and his personal best is 2 at 41.
So we'll take over commentary duties while you get nervous over there, Kiwi.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're cheering for him too. It's always great to see a young guy do well, and he's a very nice young chap also. So let's see. We're looking at his boy 1. He got a little deep yesterday, which put a lot of pressure on 2, which he couldn't quite get rid of. This looks actually a very good boy 1, and he's got very balanced over his ski. I think he's in this, and he'll come over to 3, and he's a bit deep again. And will he be able to turn 4? That's the crucial boy. And over to 5, and no way.
Hello!
Oh my God!
Good for him.
I don't know if it's going to a judge's review or not.
No, he got that.
5 ball.
He got that. He got that.
I can talk now, guys.
Yeah, he got that. That was so
Yikes.
good. How amazing for a young guy. I mean, look, he was super deep. Well, let's start from the start. 1 was very, very good. You see how balanced he was. No tip rise, no extra pressure. Over to 2, pretty solid. Offside turn, you'd absolutely take that. And then 3, he's deep. He's in the water. Lot of pressure, maximum load there, and he's almost, getting suckered straight into 4. That's not the 4 he wants. He's foot facing straight down the lake. Pulls
Jeez,
all
he got the shoulder
way
down
to
though,
5,
didn't he? He got it, yeah.
And just, yeah. You were the only one saying he didn't, mate, to be honest with you.
I couldn't. I mean, hey, listen, I watch the guy ski every single day, and I saw that 3 ball, and I was like, oh, okay, settle down at 4. He's going to come in fast, and I thought, the way he skied, I thought, okay, that's where he's going to come up. But he charged it and got the shoulder down and got that. He's light. He can get speed across the lake pretty quick.
Yeah.
And to get the ski around 5, I was impressed. To turn it, even more so. Congrats to Jaden. He's gone through ups and downs since he won the Junior Worlds in July, but this will be an up. And to run 39 at a pro event and have a shot at 41 here.
In a final.
Got a final. It's
in a
awesome.
Final,
Here we go.
He's got an onside turn here at 1. Let's see if he can get a full 2. He's going to be in good shape for... Come on, mate. Let's see it.
Oh, no.
Brutal.
And the handle
Just
comes
a bit
away.
too much. Oh, he was close there, hey. He was really close.
And he hasn't really tried 41 that recently. Again, like I said yesterday, his goal this year was the Junior Worlds and the Nationals. He did well to get through those and kind of skied, but he was sort of just making sure that he was consistent, not really pushing the 41s, in practice that much. But that was a shot at it. He was going for it. He was trying to turn it and
deep.
Almost held on. Needs some little stronger grip around number 1, and he would have been off to 2, and who knows. But congrats to Jaden. Maybe pumping the brakes a little bit at the back of the ski before he turned in.
That's a good approach, though. Yeah, just went with the shoulder a little bit too much. If he'd have kept the shoulders up just a touch, he'd have been over to 2. And, he did everything right with the ski angle, but he just had too much load on his body and not the position to hold it.
Yeah,
Very, very good skiing, though, and we're happy to see that. And it's especially good because he made such a big mistake and then just kind of went for it from 4 to 5, and it paid off.
And good for the dad, too, because I'll have a happy household. I've got one guy competing in a pro slalom event, and I've got another kid competing in a fishing event. So hopefully he catches a few this morning, and everything will be nice around the dining table tonight.
Yeah.
There
well,
you go.
if he catches as many fish as son number 1 caught boys today, then pretty good.
All right, then, let's continue on. Coming to us originally from the Czech Republic, this is Daniel Odvarko.
Like you said earlier, though, Freddie, every single skier so far has picked up buoys from round number 1. Some of them not as many as they'd like, but their scores are improved. And starting at 12, it hasn't been an issue for any of our competitors. And I think all the skiers on the dock, there's 16 skiers remaining, are looking at the performances so far and going, okay, game on out here.
All right, then, with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Stevie Island and Miss Elizabeth Montavon, and yeah, interesting day, but hey, big final coming up right now.
Yeah, stoked. I mean, not a decision I had to make, and I'm glad of it because it was a difficult one for the judges. But yeah, obviously getting a second round and getting to ski the final is awesome.
I mean, I think, I would have sort of voted the same way, going, hey, let's let it be a big show and let everybody have a shot. So that's what.
Yeah, we're on the fringe. I know guys like Cole and Lucas, they're stoked because they can go out and just throw down and win some money. And I know the top 8 guys are disappointed as well because they're like, man, I skied well. I should be able to have an advantage going into today. So tricky, but I mean, as pro skiers, we all just have to, play the cards we're dealt. So here we are.
And that's what we're going to see him do really soon, man. We're going to look for a big score. Back to you guys.
Well, good to hear there from Stevie Island and from Wade as we look down at the dock and see Jonathan Travers get ready for his turn. He'll be our next skier, but not until we get done with Daniel Odvarko, who is back on 11.25 meters.
Ooh, big number 3 as Daniel Odvarko comes round 4 on 38, still on time. We made some comments about his gate setup yesterday, kind of, and some of the different approaches some of our lefties were taking. And it's worked for him, and he's seen some big performances in his past. This is playing into his favor, coming out and having a shot in the final. He's going out early. He's chasing a score now of half at 41 by Jaden. But he knows there's a ton of good skiers, 15, 16 skiers remaining. The top score yesterday, 4 at 41. Will Asher looked like he did that pretty easy. Freddie, do you think he was stretched at all?
No, he didn't look stretched at all. I mean, I've seen him do that a number of times where he kind of gets over to 4 and you wonder if it was a final, if he would have really gone for his big onside turn that we all know he has. But he didn't feel the need to do that yesterday. He was top of the pile. He knew he was last out, so he knew it wouldn't do him any good to go any bigger than that. And sometimes it is worth just conserving a bit of energy in the first round, especially when you've cemented top spot.
All right, so Danielle 2 passes to the good right now and getting ready for number 3. Here he comes. This is Daniel Odvarko. This is now 39.5 off, 10.75 meters.
Oh.
We saw it run already by Jaden Eade. Unfortunately for Daniel Odvarko, not going to go his way, unfortunately.
What did you think, Tony? I wondered if between the gates and 1 he hit a roller or 2. Like, watch his ski chatter. Yeah.
He did have some chatter there into buoy number 1.
Yeah, a little bit there too. So that's tricky, and I mean that, it's funny. I mean, conditions are always a factor, and when it's very, very flat, like it kind of is today, there's not really much wind, then you do get a little bit of bounce back off the sides of the lake, and you can see that quite clearly. That the nose of that ski is going up and down. It's porpoising to some degree. Through that edge change, it's not really where you want. So, not the best day of Daniel Odvarko's life in terms of his professional ski career, but I think the first guy that hasn't improved in terms of buoy count. But yeah, looked unfortunate there with some rollers, and that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on for the next few skiers.
Right, boat making its way back, and very, very soon we'll get to see Jonathan Travers take to the water. We're here at the 2024 MasterCraft Pro here at Lake Gru, the home of Ski Fluid and Action Water Sports in Central Florida. I'm sure some of you are already voting for Skier of the Day, and continue doing that. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and make sure you cast your vote for your favorite skier of this event. There, Chris Eller at the helm, David Skirvin in the judge's seat.
So we're moving into sort of that little group of skiers that you maybe would have thought might have run 10.75 yesterday, but didn't quite manage it. John Travers is definitely one of those guys. This is he won the Masters in I think 2011. He won the San Gervasio Pro-Am a number of, let's say a couple months ago. He's won a number of tournaments over the years. He's been on hundreds of podiums. So yeah, it was disappointing to see that from him yesterday. Very busy man. as we always say, you know, works in water skiing extremely hard. He puts on tournaments. He runs a ski school, and you know, and not to mention, we'll be at his lake on Friday, not even a week away, 5 days away for the next pro tournament. They're coming at you thick and fast right now.
All right, and with this successful opening pass, let's send it over to Wade.
Yeah, hey, Freddie, that's a perfect sort of prelude for next weekend for the Travers Grand Prix as John drops on the end. And, man, I know you want to be there to ski in it as you want to be out here right now. I mean, look at these conditions. This is absolutely perfect. There's a slight breeze that if there's any sort of rollers out there, it gives the water a little bit of a texture. But, yeah, per what I've seen happen on this lake over the last couple of years with these conditions, yeah, I'm really expecting 41 to be running the final. So coming up really soon. So we're going to see. Back to you guys.
Well, it's if someone knows something about slalom skiing, it's Wade Cox. So I think, you know, if he's going to say that there's going to be a 41 run, I think no one's going to bet against what he says. No, it's great having Wade here. I love it, I have to say. I mean, you know, a hero of mine growing up. So to be able to kind of, you know, be on this webcast with him and to have him, you know, when I'm skiing, to have him, you know, interview us and sort of be around the dock with us, you know, have chat off camera. It's fantastic, and I'm very grateful for it. But back to John. I mean, you know, John, yeah, would have been disappointed with his score yesterday. Here he is. He's got 38 off, a pass we're, you know, almost certain that he will run, but you know, he's fast on that gate. He's had to put the brakes. Will that affect him at buoy 2? It certainly hasn't affected him at buoy 1. 2 is perfect. He's running the pass extraordinarily easily. No issues whatsoever. And we've seen John get some big scores this year. I mean, he's been 3s and done a great number of 3s. He's been up to 4 a few times, I think. And I think he had a runoff for a pro event title early this year in France somewhere. So yeah, I think we're gonna probably bet on him running this next pass. He's like I say, very accomplished, yeah, I mean, beautiful 11 meter pass.
All right, good skiing there on a mission of redemption here, Jonathan Travers, and looking to try and put a score out there that will be tough for our remaining field to get on level terms with.
You know, we always expect a big onside from John Travers, but what I liked about that pass, that 2-ball was really balanced, smooth, and even yesterday, you know, I talked to him afterwards, and he wasn't disappointed with the way he skied. He was disappointed with his score, but he said he felt pretty good. He's just a little bit back, a little bit slow, but areas that he could change, areas that he can improve on, and hopefully he can show us some technique just like that 38, and that'll carry him through this 39.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, as you say, his start at 39 was very, very good. He had a really good 1 and 2, and then just 3 out the back a little bit. You know, lost a little bit of rope coming out of the turn, but which made it tough at 4. But this is, yeah, he's a little back there at 1 again. 2's good, very, very serviceable 2. 3's much better than yesterday.
That's a nice 3.
4's good, and I think we're going to see this run for the second one of the day, and it's actually a very, very easy pass.
Well, that's a great pass. Congrats to John Travers. He's looking in touch. The 1-ball may be a little bit shy. 2-ball was patient, wasn't kind of tight, but he lost a little ground. 3 was awesome, and then it was, hey, just chill and relax, and that's some of the best skiing I've seen from John Travers at this event, you know, over the last few years.
I think that, yeah, if there's one thing I would say that he needs to kind of watch out for, is just pulling that handle in a touch too early here at 135. I mean, we saw it on 3 yesterday. We saw it a touch there at 1. I mean, the rest of the pass was fantastic. Nothing wrong with it. Everything was very, very good. But, you know, he's coming into 41 here, which is the big pass. And if he gets that good 1, we know he can go down the pass. So, you know, that's the one key area I would look at.
Clarify that a little bit more, Freddie. What your inside, pulling in with his inside arm a little bit?
Yeah, like if it's, for me, on my onside at least, when I pull my handle in across too early, I put my weight onto the top of the ski, and you're on the top of the ski, it goes straight.
Yeah.
Right. So if instead of keeping the weight on the inside and rotating around that, you know, it can be helpful just to leave that handle where it is and just let that ski come through a bit more before you start moving.
Because there's a lot of contention about, you know, where the pressure should be as you come off the second wake. Some people kind of pull in with their inside arm a little bit to try and get the ski moving. Some try and ride the back arm. And I'm sure that's a bit of a, for viewers at home, a bit of an area of like, hey, where should it be? Hey,
So-
but let's get back to the water anyway. We'll talk about
Here
that
we
more.
go.
This is 41. He's challenging the lead. It's only half a buoy. Can he hook up
There's
at one?
one.
It's not bad. It's a little down course.
There's two.
Oh!
Oh, and he flips out the back there and gets 1.5 for that score for Jonathan Travers.
Is he okay? I hope he's all right. He sort of got folded a little bit there. He's probably a little bit more frustrated than anything. I think he's okay. The one ball wasn't bad. The ski popped up a little bit, kind of got a bit of a delay, and then it's a late, fast acceleration across to number 2. And to be able to handle that sort of whip in, yeah, he's a little bit behind. He went for it, but couldn't quite deal with the maybe that slightly later approach.
I guess what I was saying, Carl, just to clarify, is it's just at this point when you move back towards the handle. I think John just pulled the handle a touch earlier than what he would have wanted to do. I think that just ended up with him, having too much pressure on the tail of the ski. Whereas if he'd have left that handle on the inside and kind of moved back towards it, we all want to muscle our onside turn a little bit.
Let's talk more. I think we're going to head to Wade here in just a second. Maybe after the first pass from Stevie Island. Sorry, I thought you were talking more of the edge change.
I don't know anything about edge changes, mate.
Squeezing in on the inside arm through the edge change. I get what you mean about like just being a little bit too forceful.
Yeah.
The inside arm trying to get the ski move, and that creates that little bit of a push sometimes.
Yeah.
And we saw that little stall there for John. But a good score. He's in the lead. It's 1.5 at 41. And on the water next, Stevie Island came up a little short yesterday. Wasn't getting the great 135. But he said he was figuring things out. He's had some good scores behind this boat down at West Palm Beach over the last few weekends.
Hello.
But he's kind of capable of doing that, right? We'll see some funny stuff from Stevie once in a while like that, but it doesn't always translate to a poor end score. Anyway, we go to Wade.
Yes.
Hey guys, here with Jaden Eade, who had quite a spectacular run. You're super happy. Obviously, got into 41, but walk us through this 39 here. This was rather interesting.
Okay, well, it's not pretty, let me tell you, but I thought the gates were good, and one was actually really nice. I was able to calm myself down. I fell at 2 yesterday, but I was just working on being more calm. And then 2 was actually put me in a really good spot for 3, almost too early, I think. So I reached out there, made my reach, and then just waited on it that little bit too long and got back. And when I'm on the back foot into my offside, which is 2-4, the ski does some pretty weird things. And yeah, just stood straight up at 4. And there wasn't much thoughts going through my head till 5, just survive. Luckily, 5 is my onside, so I was able to make actually a decent turn and then just pray for 6. And I'm eventually got around it and didn't have as much slack as I was expecting to the exit gates, but yeah, just looking back in shock, like I don't know how that happened, but 41 I was a little bit disappointed. I thought the gates was all right actually, and then I just went for a little bit too hard of one. I hooked up and then I was going and then popped the handle. So I wanted to get at least a 2 up 41 to put pressure on some of the later seeds, but just eventually didn't end that way. So yeah.
Well, I'm sure you made one young man happy sitting there in the booth beside you, Tony. So anyway, back to you. Great run, Jaden.
All right, continuing right along.
What about that enthusiasm? I love that. He's so happy. He's beaming, and
he's pumped right now.
He's proud of himself. It's great. It's great to see.
And so he should be. He handled the pressure. He handled things well. He stepped it up a little bit from what he did here last year. But let's get back to the water because Stevie Island, we didn't really see much of this pass, but I think he ran pretty handily. Kind of found his tempo there. And we saw him a little bit heavy at 4 ball at 35. And sweeping through number 3 into 4 with the slow-mo replay. No problems. Keeping the rope tight all the way through. And tell you what, another skier that looks maybe a little bit slow at number 5, but that's always the case. Sometimes at the end of the pass, you kind of go, okay, that one's done. Let's get gear up for 39.
I'd say that's about as good as I've seen him ski, to be honest with you. I mean, he looks very fluent. The ski's moving through. There's less body movement than I've seen him do before, which is very. I mean, we're doing a sport of efficiency, so the less movement you're doing around the ski, the better. And I think that's going to set him up pretty well here. What did he run yesterday? He ran 4.
4. Yeah, it was a score of 4 at 39.
Yeah.
His 135 wasn't quite dialed in. He did it from the other end, a little bit rolly there as he sort of came off the handle. He's got a big 2 though. He's going to get himself back on time.
Oh.
It's too much.
Yeah, he got the turn on number 2 to keep him very much in the ball game. But then when it came time for him to execute a similarly spectacular turn on number 3, things didn't quite go as planned.
Definitely choppy here. Definitely choppy. Just as he's getting onto that inside edge, moving out, just a little bit of chop, which put him off. That's not what you really want into your offside turn, and that's. I mean, I guess with a 12 start, no one's going to be taking 41 from that end, so I don't think that's going to affect anything. At the very top end of the scores for today. I mean, assuming something doesn't happen at 43 between 2 skiers, but yeah, I mean, that's not ideal to have that chop, but he dealt with it okay. He's a strong guy. Turn 2 really well, but he's so loaded and so fast here that it's going to be tricky.
All right then, and with that in mind, let's send it over to Wade.
Suits you. It's like a Worlds final. Wide open, big field. And I overheard you say you got a really good night's sleep.
I did. The little guy slept a little better, so I'm feeling pretty good today. Yeah, excited. I guess we call this the final, so excited to be in the mix. And yeah, I think I was a little bummed yesterday. It felt better than my score, so we'll see if we can get it together. It's just good to be back in the mix. I'll be honest with you. It's just good to be on the dock, and we'll see what I can do.
New baby, obviously, and coming off this injury, and new move to Florida. Yeah, lots of changes in your life, right?
Yeah, a lot going on, but a lot of, super exciting things going on, right? So it's, it's just good to be back. I mean, we've got 4 events to finish the year. Hopefully be able to do all of them. And, yeah, we'll kind of keep pushing forward. So
shout out to your mom and dad, because I'm a mom and dad as well. So, yeah, back to you guys.
Alrighty, so entering the water right now, it looks like it is Aaron Davies. And we'll go back to kind of what we saw with Stevie Island as he approaches 1 ball at 39. A lot of rain over the last few weeks, and obviously a ton from Hurricane Helene. And the water's a little higher than typical out here at Lake Grue. Ski fluid, it's maybe, I don't know, a foot higher than we'd probably be this time of year normally.
A whole foot?
Yeah, probably, wow. Yeah. It's up a fair ways from from the ideal level anyway. So just as that boat makes a turn at the end, sometimes it kind of pushes back from that little bit of a steeper bank, and it's probably rolling in, and the skiers are catching it a little bit on the start of their 3rd pass. Hopefully, it's the skiers can get through it, but with the 12-meter start, that's 10.75, and it's a challenging 1 ball possibly.
I think it is, and to be clear, it's not massive. It's not a big deal. It's just that like when you're doing 39 3rd pass and you're going, you're decelerating from 60 miles an hour. It's tough to deal with anything small like that, but we'll go to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Tomas de Gasperi, who's won a whole bunch of titles in your career. And I had the sort of pleasure, the opportunity to be there when you won your very first title a lot of years ago.
Yeah, it wasn't yesterday. Remember, Ski West in France, we went, actually we kind of got together there and got to meet you and spend time with you. It was great. And then we went to Lacanau for the Malibu Open, and yeah, back-to-back wins was very fun. So yeah, good.
I was really jealous, and so was everybody else, because he was a fresh baby on the tour, and I was at the very end, and sort of knew it was my last trip to Europe, and then he dominated both events and yeah, became the champion that he is. And just another day at the office today, right?
Yeah, yesterday, with the weather, it was like on and off, and I was ready, then stop. I was ready, and then stop. And I thought I was going to ski a lot earlier, but I kind of got a feeling I could have get in sync yesterday, but hopefully today's another day.
All right, just another day at the office for this guy. Back to you guys.
All right, approaching the course now on pass number 2. This is 11.25 meters out of the northern English city of Bolton. This is Aaron Davies.
Okay, we're getting towards that section of the draw that we're oh so close to running 39 yesterday. This guy came up short. He ended up with a 5 at 39 and almost made a mistake at 6 there at 38. But yeah, him and Pagozzi, 5 and 5.5. Very close. He looked pretty good yesterday. Just got a little bit later and later and later, and then kind of pushed things a little bit hard at 5-ball from my recollection.
Yeah, he's quite an aggressive slalom skier. I mean, I mentioned yesterday, but you can sort of see he does a lot of rotation at the end of the turn just here, a lot of movement, and that's what probably put him off of his balance just a touch at buoy 1. People are not used to doing 11 meters on their second pass, so it is a little bit of an adjustment. There are a couple more mistakes happening, although as we've said, most people are improving. It's especially Aaron can make a mistake here and run this pass, as we just see confirmed on the screen. But yeah, he'll probably need to be a little bit more tidy on his third pass here at 10.75. As you say, he ran 5 yesterday and he wasn't really far away. But watch him here; he's as strong as an ox. I mean, this is a guy that when he does get out of position, he can hold on. He's got a grip strength of a wounded mule or whatever it is. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, he's able to get it going. So let's see what he does here on 10.75. Must run pass if he wants to trouble the top.
We've seen 2 skiers through this incredibly short pass so far. And can we see Aaron Davies join them?
Much better one.
Yes, tight number 1. He's picked up 2 a little bit hard. He's down course at 3, but strong and dominates number 4. He's still on it. Rotates a little bit fast at number 3. He gets around number 6.
Oh, just about
Did he get around
it.
6? I think that's tight. I think that's really tight.
It's going to be under review right now, but I tell you what, he took up a ton of slack there around.
I'm really
the
interested to see this. I mean, yeah, we'll see. I wasn't sure. He obviously threw it. He's a very tall guy, and he threw his feet last minute. But to me, it didn't look like he was necessarily with the angle to get around it. But who knows? A very strong guy. So we'll see.
2 got him in trouble then, didn't it? The 1 was great.
1 was perfect.
Yeah. 2, he sort of pushed a little bit, got stood up, and had to get going again. Now he's down course. It was a big number 4.
5 confirmed.
But we're looking at the review, and it's going to be a 5. Here we go. He is late from that angle. Doesn't look like he's going to make it, does it? And no. Pretty impressive he got back to the gates. If he'd got that was some impressive skiing.
All right, let's check in with Wade once again.
Hey guys, here John Travers in the clubhouse. John, let's have a look at your 41.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. It was much better skiing than yesterday. I just kind of committed a bit more from the start on having more speed on the gate and trusting it. And then at 41, I got that 1.5. I just didn't get out of 1 quite as well as I wanted. I got over to 2, and I'm getting this whip off the second wake. But yeah, all this I think looked pretty good. It felt really good. And I was like, okay, this is good. I get a little high-sided, I believe, out of 1. A little stood up there a little bit. But then I'm like, all right, commit, go hard. Felt good. But right here, I come up, and I just feel like I get a little burst of speed. And I think halfway through that, I was like, get a 2. Oh, go to 3. Get a 2, go to 3. And I kind of just lost where I was, and I just didn't, get the second hand on the handle and get my hips up. But, way better than yesterday, so I can't complain.
Good shot in the final, and we'll see you guys at your place next weekend. Travers Grand Prix, TWBC. Back to you guys.
Yeah, good to see him with a smile on his face. He did ski a lot better than he did yesterday. He's kind of figured a few things out.
All right, then we're taking a look at the instant replay from the boat.
This is 5.
So far past 5, and not a great position to 6.
Inside, and I mean that it does come down to a very small amount of space, and 5 centimeters extra. I wonder. I didn't see Aaron as he came off the water. I wonder if he thinks he got it or not. He is of course allowed to go and give his money to do a video review. I wonder if he'll do that. I would say, looking at that video, that it wouldn't necessarily be that smart. But anyway, we're on to Pigozzi, another guy. He got around 6 yesterday, but not out the exit gates. He ran a 5.5 yesterday. He's the last skier today that has not run a 39 off in this tournament. He's starting at 12. He's a guy that has run big scores over the years and has skied very, very well. Has won pro tournaments, and he's very capable of doing it today. And I think he's one of the guys where, well, we'll talk about it in a second when we come back from Wade.
Hey guys, here with handsome Rob Hazelwood, and we're keeping it light. Mr. Creative himself.
I try to be. I don't know how creative I am, but no, it's fun.
Now check it out, man. He's getting awfully creative. If you need somebody to work on some gear, man, you're a full-blown professional now, aren't you?
I don't know. I tried to be. I tried to be, but just having fun.
No, I follow. You do good work, and you're doing great work in the water. So what are your sort of predictions for today?
I don't know. Get to a 39 slightly better than, well, get to a 39 again would be great, whether it's better than yesterday or not. There's probably not much room to make it worse, and yeah, I'm pretty open to what's going to happen today. Just got to try my best, fight my way through a 39, and hope for the best.
Rob Hazelwood Creative, check it out. Back to you guys.
Not giving much away, is he, Rob? He's just like, yeah, I'm just going to go ski.
Very cagey, he is.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, I mean, I was looking when I saw that it was going to be everyone in the final, and thinking of the guys in the top 8 that maybe were feeling aggrieved that that was the case. I mean, I was looking at Pigozzi and Thomas de Gasperi and Sasha Descans as people that could really go and put out a huge score, having not done so yesterday, to set the cat amongst the pigeons and take some of those top guys out of that top 8. Robert, very, very capable, very powerful skier. And, we're going to see him come back at 39, which is a must-run pass for him, but something he's done many, 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 many times before.
And as we continue to move along, a very telling shot there from above the towboat, and seeing some of the weed that's close to the boat path. Hopefully it can stay exactly where it is and not move into it so much. But Robert Pigozzi getting a nice clean hook up there with that turn on number 2 as he rocks his way towards the end of the run.
And, as you said, Tony, he's dialed things down, but not too much. Like, he's still got some of the best leverage in the business. Look at that, it's that sort of lean against the boat. He gets the shoulder down. He's got a hell of a pull on the boat. He's still kind of one of the strongest skiers out there.
And he's also one of the heavier guys. Like I don't know, myself, I don't know, Steve Neveu, and that you see some of the guys like Jaden, Charlie Ross, Nate Smith. Like these guys are kind of on the skinnier side. They got that different build, but then you got another type, a bit more chunky. And to use that power. So bit of a rock there into 1, but very, very good 1, and
that's
and
a great 2 ball. Oh, he's getting rocked though, and that is hard to handle, isn't it?
God, that's brutal for him. That's really brutal for him, because actually his feet fell out in front of him into 1 and into 3, but the turns on 1 and 2 were very, very good.
Yeah, for sure. And 1 and 2 was great, and the turn was setting up to be decent at 3 too. He looks in touch on his ski, just out of balance, out of sync a little bit with that release off the second one, surprising him maybe.
Yeah, that's airborne, the aerial edge change that Tony always talks about. We haven't heard that from you, Tony, too much.
Not quite, but we haven't seen too much out of Robert Pigozzi. I mean, he definitely got real aerial into number 3 there and just couldn't really hold on to much of anything beyond that point. But the thing that surprises me a little bit with Robert Pigozzi is his zero offsetting. Being the kind of frame that he is, you would expect him to go at least with Bravo 2, but he's sticking with Alpha 2.
Yeah, that edge, I mean, the edge change, he's got it going into his offside. The edge change is perfect. Like, he uses
actually
his legs.
Yeah, and just too deep there. I mean, even he is not strong enough to hold that, and he's got to be... yeah, I mean, that's very definitely disappointing for him. He's a guy who's got a very, very high level, and we've seen him hit that high level a lot. It didn't happen for him today, but I'm sure he'll be at Travers on Friday, trying to get a place in Saturday's final, and we'll see him before too long.
Okay, on the dock, Sasha Deskun getting the soap out of his bindings, clicking in with those releasables, and he is going to be starting his finals campaign at 12 meters. As with all of our skiers, no one's choosing to go to 11. I don't think that's going to be an option today. Whether we see an opt-up, I don't know about that one either. It's a tricky call.
There's no wind to speak of, really, is there?
Not right now, no. And we talked about that, maybe increasing a little bit of the movement in the water coming from the end, the turnaround, and even down the jump end of the lake, just from the shore and from the boathouse down there. It's reached the edge there, so it does come back a little bit. Pretty calm in the course, but just the entrance can be a little bit moody when there's no wind like there is right now. Also, with the weed, the weed starts to float up a little bit when the wind doesn't kind of push it to the sides. So hopefully that doesn't pose a problem for any of our skiers. Let's get on board with Sasha Deskun pulling out on his gates. This is 35 off.
And he ran a 39 that was in the top 2 or 3 of the day yesterday. I thought just had a bad start there at 10.25, which it can all be over so quickly, having run 4 good passes up to that point. As we see him run a good pass here, and we're going to go and have a chat with Wade and the big TV.
Hey guys, here with Aaron Davies, who came up just a little bit short on his 39. Walk us through this. I already love your balance on your. That's the first thing I judge people by.
Yeah, no, the gate felt good. I felt like I had good speed, good start, like everything hooked up really well. Completely different to all the other passes. All the other passes weren't great. They kind of just settled in. 2 wasn't good. I was like, okay, just settle down, come out towards 3, and ski came around good again on that offside. I'm just struggling with 2-4 at the moment, as we see here. Get on the back, I'm like, okay, we're still here. Just keep turning. And then, similar thing to yesterday, a ski pops and I just get my hips behind me, trying to do everything I can, but I knew it wasn't enough. I mean, you don't know as a skier, but yeah, you just got to go through the gates and hope for the best, but it wasn't to be, unfortunately.
No, that was a bit of a bummer because you sort of did the hard part. You got mid 39, you were still in it, and then you were managing, but yeah, the little hiccup at 5 was really the sort of the costly error, correct?
Yeah, I've been doing that even in practice. Like the starts have been okay, the gate 1 and 2 has been at least runnable, and then just getting towards the end, and I don't know whether I get in my own head or something, and it happened a lot this summer as well, where I was coming into 3-4 ball okay, and just get them hit back, and it just comes later than ideal.
Well, we certainly understand that, but he's going to be back. He's a champ. We'll see him again soon. Back to you guys.
And just watching Sasha come through at 38 off, 11.25, kind of jogs my memory a little bit from kind of what we saw from him yesterday, guys. He looked good, didn't he? He looked really nice on his 32, 35, 38, even his 39 looked solid.
Controlled
the 41
aggression.
from this end, he struggled a little bit gate timing, as did a few people, and kind of came off the handle a little bit early, came up a little bit shorter than he expected at number 1. Obviously, things have switched up a little bit. He's going to be running 39 from this end, can afford a little bit of a mistake if he does make it. And then hopefully has his shot from 41 from the other end. What do you think he's learned from yesterday?
Yeah, I think if I'm standing in his shoes, I'll say to myself, having been disappointed with 1 at 41, well, I did 4 really good passes and I ran a really, really good 39. That's the positive I take, and then I go, well, okay, I made a mistake. I think he was a bit narrow on the gate, as I recall, and like you said, just kind of came up a little bit early into 1. So you just go, okay, well, don't be narrow on the gate at 41. It's very hard to get that speed into 1 and across in front of 1. So these things do happen. It's very frustrating to get a low score having set yourself up for a good set. But I think that he's not going to lose too much confidence, and I think we're going to probably see him run a good 39 here, like he did yesterday. Let's see how he goes.
Here comes Sasha Deska coming in on 10.75 meter. Oh, almost getting buried in towards buoy number 2, but he's good to go for number 3. Round number 4.
Oh, he's on it now. So early for number 5.
And just taking it out on buoy number 6 and through.
The 1 was good. Got a little bit folded across to 2. That's kind of his normal position, though. He's a little bit more compact. He lost his chest and his hips forward, hips back a little bit, chest forward. Dealt with it nicely, and then from 3 onwards, it was autopilot, just cruisy. So a great pass at 39 off.
He did sort of what Joel Poland did from 2 to 3 at 39. You can get at 41. You can get away with this at 39. He'll have made that note. Don't get ahead of myself into buoy 2, because as good as buoy 2 was, you don't have that space to get out in front. And that's really low, that left shoulder. But as you say, autopilot from here.
All right, then. So the only two competitors up to this time that have cleared 10.75 meters are Jonathan Travers and Jaden Eade. You can add Sasha Deska to that list. Now the question is, who is going to prevail as our lead skier beyond this pass coming up right up at 10.25 meters?
Well, John Travers currently has the lead. It's a 1.5 score, but he's left the door wide open, hasn't he? You could see in his interview he's saying, oh, should I turn it? Should I not? Should I stand up? Should I get 2? Should I get 3? And when you're in doubt like that, sometimes it puts you kind of on the defensive. But I have a feeling the top score is going to be from this man on the water right now. Sasha Deskun coming back at 41. He's been getting 3s consistently. He probably knows, but going out this early, that, hey, a 3 is probably not going to do it, though. He's going to have to try and turn that 3. So, the round yesterday definitely working in the top guy's favour. They're going to have a higher seat. Oh, what's going on here? He's coming back.
Is that a shore path reride?
I have a feeling we've got a shore path issue, or I didn't see the score under review, so hopefully we're still going.
Oh, they forgot to shorten the rope.
Oh, yikes. That's...
Yeah, that's not ideal. It does happen, you know. It's happened to me a couple of times. It is fairly infrequent, but you know, he probably knew. To be honest with you, I would say he probably knew. Coming out of 1 into 2, he's probably gone, okay, that feels a bit too easy.
Yeah.
You do know the difference as you're shortening sequentially. You know what 39 feels like, and he probably knew. So, in some ways, maybe I'm going to say attaboy too. He probably went, well, okay, you know, let's just keep the pass going. You know, that's unfortunate, but you know, as much as you don't want to be losing too much energy in a nervous pro tournament, he started at 12, so he's still
only on his 4th pass,
so
he's got another little pass under his belt to kind of relax into things. And I would say that little mistake that he made from 1 to 2 is probably the moment of realization. Oh, hang a second, this doesn't feel 100%.
The rope's not holding me in the way that 39 normally does.
Exactly.
And that kind of gives you an indication of how well conditioned these athletes are, you know, as that you turn and you expect a certain kind of pole at a certain kind of length.
Yeah.
You know, it's dialed down to those finite margins.
He will, well, he's had another little practice. It's not ideal for him, but nothing he can't deal with. And here we go. 10.75 correctly this time, his second pass in a row from this end.
There's 1.
Solid 1.
No, he's on it here. It was a bit of a slower, maybe patient number 1 and 3, but still.
Sank.
Keep going, Sonny, keep going.
6 buoy. 6 buoys on that pass there from Sasha Deska.
I think your accent really did it for me there, Tony. That was the crowning moment.
Is it a southern French accent?
So Sasha, I mean, and demonstrating here that it was a slower turn, but by which I mean he got all the angle he needed just a little bit further down the lake. And as anyone who slalom skis or has any understanding of slalom skiing watching at home will realize, you're better off finishing with all the angle a little later than to finish earlier but with less angle. So he was in very, very good shape to get through that pass. It was easy. It was basically just as easy as the previous pass that he ran.
Yeah.
So again, his slightly disrupted rhythm hasn't affected him, and he's going to come into 41 feeling good. And I think he's made the boat judge, who was meant to shorten behind that first time, feel a little bit happier and breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, you like to see the patience. You know, a lot of skiers often talk about being patient on their offside. Patience is great as long as you're still turning and you finish with some angle. If you're being patient, you're not doing anything, it's not getting anywhere, you're just losing time. But he was calm, he was still turning, so when he did finally hook up, although he was down course a little bit, had the swing, the angle and the approach to nail his onside 2 and 4. Let's see 41, guys. The lead stands 1.5. Can he take it out of John Travers' hands?
Here he comes, Sasha Deska, 10.25 meters. Oh, horrid start on buoy number 1. Now he's going to really have to muscle this one out, and he's inside 3.
That's 2, which you know, he's capable of more. You know, we know that, and I think he'll be a little bit upset that he, you know, as much as he's improved on yesterday, he knows he's capable of more than 2. And frankly, I thought that he had a not a great one, but a one that would be enough for him to turn two very aggressively, like he often can, and get over to three. But he dropped his shoulder again here, Tony, into buoy two, which I think kind of made it hard for him to change his edge.
Yeah, really dropped in very hard, and he just didn't have much of anything to combat that from one into number two, and he was losing distance down course. And there we go. That is a 2 buoy count there for Sasha Diska, and we'll have a look at this from the towboat. Really driving in hard with his right shoulder off the on the gate shot, and the result is what you see right there.
Yeah, and really, I mean, doing very well to get so close. I mean, you can see the spray wrapping around that buoy there at three, but not quite enough. He's in the lead, though. I mean, let's not lose sight of that. He's in the lead with 11 skiers left, 11 extremely capable skiers, of course. I don't think he's going to end up 12th. I think he might end up in a tie somewhere, but I think it'll be three or more that does it today. Probably more around that 4-5 mark, maybe even further. But I don't think he'll stay in the lead for a very long time. He could stay in the lead for a little while. So in some respects, it's job done. In others, it's a disappointing moment for him where he knows that he's capable of more. In slalom skiing, it's a sport of failure. You go until you miss. But his failure was at an earlier point than he would have wanted. Thomas de Gasperi, Tony, we saw him interviewed earlier.
Yeah.
And he said Wade was talking about his first ever win. I believe, in fact, I'd put money on that being in 2005, which is, and it was sort of in July 2005. So it's over 19 years ago. He won in 2023 with Malibu Open. So he's got 18 years between pro event wins, which is pretty special. As we go to Wade.
Yes, indeed.
Hey guys, here with Sasha, our new leader with 2 at 10.25, and it was a rather interesting set, almost like a practice set, but unknown.
Yeah, and actually it was. I think it was a good thing for me because I was not here this morning, the first two passes, and when I ran the second 11, I said, man, how did you drive? It was so easy. But of course, it was a little long, but no, it was okay. I mean, people don't know, but I have a really bad memory here, so it's not easy for me to ski on this lake. Even if it was a long time ago, it's in my mind. So, yeah, it's okay. I'm alive. I did 2. It's not a good score, but it's okay.
No, it was okay, and I expect certainly to come back after that, and you just treat it like, hey, man, it's just another pass. Got to do it, and you did.
Yeah, and he actually felt the same, because I was warmed up. 10.7 is supposed to be I need one more pass to get ready, so then it was perfect.
But probably the same as at home. What he really wishes he had another go at the 41, right? So we always want one more chance. That's why we keep doing it. But loving it. He's in leader in the clubhouse. Back to you guys.
Always seemingly finding something good from a situation like that there, Freddie.
Well, he's always honest. That's what I like.
Yeah.
He doesn't really sugarcoat it, which is refreshing because I'm so sick of people saying, I'm just happy to be here. It's just the lamest thing you can hear in an interview. I never want to hear it again, frankly. But yeah, no, it's great. And I mean, I think I'm familiar with what he's talking about. He broke his ankle, I think, for the second time. He's had a number of ankle injuries. I think he broke it, 5-6 years ago in a record tournament, throwing himself at a buoy. And you talked about his aggression yesterday, Tony, and we'll get to Thomas in a minute. But yeah, I mean, like it's something that there's aggression through the wakes and sort of being very committed in the correct place. There's also aggression where you don't need it. And I mean, I've been guilty of that in the past, throwing myself at things I didn't need to. And I think Sasha and I have both learned from that through hard experience.
All right, just listening in a little bit with Cole McCormick on dockside as we look at the instant replay once again for Thomas de Gasperi, who comes out of Trento in the northern part of Italy. Actually had the good fortune of visiting his site this past summer. Beautiful beautiful lake, absolutely clear all the way down to the bottom, incredibly deep. Slalom, the slalom course and everything that's set up on that site are just absolutely top class.
I'm going to have to go. Everyone keeps talking about how great it is. I need to see it.
Yeah, you should.
And Thomas is an accommodating guy. I know that all the HO guys went over there and had a good time last year. You've been, Tony.
Yes, finally.
Maybe I'll go and see what the fuss is about.
Yeah, he might even let you ski.
Well, I hope so. Next year. I'll aim for next year then.
All right. So, Thomas de Gasperi.
10.75. You know, Thomas is... You know, one of the most interesting things about Thomas, I think, in his career is he won Moomba. He has won Moomba 3 times since the age of like 32. I think he's won it in the last 10 or 11 years. He's won it 3 times, and that's pretty special. He also had a runoff at least once, which I think he had a runoff with Nate for a win. Oh man!
Whoa! And I don't know what happened there.
That's crazy, and I feel sorry for not commentating that pass, but you're surprised to see him. You're so used to seeing Thomas de Gasperi run 10.75 that it's almost like you don't expect him to miss it. And he had a good start. Now, I mean, he's second in the tour right now, so that's going to have, and it's sort of a fairly slender second. I mean, Will's way out in front. Thomas is second, but there's a couple of skiers right behind him. That's a big deal. I mean, he's going to be nowhere near the points here. The top 12 get points, and that's very tough. Tough for Thomas, and an interesting thing for the tour. I think we just saw Cole McCormick, who I think now sits 4th. Rob Hazelwood is 3rd. So these guys' eyes are lighting up, thinking, well, if I can get ahead of Thomas, I can start taking some points. So it's really close. Rob Hazelwood, 122 points in 3rd. Thomas, 125. Cole McCormick tied for 3rd, actually, with 122. Some loser called Freddie Winter with 114 points. No more points this year in 5th. And then Nate, of course, very dangerous there in 6th with 110 points. So, I mean, Rob and Cole, if they can get ahead of Thomas today, which are, in the top 12 getting some points, they're gonna take second. Thomas has been 4th before, I think a couple of times in 2021, and again last year he came 4th. I can't remember where he came the other year, but he's always been, there or thereabouts. But yeah, it's a very slender lead for him in second. I think that he might lose that today. Rob and Cole and Nate, big scores from them will pull them ahead of Thomas.
All right, then. So as Thomas de Gasperi exits the stage, that now leaves us with our next skier to take to the water, coming to us out of the state of Queensland in Australia. It is going to be Lucas Cornell.
All eyes on Lucas. Probably I keep talking about Charlie Ross at the same time as Lucas, but we've seen Charlie Ross come along. We saw him run 10.75 the very first time, 3 or 4 years ago at the Swiss Pro. But Lucas has kind of been the story of this year, like this sort of sensation. He came 4th at Moomba, took his first ever pro podium at the age of 18 on the Yarra, which is not easy. I mean, that's a very tough place to ski, and to be able to go out there and ski so well, it's very impressive. He's since run very big scores. I've heard he trained extremely well over there at Travers. He's running 41 a lot. He's a great skier. He's a very, very good skier, and we're happy to see him here, and I'm very excited to see what he does here. He had a bad one at 41 yesterday, but went all out at Buoy 2, missed the handle. I saw the replay, he showed it to me, missed the handle, and just lost that purchase to be, that ability to get over to 3.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, so sitting here with Will Asher, and we are watching what, Will?
We're watching the World Championships of cycling. Yeah, Tade's on a tear right now.
So we have a 2-time world champion watching the World Cycling Championship, and we're big, huge cycling fans. So yeah, this is the way we spend a lot of our spare time, is chatting about this. It sort of kills time nicely, doesn't it, Will?
Yeah, the last thing I want to do is think about water skiing right now. So just anything I can do to not think about it.
And then, so what are sort of the benefits? Like, mentally of going out on a road ride on a day off?
It's just the escape. You know, it gives you free time. There's nothing you can be doing besides riding the bike. You're not going to do any chores. You're not going to answer any emails. So it's just the time to be by yourself and just, you know, make yourself hurt in a way, or, you know, push out some of your demons.
Leave the phone at home?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you shouldn't be looking at your phone, right? Riding your bike. Yeah.
Or back pocket.
Yeah, and it's just a great way to explore the area. You know, I know my roads around my house and around here like nowhere else in the world.
Well, he's like no one else in the world. We're going to see him out there in the water soon. Back to you guys.
All right, Lucas Cornell, and if he desires for a little bit of distraction in the realm of sports, maybe something along the lines of the AFL. His native Brisbane Lions taking the victory a couple of nights ago against the Sydney Swans to the tune of 120-60 in the grand final.
God, you'd never have thought it, would you, Tony?
Yeah.
Scoreline like that. Wow.
Yeah, I think the Sydney Swans got curb stomped on that one.
Oh, they did. The old Swans, those damn Swans.
All right then, and back onto the water, and just look at that turn. Just look at that approach into buoy number 2. Just getting dialed right in. He turns, sets, and then just lets the boat just sling him from one side of the course to the next.
He's a very, very tidy skier. As much as he uses, a fair amount of leverage, he does everything the same every single time, and he never you never see him dump over to the side, and that's what you'll see a lot from young skiers, but a lot from people that maybe aren't as capable of have as high of a ceiling as Lucas does. Like he keeps very balanced on the water, and he's always moving to the next buoy with that balance, never off balance. We'll see him now. 10.75. It's a must-run pass. I think he will run it. He ran it well yesterday. Not his best one of all time. Pretty long into 2. He's actually late here, and he's going to have to work, and that's not it. And it's
oh my word.
That's very disappointing for him. I mean, I'm surprised. That's unusual because he's been ripping it up. He looked great yesterday, and then he kind of actually was very, very similar to his attempt at 10.25 yesterday. He kind of got a bit of a weird one. A score under review, but I'm not sure it's going to make any difference to anything particularly. I thought it was a decent enough gate, but yeah, dropped the shoulder into 2, pulled quite long, and then here just grabbed the handle too early, and that ski never came through, so he was in trouble. He's around, well, is he around 2, 3? I don't know, but anyway, he's not done what he wanted to do,
no,
and
exactly.
So he's missed 10.75, which I think is the first time I've seen him miss it all year, outside of Moomba, where no one runs it really. So yeah, disappointing for him, and sad for all of us to not see Lucas Cornell go and do a huge score, as we always wish these young guys on, and he's a very, very good, very, very good skier who we're going to see a lot from in the future.
Yeah, certainly one of the new exciting young talents coming through in the men's slalom event. Lucas Cornell, unfortunately, in this instance, unable to come through with a score that's going to satisfy his ambitions with this event, Luke. But we're certainly wishing him the best of luck with the remaining tournaments to come. Starting off with the Travers Grand Prix, which will be next weekend, and live coverage of that competition being brought to you by TWBC.
Well, sorry guys, I had to step away for a second, and a couple of upsets there while I was away.
Yeah.
Thomas de Gasperi coming up short, and Lucas didn't predict that at all.
No, two skiers who, at opposite ends of their career, let's say, but Thomas, you'd never, ever, ever bet on him missing 10.75. I've been skiing against him for 10, 11 years, and I think I've seen him miss 10.75 on a flat lake maybe 3 times, right? It doesn't happen. So very unusual. And then Lucas again, a guy that's been running really big scores at 10.25. It's his first year in professional skiing. He's actually done a lot of tournaments. He didn't come to Europe, but he did all the start of the year in America, and he's here for the end of it. I imagine we'll see him do all the next 4.
Yeah, and making some serious finals too along the way.
Yeah, no, he came
podium at Moomba
at the Lake 38 Pro. He came into buoy 3 with a 3 of us tied at 3 and tried to turn it to go for the win, which he fell and fell off the podium. But it was an amazing display of aggression and
confidence.
Confidence, exactly.
All right. 12-meter start for Cole McCormick, the Masters men's slalom champion. from this May. And there he is through the exit gates. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Tomas de Gasperi, and Thomas, it's probably not the replay you want to watch. That's sort of the way it shakes out sometimes, but yeah, give us your thoughts.
35, 38, I felt great, and then even the gate wasn't too bad. I mean, the first time I see it, one ball wasn't too bad, two wasn't good. I mean, two wasn't bad either, and then three ball just, I have no idea. Just no line and no control, and I mean, I thought it was okay, and then look. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's my fault, and I thought I was skiing better than yesterday, to be honest, and I was feeling better, and sometimes it happens, and I only have to blame myself.
No, the same. I thought your 11 looked good, and I like the start at 10-7, and yeah, that lack of line, which sort of led to that overturning back foot. It's such a rare thing for a righty like yourself, but yeah, when it happens, there's like no coming back from it, huh?
No, I mean, I tried to hold on, but the load was too heavy, and I start going forward. There's no really time to get hurt, and we still have 3 events, so I'll put this behind me and look forward and train hard for the next one, and hopefully I'll do better.
Well, Bummer, that's why he's a champ, man. He takes it, and he's like, hey, I'm going to see you on the water soon. Back to you guys.
As we watch Cole McCormick through the tail end of his 38 off pass. Such a fickle sport, slalom skiing. Thomas de Gasperi there, kind of a little unsure. Even a seasoned champion like himself, unsure as to the mistake he made. But good outlook on it. He's going to go back, train hard, and we'll see him at the next few events. And I'm sure he'll be back in the finals and back on tops of podiums here very shortly. But Cole McCormick looking strong through his 38 off.
Yeah, good sport from Thomas there to come off the water and be able to sort of talk about it so calmly, amongst disappointment. I'm impressed with that. And I mean, it just shows that it takes not a second, it takes a millisecond to ruin a set. It takes a millisecond to ruin a whole tournament. And Thomas in this extended final has put himself, somewhere that he's going to end up pretty far down the list of results, sadly.
All right, continuing on with the action that's on the water at this time, we've got Cole McCormick, who's good to go with his opening 2 passes of 12 and 11.25 meters. As I briefly hinted upon, the U.S. Masters men's slalom champion, his first major professional win.
All right, 39 off. He got through this yesterday. He picked up a 1.5 at 41. It's a hard turn in on the gate. A little abrupt. A little ski twitch at number 1. Little loose line. He's a little down course. Gets the shoulder down. He is a strong guy, though. And navigates 4 well. And easy as you like. Round number 6.
I'm not sure I fully...
And right on cue. Right on cue.
I'm not sure I fully agree with you. I don't think that was his most fluent 10.75 I've seen him run. I think he's
trying to stay positive,
No, sure, and fair enough. I didn't see that, and it didn't scream to me that.
The 2 was the trouble there, wasn't it?
2 was weird, and I think 4, like although it came through well, he was maybe a touch off balance at the end of that turn. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Cole, he's someone who he talked about his second chance he had last year. Yesterday he got the 1.5. He got a perfect 1. He fell around 2, and then I think there was some weather or whatever. He asked for a rear ride, didn't get it. So he's on the outside looking in of the top 8. He's very happy, of course, that they extended the final to 21, and he'll be here with with the opportunity to go and. He's a guy that can go and get big scores. I mean, he ran 4 a lot earlier this year, and very capable of doing that today. And often. When I've found myself, when I've run slightly scrappier first passes, and sometimes it gets you real dialed in for the big pass.
Or being left wanting in the first round, a little disappointed.
Well, Will Asher said it yesterday, didn't he? He said it didn't feel good until his 41.
Gets
and then
aggressive
it great.
now. Let's see what he's got for us. It's 41 off. He's chasing down a lead of 2 from Sasha Descun.
Here he comes.
It's a big one ball.
Oh, huge one. There's number 2. He's still there on top. He's still upright.
Oh, he's going to be absolutely gutted with himself. That is devastating. Reviewing 2 ball
That was huge number one, though. I think that was a massive number one, but almost too big, and maybe got him across there till he lost his tempo at number two, because he ended up kind of hooking up kind of late out of the number two that side.
They are reviewing two ball. Now, Cole is someone that has been known to go inside of buoys. I mean, not through his aim, but no, he's around it. He's definitely around that, I would say. And
just had to deal with a little bit of rope and a little down course, and it put a lot of pressure. He was going for the big number three.
Rope. The ski went over the rope. That is absolutely devastating, because I mean he's going to get over the four and S turn and get the four, and that, I think, four will be a very competitive.
For sure.
Four will put you on the podium today, certainly. Yeah, no, he's around that too pretty easily, I'd have said. And then yeah, that tip of the ski just got pulled up at the wrong time. I mean, I often think I'd like my slalom ski at the front to be about 6 inches shorter, because you don't use that part of it, and you just don't, at that point you wouldn't have any rope to deal with at that point. But anyway, so we move from one big turning lefty to another. Dane Meckler is another guy just like Cole McCormick, a guy who's still searching for his first pro win, a guy that I would say deserves it. He's easily good enough. He was the guy I thought would be the next pro winner. He's had a second at the Miami Pro in 2022, I think. He had a runoff for first place, didn't quite get that, which would have been devastating. But he's the guy who will win the next pro event for the first time, I think. And he's on his comeback. Let's see what Dane can do after we talk to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with a old friend with new responsibilities. This is Kevco, as we call him, Kevin Michael, the executive director for USA Waterski and Wake.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. It's good to be here. Definitely elite tournament atmosphere. Anytime you're in Central Florida, you got the hitters out here. Like, it's just on another level.
Well, and I saw you out in California at USA Waterski Nationals, and you have 8 other sports that you're responsible for as well.
Yeah, sure. AWSA 3 event is the founding pillar of what we do, and it's a big focus of ours. I moved down here to Winter Haven to be closer to all this, and we're trying to pour some gas on this thing and take it to its next level.
Well, I love it. When I heard the announcement that you were going to be the executive director, I was like, yay, our sport needs a boost, and yeah, we're happy to have you. So look this guy up, man. He's going to help our sport. Back to you guys.
Very happy to hear from Kevco. He's a very, very good chap, and every time I see a politician of water skiing at a tournament on a weekend when they're not having all their stuff paid for, it's just great to see. He's someone that's motivated to help the sport, and you don't often see that, so that's great. Dane Meckler, 11 meters. He's like I say, this guy is extremely, extremely good. He's one of the guys that when I'm skiing, he's one of the top guys I look at for what's his score going to be. He's exceptionally good at slalom skiing, so we're going to see some big score from him today, I'm sure.
So tight on 135 all the way through that pass. I looked over my shoulder and he turned 3-ball, and I think he kind of hit the ball on the way back. He was so early coming out of that side. And a dominating second pass. He looked good yesterday too. Probably had to get the nerves out of it because he hadn't been out of the system because he hasn't been in a pro event for a little while. But it didn't look like it phased him too much.
Just absolutely sits on top of the buoy and just waits for that ski just to whip round and allow him to ski into a very, very strong position indeed. I like the way he skis there, Freddie.
Yeah, I like it too. It's fairly uniquely his own. He's got that very big onside turn that's just quite traditional, but then the offside where he really advances and puts the handle forward. I think that's not something that Dane is one of the smaller guys in the field, and he, as I always say, we're all driving our own vehicle, and with unique attributes, and he's able to move around on the ski a bit more, being one of the shorter guys. He's not going to sink the front or slam the tail into the water as much, so he does a really good job there, and he's a very, very good skier, as we see here. Good 1, good 2. We've seen Dane run this 100 times, more than that, and it's a pretty easy 10.75. Yeah, I mean, he said a number of times how disappointed he was with 2 at 41. I mean, I think again, he's of course capable of more. We see him get over to 4 quite a lot, but this is his comeback tournament, so he hasn't done this in a number of months.
So obviously he's got a lot of strength to his skiing, but we'll watch a replay on that one. And we've seen some of the other skiers get kind of railed off the second wake, a little bit opened up. And I think that's probably one of his strengths. He uses his knees so well, and the ski hardly moves through the wakes as it rolls through onto the other edge. Watch this as he there's no hesitation, no loss of balance or position, especially into that offside. Just sucks his knees up, rolls it through, and the ski maintains its connection with the water, and the orientation in the water just stays perfectly still all the way out to the buoy and through the backside.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, actually. He doesn't push the ski in front of him. He's always riding the middle of it.
Yeah.
So you'll see a lot of people, especially into their offside, they'll shoot their feet out in front, and that kind of puts them on a path sort of more inside the buoy or towards the buoy, as opposed to continuing moving out, having done a good job of generating all that angle out of their onside. So I think he does a really, really good job there. I'm excited to see this pass. I think we're going to see. He'll definitely turn 2. We'll see how much further he gets than 2, but he's definitely going to go for that big turn. And if he can get over to 3, he's going to run 4 or more.
Ever so slight tailwind pushing him in as he comes in. 41 off, 10.25, chasing down a lead of 2.5. Cole McCormick sitting out front.
Good one, great one. Yeah, he's going to run 4 here.
This is going well.
He's in the lead.
Can he turn number 4? He's going to scamper across to 5. He's got it.
Oh,
huge
pops
score.
It looks like it's going to be 4.5.
I think that's going to be his first win. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of good skiing, still to come, but that's a huge score to do in a final. In fact, I'm going to go as far as to say that's his best ever score in a final. He's run 4 a number of times. I know we've seen him run 10.25 at the World Championships in 2021 in the runoff. We've seen him run a 5 in a few tournaments and some qualifying rounds, but no, I mean, it was a beautiful one. 2 comes around fantastically, and what a result to come back from an injury and so strongly. I heard he's been skiing for a month or 2, didn't go to the California Pro-Am, but to give himself a bit more time, and here he is.
Look at this.
And he really
almost held on to it too.
Yeah,
what a story that would be, wouldn't it? Out for most of the season.
Guy's skier of the day.
Huge injury, comes back, 4.5 of 41, takes the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. There's 6 skiers remaining that have got something to say about that, though.
Yes, indeed.
For me, I don't care what happens for the rest of the day. I think he's my skier of the day to come back from an injury and ski so well. That's really impressive. But anyway, everyone, go vote. Let's have a look and see what people think.
Absolutely. Make sure you get your vote in. Waterskibroadcasting.com. Waterskibroadcasting.com. Vote for your skier of the day. Sponsored to you, Healthy Snacks. All right, skier on the water at this time. It's Joel Poland.
Anything can happen, Joel Poland on the water right now. And he would have watched that performance, and I bet his heart rate's going, the adrenaline's up. He didn't do a hand drag for you, Freddie. That's good.
Yeah, it's definitely good. He knows better than to do that. Yeah, but Joel, he's quite good at sort of not caring. I think that's he's. I've been impressed with Joel before. Like I remember, I'm always like a big ball of nerves, and there's Joel just going, I'm going to win all 3. All right, mate. So I think that him seeing Dane go out and get a score that Joel's one of the few people who've actually beaten that score ever. So he'll be he'll be okay. Skiing well out there, I can go do it.
All right, we see Rob Hazelwood going through his ritual of scrubbing his hands, trying to get all the oil off them before he puts his gloves on. As we continue right along here at the 2024 MasterCraft Pro at Lake Gru, the home of Ski Fluid and Action Water Sports. And glad to have the pleasure of your company as we work our way towards the conclusion of the men's slalom competition.
Tony, we've had 21 skiers in this event. We're down to the last 7, I believe. Poland, Hazelwood, Colwell, Ross, Vaughan, Smith, Asher. We've seen some exciting scores, especially from the skier just completed. Dane Meckler, 4.5 at 41. But a ton of great names on the dock remaining. Can we see a full pass through 41? Joel's done it before. He's got a huge number 4 at 11.25. just kind of testing things out. He's feeling good.
He does.
He had a
look good.
big jump yesterday. He's in the jump final for us later on this afternoon. But Slalom's the one I know he really wants. You know, he's been there and thereabouts. He's won some jump titles. He's won some trick titles. But he's just fallen slightly shy of the slalom victories.
Yeah, I mean, he's not been on a million slalom podiums, but that's because he's actually improved quite a lot in the last year or two. I think he came third at the tournament in Canada last year. He came third at the Swiss Pro this year. Qualified for Masters thereafter. But I think we saw him talk yesterday before he skied about how he's slaloming quite well, and he's a man who's not short of confidence, as you said yesterday. But I think he does this looks to be correct from the way he's skiing right now.
Okay, so we're straight into 39 off, 10.75. A little bit of a warm-up, only 2 passes. It's a tough ask, but Joel Pollan's been there before. And can we see another skier through 41 off? We've had 5 competitors run this pass. And he's got a big number 2, kind of fell into it a little bit, a little down course, but a huge pull across to number 4. And losing a little bit of time, a little bit of line, but nothing to kind of threaten that pass. And he's got his shot in just a few moments. We're going to wait down the end. The time is set for about 50 seconds right now, just to let the water settle. And the judge will be shortening that rope up to 41 off for us.
So Dane, our leader in the, with, as Wade says, the leader in the clubhouse. Dane is a guy that has skied 1 Pro Tour event this year. He skied the Swiss Pro and he did not make the final. So he basically has no points. He was 6th off the dock yesterday, in the first round. He mentioned he wasn't, I think, with a smile on his face, that he wasn't super happy about that. Well, now he's going to be. There's a lot of points on offer today. There's 60 points. If he can get that first spot, that 60 points, that'll put him, more or less in the top 10, I think, and then 48 points for second. There's 2 points on offer for best score. So I think he's going to be, first, second. I mean, if he's in third place with 4.5, then that's a hugely high level of tournament, which we do see happen. Joel Pollan, 10.25. He's not had a very good one. Over to 2, and he's not going to get to 3, and he might even have gone inside of 2. I don't know. They might review or might not. But yeah, that's not what he wanted. Joel will be frustrated. I think he looked better yesterday, didn't he, Kiwi?
Yeah, he looked like he roped number 1 yesterday and really got a hold of 2. Some confidence. Maybe the slight tail when he got around 2. It's going to be a full score. And it's not a bad performance. He's put himself into third, but he knows he needs more. He would have loved to get a 3 or a 4 or even further, but not to be for Joel Pollan. But he's got another chance later on. He's going to be out for our jump final and trying to track down Freddie Kruger, who has the top performance from yesterday.
All right, and as we see Joel Pollan get 2, let's check in with Wade.
Yes, Freddie, I am here with the leader in the clubhouse, and man, must feel good, Dane.
It feels better than than I can say. It's I'm not trying to be emotional here, but the injury, you sit on the couch and you kind of wonder you ever get back, and I knew I would, but I'll be honest, it was a lot of work, and to go and do that today, man, it feels good.
Well, I had you on my short list. I just said, man, who's going to go in a big, large final like this and put one up? And I was like, yeah, Meckler's going to do it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Wade. I really had that one going. I've been skiing well in practice, had a lot of confidence, and this close, I think I would have been to the other side, but super happy with 4.5.
No, that was a big score, guys. So, yeah, enjoy.
Right behind us, we got Rob Hazelwood coming through at 12. He had a funky 1-ball, got in pretty deep. And never really kind of settled out through that pass. It's not a problem. He ran it pretty easily in the end. but just looking like he's moving around and still maybe feeling a few effects from the rib injury he sustained maybe a week or so ago.
Yeah, it's kind of weird starting on 12, and I think we got to wait again.
Hey guys, we were walking to do an interview with Cole until Dane sort of set the world on fire, but you've been in his situation, sitting home on the couch, wondering if you were ever going to be back, and now you're back, and yeah, you had a pretty good run going there in the final.
Yeah, honestly, I've had a similar situation to him a couple years ago. I was coming off an ankle injury at California Pro-Am, and I was in a walking boot for 2 weeks prior to the tournament, and I had maybe 3 or 4 practice sets the week before this tournament. Ended up getting second, so I know how good it feels to really struggle with the ankle injury and get through it and put out a good score in a pro final. I mean, ankles are so hard because it's so hard to trust it, especially on your offside with the fear of blowing your tail. And I mean, I feel so good for him, man. He's worked so hard to come back from his ankle.
Well, and it's so awesome to see you back in the final, ripping healthy. So yeah, more Masters in the future, right? Back to you guys.
All right, continuing right along, we've got Rob Hazelwood, 11.25 meters, second pass.
Okay, so we were talking about him yesterday, and he was looking a little bit out of shape on some of his earlier passes, but he still, even after a bit of a delay down the end, he still kind of cranked through his 39 and posted a pretty handy score. He looked like he settled down on pass number 2 there, Freddie.
Yeah. He looks a lot better. He looks a lot better, and I mean, he gave an interesting interview earlier, didn't he? When he was very didn't want to speak too much. He's a guy that is generally quite emotive and communicative, but he seemed very focused. Seemed very much sort of like trying to understand what he's going to do internally without having to put it out there. So, remember, as much as he got a good score yesterday, he hasn't skied very much, as we understand it. He's had the set yesterday and a set maybe a couple of days before in the last sort of 12 days, having sort of had some sort of an injury to his ribs from over skiing. So yeah, he's not going to feel his freshest, but he can go do it. He will be definitely one of the skiers that was frustrated yesterday, having not talked to him, so I'm only imagining, but he'll be one of the skiers that would have been upset that there wasn't an 8-person final, because that's going to push him out of the top 8 if he doesn't ski as well as he did yesterday. And to that point, there's Cole McCormick, who was outside of the top 8, who's pushed Joel Poland, who was in the top 8, out of the top 8, if I'm making any sense. So interesting things happening here. Rob, is very capable of running 10.75. He's actually looking good here. Good 1. It's a solid 2. 3 is going to be a big turn, and it is. It's a very, very good turn. Pulled along to 4, but he's in this, and he's run that pass actually very, very easy. And and good for him. That's
solid skiing. No, he's got better and better each pass. 35, a little shaky. 38 better, and 39 right on top of things.
It was easy.
Most of the way through.
Pass.
So it's shaping up well for his attempt at 41 off. Of course, he's looking at the scoreboard and he's seeing Dane Meckler with a 4.5. 3's not going to do it today. 4's not going to do it today. He's got to go down the lake, run the pass pretty much if he wants to take this event.
Rob has run 4, I think, twice before. He did it at the Caiaphas Pro last year. But, I'm sure he's run more than that in practice, and he's capable. And if he keeps improving his passes every time he shortens the rope, then that's definitely the way to do it. Be impressed if he's able to. I'm just seeing a boat go down the lake.
Oh, and look at this.
Reminds me of the America's Cup sailing boats that they used to keep the keel concealed.
What was that, back in 83?
Oh. We're going to take a look at that, get a sneak peek.
Just seeing a boat go behind us. I don't know if it's taking weed out of the way. Rob's going to have a bit longer of a drop at that end to catch his breath than he would have thought, which up to a point is definitely a good thing, especially when you haven't skied as much. These high frequency passes are not so easy. But yeah, so I think they're just taking some weed out inside of buoy 1, which will be very crucial. Rob will 100% go around buoy 1, and we wanted to get a lot further. As you said, Kyle, the lead is 4.5. Rob, I think, best score of the year is 3. So we'll go to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Joel Poland, world overall champ. And Joel, you've gone out after big jumps. You've gone out after a big slalom now. Yeah. Sort of what was your mentality before we got this, just when you were jumping off the dock?
Mentality was pretty good. Like, I felt really good coming into that set. And yeah, my first pass, rhythm was a little off, but you know, you're going out 35. And then, yeah, I felt good. I think I just messed up a little bit on like maybe the gate or one. I don't really know. I kind of need to watch it back a few times and figure out what went on.
Yeah, Vince, maybe replay that again for us. And yeah, because sometimes we do need to see things a couple times, but here we go.
Yeah, let's take a look. So yeah, like I say, I felt good. I think maybe I went too hard there actually at the gate, but that's not a bad one. Just, yeah, coming straight at 2 a little bit, barely got around that. Need to be cooler, I think.
Well, for those of you at home, when you see maybe what some would call a wheelie there at 1, actually at 39, sometimes that's not so bad, because if we get too quick out of the buoy, we're going to create too much space than, you know, possibly needed, right?
Yeah, totally. Like, sometimes you kind of use it as like a bit of a speed check. Like, you come around the finish, sort of push on the back foot and slow down and then get going again. So yeah, like that one ball, not a bad one ball, like can get down it, have got down it, just couldn't do it today. But that's all right. We got jump.
Well, that's it. One of my old buddies, Carl Roberts, as soon as the slalom was over, he was like, over it. He's like, dude, we're jumping next, right? The totally different psyche.
Oh, completely. And I'm pretty happy I'm jumping today, because otherwise not be a great day. But yeah, excited for the jump.
Well, we're excited to get to watch, because, man, watching these guys, it's crazy. Back to you guys.
A little bit of a delay here as we maybe remove some weed from the end of the course. This is kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other for Rob Hazelwood down there. He's getting a bit of a delay, which can sometimes upset your rhythm. Sometimes it gives you a little bit longer of a break. But hopefully the water's going to settle out for him too. If they don't take a phantom pass up and down, he's going to have a pretty handy approach on the setup. It's only really a little bit bumpy maybe on the movement out on your gates, but he'll have a good shot here. Not much wind from that end, and the water's settled out pretty nicely for his 41 off attempt here in just a few moments.
I think the competition's been stopped so that we can catch a hold of what Adam Caldwell's got on the back of his ski. all the angles of TWBC. If we don't get it, then at TWBC it'll be embarrassing for them. So no pressure.
Invest on some sort of different infrared camera or something that can kind of see through that and see what we can get for
X-ray vision.
Yes.
And you actually hinted upon the whole comparison between that and the 1983 America's Cup between Liberty and Australia 2, with Australia 2 trying to keep their winged keel a bit of a secret.
Oh, they seem to all keep things to themselves, and that's a pretty technical sport. And New Zealand proudly has come away with a lot of victories in the America's Cup. So yeah, we're pretty proud of our sailing teams.
Yeah, and it's and I mean these days, I mean the sailing boats that compete at that level don't even immerse themselves in the water. They're on foils now.
It's crazy, that sport now. It's so exciting to watch. 55, 60 mile an hour almost. These yachts are ripping around and pretty close to each other too in some of the tacks and moving back and forth. It's pretty high action and some pretty crazy spills too when they get things wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen a few of those videos on YouTube in the Louis Vuitton Cup and so on and so forth. But
Louis Vuitton Cup.
Yeah,
that sounds very la-di-da.
It is la-di-da.
The America's Cup has sort of like a $20 million sort of barrier to entry, right? Like that's how much they're developing their boats with, right?
Oh, at least, yeah. They're looking. I think some of the teams are spending close to $100 million on their team.
Oh wow!
New Zealand doesn't quite have that budget, but when Larry Ellison was involved in it, Oracle, you remember that? Like
yeah.
He was. They had a lot of funding behind it, and still couldn't pull off the victories.
Yep. Money can't buy you everything.
That's chump change in water skiing. So yeah, it's getting to the point now where Rob will be, instead of being glad about a breather, he's feeling his heart rate drop. He's trying to keep excited, and it's too long of a wait. I mean, nothing to nothing to say he can't overcome it, but I would say that this is not ideal for him. This is less than what he would have wanted. This is a disruption of the rhythm up when it's been this long.
Do you think that 10-minute rule should be updated, Freddie? Like maybe change it to 5 minutes or something, or where you're still feeling warmed up, you're still feeling ready to attack your next pass. 10 minutes, you could come in, dry off, and
there's no doubt.
Ready to ski again, you know.
10 minutes in an amateur event, a record event, whatever. Yeah, I mean, fine. But in a professional tournament where you're going for a big win, I mean, 10 minutes is far too long of a time before you get a practice pass. But anyway, 41 off, 4.5 to tie the lead. Solid-ish one. He'll probably get a big 2, and he'll run 3, but he won't get any more. Solid S-turn. He's run the 3. He's happy. He's very happy. So that puts him in outright second, obviously with some very, very good skiers to go. So it puts him ahead of Cole McCormick, who's got the 2.5. Of course, it shows how our sport works. Rob had very little chance of getting to 4. I would say 0 chance after that buoy 1. Well, I mean, not 0, but he'd had to have a very special 2. Cole was trying to turn 3, and he could have stood up and got the 3, but he didn't. He went for the 4, which is admirable, but fell. So, Rob moves ahead of Cole into second, and that'll, again, we talk about the tour, that'll put him way ahead of Thomas de Gasperi. He's going to get a lot of points here, and so he'll probably take second. He's also gone ahead of Cole, so he's probably going to take that second spot from Cole, at least move above Cole and Thomas de Gasperi, depending on what people like, I guess, Nate does now. Corey Vaughan, Charlie Ross, Will Asher obviously far out ahead.
Yeah, benefits of seeding there too, isn't it? He's sort of seen what others have done before him. Okay, he knows that a full 3 will sneak him ahead of Cole McCormick, and he's got a good shot of ending up on the podium, depending what these next 5 skiers do.
But yeah, seeding, as you say, so important. I mean, if everyone runs 3 from here on out, then we'll have Dane as a winner, and then, Will would, if he runs a 3, will be the superior seed, so he will get second. So it's possible that Rob could be pushed off the podium with an identical score.
All right then, so let's continue right along, shall we? Our next competitor on the water, coming to us originally from Charleston in South Carolina.
Yeah, Adam Colwell really set things on fire yesterday. He came out and he was pretty early off in the seeds, maybe 6th or 7th off the dock. Hasn't been to all of the events. This point down, it's definitely not the European ones. So was down a little bit in the points, but came out and ripped through 39 and threw himself around 3 at 41. Some good highlight reel, I guess you'd call it, with that performance. Oh, look at that. We didn't get a shot to Finn. He takes his little protective off.
Oh, he's using the boat.
So secretive. Behind the boat, everything.
Oh, that's a pro right there.
Because so many people are excited to look at the TWC webcast and copy it, right? I mean, I think he can probably rest easy. He's probably fine.
And he's off to a great start. Turning up the intensity, pushing that ski out into 1. That kind of stiff-legged style as he kind of releases a little bit hard off the second wakes. And has the power behind him to handle it.
Great skiing there from Adam Caldwell. And let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with handsome Rob Hazelwood. So Rob, if this morning someone had said, hey, I'm going to give you a 3 at 41, would you have taken it knowing what you know now?
Oh, yeah, I'd have taken it no matter what. I'm struggling. The rhythm feels tough. I haven't been skiing a ton, so it's just nice to put that down. It was not neat. It was not pretty. I thought I was so narrow to 1. So narrow. I mean, I've been interested. Can they play the video?
Yeah, we're going to roll your 41 here.
Oh, I was like, awful gate. Awful, just shocking, had nothing. At this point, you can see, when my shoulder goes that high that early, I'm in trouble. Pulled all the way to 2, got bounced, jelly legs. Somehow did the same thing as yesterday, and actually somehow managed to get to 3. I presume. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to get it, and then the last minute, the boy popped something. Oh! Send it out there, and yeah, I was well around it, and I'm just happy. I mean, it did not feel great this round or the last. I'm just not balanced. I'm not stable. So to get a 3, a 2, and a 3, I'm through the roof with the whole qualifier thing, the whole everyone getting through. I was like, oh, now it's more pressure because you don't want to go from in the final to last. So I put something together.
Well, it must be a really good ski, and if you want to demo one like this, come out in the morning, 9 a.m. right here. Back to you guys.
All right, looking at this is Adam Caldwell, 11.25 meters. just ripping it there from 4 to 5 and 5 to 6. And, Freddie, you mentioned a little while ago what a ski that would be about 6 inches shorter at the tip would feel like. That's pretty close to it right there.
Yeah, I think that's a 65, and then they go wider.
Yeah, it's kind of like shaped like a battleship, where it's actually wider than it is long, almost.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how that works.
I don't know. Anyway,
but I thought that was not his best possible time. I have to say, I thought that he came into 2 a little weird. After that, it was good, but it looked like not his best ever approach to 2. But anyway, that doesn't really matter. He's here. He's coming in at 39. He's going to feel good about running it. He ran it in typical Caldwell fashion yesterday. Before, because we did the pick your pass, and you guys both picked a Caldwell 41 and 39.
Yeah, exactly.
As your 2 most exciting passes of the day.
We had to watch it again, and I'm sure people at home went back and watched it again and again to see how he managed that slide and see how he held onto that 4 ball at 39.
And he's certainly not afraid to throw his body and everything else that he can think of into his effort out there. I mean, that crash that he took in the America's Cup a few seasons ago.
US Open.
In the US
Can
Open.
he do it again? It's a huge number 1. Rocks off the second wake, but he's still on time as he turns 3. He's got it off and on and off again.
Look at that.
Still going, making it exciting for everybody at home.
I just don't understand. I mean, what's mad is he's that strong that he came out of 3 so twisted, and he was rotating, even though his legs were dead straight. Gets popped up into 4, and it actually was still sort of early.
Yeah.
Like he ran at it, but he still had space, and then just popped that thing around. I mean, it is a totally wild way of skiing that I've got to say, the prerequisite to be able to ski like this is you have to be as strong as an ox, which he is. I mean, he is absolutely. I mean, he's got all the strength in the world. I'm so excited to see this pull from 3 to 4.
Well, he won't show anyone his fin. Does he tell anybody about his off season or off water workout programs? Does he get it behind it, or is it just kind of a natural?
He just rotates off the fin.
No, he does a lot in the gym. I think he's mentioned that to me before, and I mean, and I think that's
look at
to
that.
be able to do that, you have to. He told me yesterday, we were having a conversation, he said that the reason that he chose slalom water skiing as his sort of like, as the thing he was going to dedicate his life to, was because he doesn't have an off switch, so he wanted to do something where he could go as hard as he could all the time. And he saw, I don't know, downhill skiing or I don't know, motorbike racing or whatever. And all of these, if you go out of control, you hit things. He said in slalom skiing, you can go as hard as you can. And generally, I mean, I would say not 100% of the time, but generally, you're going to be pretty safe. You'll skip along a little bit. He did say that
you don't hit things.
Well, yeah.
You don't hit them.
All right, can he do it? Can he get past? He scored 3 at 41 yesterday. He's chasing Dane Meckler 4.5. A Hazelwood at 3. There's the big gate. Drops the shoulder.
Good one.
Roach
Very good one.
Yep. Releases well at 2. Oh, close the tail.
See, that's so mad. That's what I can't understand is he can do these turns like he had on Boy 4.
Yeah. Freeze
Boy
frame
4
with
on
the
the
fin.
39. Like how where the tail sticks in, and then this he had a perfect one. I guess he just must have pushed too much on the front, and that's unfortunate. It looks like the stickiest ski in the world, so I'm surprised that happened. We're gonna get a freeze.
We're gonna take
here.
a peek. Zoom in, guys.
Give us a minute. We'll get that fin.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Adam because he, like you say, he did get a much better one, had a great approach to 2.
Perfect one.
And maybe just tried to go a little bit too hard with that little bit more freedom that he had and push things through a touch. Maybe he needs to be down the lake a little bit and not quite as up course.
Yeah, that's...
So 1.5 at 41 ties him up with John Travers.
So again...
Sitting into, what is that, 5th right now? 6th.
So again, a guy that ran 3 yesterday that would have very much hoped that it would have been an 8-person final has been pushed out of what potentially is the top 8. He's behind Sasha Descans and Cole McCormick, who were sitting there in sort of tied 9th and tied 11th, I think.
All right, leaving the dock right now, another young skier. We've seen a few here today. Jaden Eade was out earlier, 17-year-old. Lucas Cornell, a young 18, or I think he might be 19. And same with Charlie Ross.
If you ever
skiing
want,
so well. 3 at 41 in the first round. Unfortunately, he was a little bit disappointed with the way the official's decision, but hopefully he can take that frustration out on the water and post a huge score and let his results speak for themselves.
And if you ever want to see a contrast between two skiers, Adam Caldwell and Charlie Ross.
Yeah, I love their back-to-back. That's a very, very good point.
Right.
Charlie skis a lot more, let's say, traditionally. Efficiently, less muscle. He doesn't have the muscles to work with, so he's got to ski in a certain way. But then that almost makes it more impressive from Caldwell.
I don't know if I'd say traditionally, because you go back to the early 80s, you'll see some big guys on the slalom dock.
Oh.
They were massive, and they muscled things through. The Mike Hazewoods, the
Mike Shaylander,
Carl
big,
Rebage. Strong. And that was exciting too, because they would be all over the place and just trying to put a herding on the boat. Then we got a little bit kind of delicate, the last sort of 10, 15, 20 years. Everyone's been a little bit more subdued and kind of technique getting them through and equipment set up. But Adam's still trying to combine the two, the technique, the equipment, and some brawn behind it as well.
I guess what I mean is that if someone was to turn up at your ski school or here, Kiwi, you'd probably have less pointers for Charlie Ross. You'd say, okay, well, you're being very efficient. You're getting that ski through. You're not over. You probably wouldn't say you wouldn't change or try and change quite as much.
No, I wouldn't change much about him at all right now. He seems on top of the world, especially for his age.
Skied very, 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 very well yesterday. Ran the 3. He said it was a boring score. But it was a good score. It was good enough to tie for second. It would be good enough to tie for second now. He looks very, very good. Always a big fan of that offside. It's so aggressive, the way that ski comes through. But he's just found that balance of just to let the tail, turn through, but keep the nose up, and it's very effective for him.
Aggressive but light. He's a light skier, but he's light on the boat too. He turns the ski quickly, but he doesn't kind of get his shoulder down and load too hard. So he sort of keeps moving and uses the boat where it counts. It's got a great swing, from side to side, keeps some speed up, and just creates so much space in the course.
But for sure. But I guess what I meant is that the ski turns quickly.
Yeah, really quickly. Yeah.
Without him, doing any big movements on it, which is actually exactly what you want.
Yeah, sometimes his onside looks like he's not going to turn. It just
he rocks on the back a little bit, doesn't he?
Done.
Yeah.
It looks simple.
Yeah.
So Charlie Ross there are 2 passes to the good, 12 and 11.25 meter. Little bit of a hop skip in towards the wake off number 5 into number 6, but he had that pass already dialed in as he gets ready for 10.75 meters.
Just seen Dane Meckler sort of trudge past, looking a bit miserable a couple of minutes ago, but which could be mistaken for not being super happy, but he's just nervous because he wants that win more than anything in the world. He's been dreaming about it for months and months and months and years and years and years, really. So he's sort of hoping that people don't beat his score. Charlie Ross, 10.75.
I think he was on his way to change a diaper, actually.
His own, or? Oh no, Charlie!
Oh my word!
Going for the huge 4-ball, and like we say, he's usually so efficient with that, but cannot hold on at number 4. The 3.5 will be the official score, and a disappointment.
A huge
for Charlie Ross.
Huge disappointment, like you say. And he'll be very, very upset, because I think we heard his interview. I think he thought that he should have been protected in that top 8, having skied well enough to be in the top 8 yesterday. But there you go. We're in a bit of a weird tournament, aren't we? That we're sort of having to make all these strange adjustments based on weather.
Looking good to that point, though.
Yeah, really good, and sort of unusual for him to get too deep out of his onside, I would say. I mean, if anything, he will often sort of rock back, and here he just a little.
Didn't even look that much. I thought he would have been able to hold on to that one.
I think he just. It was the pressure was in an awkward position, I think.
Maybe so.
That's. I mean, I could well be wrong, but it didn't. You're right. It didn't look like a crazy deep turn, but just sort of hard to hold, and he was a bit open to the boat maybe, so that stopped him from getting all the way through.
Well, like you were saying earlier, I don't think I'd have too many pointers for Charlie Ross with the way he's skiing right now, but I'm sure Adam Caldwell could teach him a thing or two about holding on to some pull at the end of the turns, because Adam would have just done that with ease.
Yeah, Adam would. That's every turn for Caldwell, and I'm not being mean about Caldwell. I don't mean to be negative. It's more impressive because he's not only is he doing it his own way, but he's creating his equipment for him. So he's really lining everything up, even down to his fin protector that he keeps on in the water to stop anyone else from seeing it.
And then there were 3: Corey Vaughan, Nate Smith, and Will Asher, our final 3 competitors, all with looking at 5 at 41 as the lead, as the score to reach. Dane Meckler can do nothing about it. He's got to sit and wait and watch. He's been out there. He's done what he needed to do, put a huge score out. Regardless of what happens, regardless of where he ends up, he's going to be pretty happy with his performance here. His comeback tournament. He can do no worse than 4th. I have a feeling he's going to be on our podium today, though. 4.5 is a huge score.
And I'm just thinking about the tour. That's Rob Hazelwood up another spot. So with 3 skiers left, Rob is going to be worst 5th. So that's he's really gaining some ground in the tour. To keep him on the podium.
We heard Rob sort of celebrating his score. I don't think he was celebrating the way he skied. He probably wasn't all that happy with how he felt. He did well compared to how much skiing he's done, but he was consistent. He's got another high placement. He's popped himself up a little bit on the tour probably with this result, and considering all those factors, was happy with what happened today.
All right, then, and with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. For me, this is one of my favorite times. We're down to the last 3. Sun's out. We've already got a big score on the board. Freddie, I know you wish you were down here right now because this is like when it gets really eerily quiet down here and only a few left. But wow, look at those conditions, man. This is just as good as it gets. We know what this lake has to offer. And then serving us up some good stuff today. So, yeah, only 3 guys left. Can't wait. Back to you guys.
Well, he's not wrong, Wade. I mean, I do wish I was there. But at the same time, it's nice for me to be involved. I mean, I always watch all the webcasts when I'm away. But, yeah, for people like Wade and I that have been involved in these tournaments for a long time, it's good to be able to see the action from close quarters.
Yeah, I know Wade's enjoying himself down there, being part of the atmosphere, and doing a great job getting in the thoughts of our skiers as they come in from their performance on the water.
Going back to Rob, I think, just as you say, he's not that's not the best score of his life, 3 at 41. I mean, it's a good score, but in some ways it was what they call a recovery drive in Formula One. He qualified. He's had a hard lead up, but he got a good, it's a very solid result that's going to get him some points and get him some money. And a solid placement. It could end up, he could end up on the podium. He is currently in 2nd. So, Rob also sitting there sort of nervously waiting for these last three skiers.
And here's and an awkward pass there for Corey Vaughan. I didn't really love what I was seeing there on that one. I'm sure he's going to regroup. But yeah, kind of falling in, got a little down course, looking rather off balance, Tony.
Yep, and Corey Vaughan just trying to get back into the swing of things. Corey Vaughan, who won a Pro Tour event at the Oxfordshire Waterski and Wakeboard Club just outside of Oxford in England. Did that during the nighttime final, and certainly had to battle his way through to that victory. And then a few weeks later, he took the U.S. men's national slalom title over in California. So by any estimation, Corey Vaughan has had an absolutely tremendous season, and we'll see what he can do with this and maybe the remaining 3 events to come afterwards.
And I mean, to touch on that, it's been a year of new tournament winners. Rob Hazelwood won for the first time. Corey Vaughan won for the first time, and we're looking at Dane Meckler sitting pretty at the top with 3 skiers remaining. Yes, 3 skiers that are very, very capable. Certainly Will and Nate get those scores quite frequently, or have got those scores quite frequently. So we'll see what happens. Dane is going to be nervous, but Corey's got to get through 10.75 first. His 11 wasn't so good. He's over to 3. It's a better pass, I would say, Kiwi. And what do you think of that, Kiwi?
Definitely figured things out there on 39, and I knew he would. He's been in that position before, but just got a little bit out of balance on the 38. 39, settled things down, and actually looking like he's ready to charge at 41 and hopefully get a long way down it. He picked up 3 in the first round, and he's been pretty consistent. He's becoming another Thomas de Gasperi, I think, that gets 3. Even if he's looking a little bit out of shape, he can still navigate his way down and get that all-important 3 ball. He's going to need more than that today, though.
And as we've said, there's been a number of early casualties, if you like. Charlie Ross, Lucas Cornell, Thomas de Gasperi missing 39, which you would never have bet on any of them, let alone all 3. So Corey managing to avoid that curse. And remember here, if he can get a full 3, he's going to be worst case 4th. He'll push Rob Hazelwood down a spot due to countback. So, Corey, over the years, he's been on podiums, but maybe not, always with the most regularity. So he's got all the opportunity here possible. If he can get that 3, and he's run 4 this year, then he's going to be in very, very good shape to get that podium spot, and who's to say he can't run it?
Well, he's done it before. Can he do it again? It's a good gate. He sets up well into number 1. He's got the tip down, and he's across to 2. He's on time here. It's a big 2. Reaches out for 3, a little loose line. Can he get around 4? Oh. He kind of froze. He's throwing the fist. He's pretty happy with it. We didn't see the 4 ball.
Corey's an honest guy. I think if he's throwing it, it means he's got it. And I knew that as soon as he came out of 3 there, that he was going to be
close, wasn't he? Really close.
He wasn't going to. He's a guy that will throw it. He's not holding anything back. He doesn't have that. I think he's very happy. All right, let's see. What's the official score? It's under review. It was. Kiwi kind of improved every pass, right? This was a good one. Very good one.
For his tip to stay down and grab like that and tighten the rope up. And it was a huge 2. Kind of got a little bit off the back of the ski. And then right there he's going, hey, should I commit? He did somewhat, 80%. And watching it, he got around it. Where did he let go of the handle?
Let go of the handle in time. We can get that back in slow motion at some point. But I'm going to give him 3 1/4.
I will go with the quarter as well.
3 3.5. No,
3.5?
3.5. Sorry.
Hang on 1 second.
Sorry.
We're going to watch that again. I think we've got an error there on the official score. We'll watch it from the boat angle. The officials would have watched this from all sorts of angles. Huge 2 ball. Coming into 3. He knows he has a chance at 4. Gets a little off the tail, but just buries himself across to number 4 and throws the ski. And like we thought, 3 1/4, the official score. Congrats to Corey Vaughan. He slots himself into 2nd spot. And he's ecstatic down there.
And that therefore means that Dane Meckler, at the very least, at the very worst, is on the podium.
Comeback podium.
Yes. Here we go. Nate Smith on top of the water right now. World slalom record holder.
2 guys left that can rain on Dane Meckler's parade. His comeback performance. And this guy, he was looking so good at the California Pro-Am. Started the season a little bit shaky, a little bit underdone, as you would say. We thought he looked great through his 38, 39 in the practice row in the preliminary round. Kind of came up short at 41, but I think he'll make some adjustments here, and he's going to challenge the lead in just a few moments.
Let's just dwell on Corey's 3 1/4. That is so crucial because remember, Nate ran 3 yesterday, and Will did get around 4. So but 3 is a score we see very frequently. It's almost a par score or at least an easy score for these 2 skiers that are left. Getting beyond that is not the easiest thing in the world.
It's not a given at all.
Yeah, it's not a given. So that 3 1/4 is so valuable, and that could end up putting Corey on the podium. And what a year he's having.
So congrats to Corey Vaughan. He's in 2nd, 3 1/4. He's flying solo this weekend. Left the wife and kid at home. Maybe getting some nice night's sleep.
But he still has problems with pockets in his shorts.
Yes. Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, now his lucky shorts. We're going to be seeing him forever. I was sick of them yesterday after 1 round, but that's all right. He likes them, and he skied well in them, and he's averaging 3 1/8 10.25 in them, so not so bad. Nate Smith, 2nd pass, 11 meters. It's going to be a walk in the park, I would say.
Yep. dialed in here, round 1 and 2. Oso still on that ski. Keeps things moving. Generating a lot of angle and staying way up course at number 6.
So Nate's one of the guys, I mean, he's won 3 of the 4 MasterCraft Pros that we've had here up to this point over the last 5 years. He's a guy that's capable of winning a lot of events. We've seen that over the years. He hasn't won that many this year, but with Will's big lead, there's only one way for Nate to reel him in, and that's really to win. He needs to win this week. He needs to win at Travers next week. He needs to win at the King of Darkness, and then he needs to win in Miami. So it's going to be, it's something he's very capable of. He's the guy that's run the most 10.25s. He's seen the second half of 10.25 more than any other skier in the world. His average score is a lot higher than basically everybody else. So he's capable. Now, the tour has 4 tournaments left, and he's going to be wanting to win that, to show that he's the best skier in the world. He doesn't like to be anywhere less than that. After a 10.75 that I'm imagining is going to run without any issues, 10.25 will be a very, very interesting pass.
All right, let's watch along as Nate Smith negotiates the gates. The important gate turn, and just such a tight line. Early number 1, controlled at number 2. Oh, stands up a little bit. Not a great 3. Puts some pressure on. Not a great 4 either. He won't panic. Shows how easy this guy can run 39. Wasn't a great 3 or 4. Still, time to spare at 6.
Yeah, that's unusual. 1 and 2 was perfect, and that's not going to give him a ton of confidence, I wouldn't say, with this next pass. And remember, he needs to get over to 4 to get even on the podium.
Even Nate Smith needs to be dialed in at 41 to run it. He has done it at some very, very challenging sites, even down at the Moomba Masters on the Yarra River. One of the greatest performances I've ever seen on a slalom ski, running that pass there. He has a season best of 1 at 9.75, 1 at 43. And as you guys alluded to yesterday, only 2 people run 41. Only 2 clear 41s this year. That seems down a little bit on previous years. I'm sure that's going to change, over the next month or so. Hopefully here today, definitely over the next few pro events. We've got another 3 events following this one to round out our year, to round out our season.
Dane Meckler, look at him. We don't need to say anything, do we, really? We know what he's thinking.
All right, let's continue right along. Nate Smith out there on the water, getting ready for 10.25 meters. The lead score is 4.5 at 10.25 meters, and that is courtesy of Dane Meckler.
Okay, his 41 off. He's got the 1 ball he's looking
There's
for.
The 1.
You know his
There's
2 ball's going to be big. He's out of position, though. Can he recover at number 3? No. He's down course. He does get around number 4.
And suddenly...
not back inside. We're going to probably review that score, but I have a feeling it's going to be a 3.5. Slots himself ahead of Corey Vaughan.
Look at Dane.
Dane is pacing. And hanging out with his wife and child, and no better place to be as he watches the final skier, Will Asher, about to take to the water. The replay is going to show a great 1 and 2, a big 2.
Very big 2.
And maybe put him off rhythm into number 3. We saw some holes creep into the 39 off passes. 3 and 4 wasn't great. He got aggressive there, but maybe it's slightly too much. Got pulled out of position, a little out of balance, and had to wait on the rope. Did a great job just to get across. And
it's 3.5.
A 3.5. Yeah, he couldn't quite get back to the wakes. But that quarter buoy, so important to get ahead of Corey.
So he's second. He's on the podium for sure, but he won't win today. That's what we know for sure. I think he's won every MasterCraft Pro that he's entered, but he will not win today. And Dane Meckler, who's never won a tournament, and I've been saying all weekend that I thought he was going to be the guy that would be the first, after last year, that he would take the next debut win. He didn't. There was a number of people since then, but it would have hurt him to see that, and he wanted to be the first guy. And I think there's a very, very good chance, depending on what Will Asher does, that Dane's going to be that guy. Now, we did also see at the Swiss Pro early this year, Will Asher was last off a dock as he is today. There was Rob Hazelwood sitting there Rob Hazelwood and Joel Poland sitting there in tied first place, and he wanted to stop one of those guys getting their first win, and he did. He ran 4 It was only 4 on that day to stop a debut win, and he increased. He won a title for the first time at the age of, I think, 42 years old.
Yeah, well, this is how we want to finish the event, isn't it? A huge score from Dane Meckler, and the top spot on the tour, challenging that lead here, running 35 off.
And let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Mr. Corey Vaughn, you were one of my sort of dark horses when I woke up this morning, and yeah, not bad, huh?
Man, it was a really crazy set. Actually, timeout, first things first, I've got to wave to my son, Seth. Hey, buddy, promised you I would. I love you. Love you, Amelia. Yeah, a weird set. Like, my 35 off the dock wasn't the way I hoped, and then at 38 off, like, my glove flap did this at 1 and kept slipping off my hand. So all I was thinking about was trying not to lose my glove and run the pass. So I got nothing out of that one. So it's like 39, you better wake up, buddy. Got that feeling better. Knew what Dane did, so I had that in my mind. Not quite the gate 1 to really go to 5 or all the way down, but enough to fight. I was happy with the 2. I knew I had a turnable chance at 3. I don't know how to be patient like Nate just was. I don't know what the hell that is at 3 ball that he does, but committed. Saw that I had a line before, and I'm always going to take that. Quarter buoy's worth it to me every time. Couldn't breathe for a minute, but it came back.
Well, fun to watch, fun interview, but maybe a podium. We're going to see. We got one more left. Back to you guys.
All right, excellent to hear there from Corey Vaughn as we see Will Asher.
All right, guys, if you're on site, I hope you guys are standing up, getting to the banks and watching our final competitor in the men's slalom final rip through 38 off. It's none other than Will Asher, and he is looking strong as he navigates number 5. He's got 2 passes remaining. Can he clear them both and take the win from Dane Meckler?
And let's just look at Will's path. He needs 5 for the win, 4.5 for a runoff, 3.5 for second, and 3.25 for third.
So just looking at this this pass coming back on pass number 2, 11.25 meters, making it look like 14.25 meters.
Yeah, the replay showing Will Asher turning around number 4, heading to 5, upright, balanced, and oh so strong. Another guy that's got a ton of power, has a grip on that handle, can take in some big pulls when he needs to, but a technician most of the time on that slalom course. The line is shortened to 39, and with his experience and the creds behind him, you know, he'll be running this pass.
All eyes on Dane, the comeback king. I mean, whatever happens today, he can be proud. He will be devastated to see it rip from his hands like it was in Miami in 2022, where he had a runoff for the lead. The skier that's standing between him and a maiden pro victory, a well-deserved maiden pro victory, I'm going to say, given his consistent level over the years, is Will Asher, who's coming in at 10.75.
All right, let's watch this pass. He is smooth as you like out of number 1, strong on number 2. Yeah, on time.
He looks good, doesn't he?
Yeah, looking bang on.
Yeah, it's
a
not
little
like
bit of a weight at number 5 and no problems at all. I'm really hoping, I'll ask this, but I'll probably get denied, that we can have an inset picture of Dane Meckler's face as Will comes back at his 41 off.
Oh, I know they can do that.
They know they can? What's our chances, guys? Because I think we're going to be able to judge the score just on his face expressions.
Yeah, exactly. This is quite exciting. Will Asher, again, for the win, 5. For a runoff, 4.5. For second, 3.5. For third, 3.25. For fourth, 3. He doesn't care about a podium. He cares about the win. He's run 2 of the 3 biggest scores in pro events this year. He's run a 10.25. There's only been 2 of those run, one by himself and one by Nate, and then he's run a 6, no continuation at Monaco. So he's capable. He's had these big scores, and his biggest scores of the year have been in finals consistently. So I think yesterday, Kyle, as we talked about earlier, he maybe didn't go for the big turn at 4 that he maybe could have done. So we'll see what he can do here.
Different ball game today. He can't hold back at all. He knows he's got to run this pass pretty much to take the victory here today. And we're going to see that MasterCraft Pro style. The final skier, Will Asher,
coming in.
A strong season so far on the tour. A few victories along the way. Can he get it? All important gate.
Entrance number
No.
one.
Oh,
no,
no.
and he goes
Well
down
done,
and
Dane.
gets half a buoy at 10.25 meters, and that means that for his first ever Pro Tour victory, Dane Meckler takes the title at the 2024 MasterCraft Pro in the men's slalom. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Dane Meckler.
Wow, huge congratulations, Dane Meckler and family. I'm sure it's been a team effort to get him back on form and back to the top of the podium.
Someone take his sunglasses off. I want to see those tears. They'll be coming. I mean, there's so much heartache gone into that. I mean, that's
I know
amazing.
Wade's on the way down there to get an interview with him. Hopefully hear from Dane very, very quickly.
I mean, he's keeping it pretty cool, calm, and collective, because that's such a huge moment. I mean, and honestly, what an unbelievable story. Let's look at it. I mean, he was taken out of action in May with a unfortunate situation at a Masters qualifier where I don't know what he did, twisted his ankle, pulled some ligaments, whatever it was, but he's been out of skiing for a lot of time and watching from the couch, which it's not easy, it's not fun, and he's instead of being miserable and instead of being demotivated, he's used it as a to feed his hunger to get better, and he's probably come back stronger than he ever has. Worked on his technique, didn't go to California even though I heard he was skiing, and then his first event back, he's fallen. I mean, sorry, he's won. Sorry, looking at Will Asher, unusual for him. Unusual.
Yeah, well, we'll celebrate a bit more. Let's hear from Wade.
So guys, I'm here with Dane Meckler, and maybe it was better I was a few seconds late, right? And you get to really take it all in, because that sort of moment of realization when, wow, this is like my dream come true. You've waited your whole life for this moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you wait this long, you think I'd have something great to say. I'm just more relieved than anything. It's been a long journey to get here. It's been my goal to win a pro event. Like seriously, the last 3-4 years, I felt like I had the ability to do it, and the guys out there, they're all very good, and so I had some great tournaments, but always fell short, and to do it here, it's I don't know, it means that much more. It's been a tough year. Got a big shout out obviously to Janina, our son Luca. It's been a big year. We moved down to Florida, my parents. Big shout out also Karen Ead, who's been working with me with PT, and the goal was to be stronger at this event than I was before, and it's pretty amazing to come out on top. So.
Well, I mean, it's to sort of get the year in perspective. You had this old guy, Corey Vaughn, win an event, and then you had this young guy, Rob Hazelwood, and you're sitting on the couch there this summer going, man, is it going to happen? Look, it's happening to these other guys. So, yeah, must have been okay, box check, thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I have so much respect for those guys. I knew they would get their first win. It was cool to see. But, yeah, it was certainly tough from the couch. I had my leg up watching them. And, it just was, everything I had was put into getting back here. And to win the first event back, it's really, I'm not sure I could write it up any better.
Well, and to join this list, that we'd gone 5 years with 4 guys had won in 5 total years. And now you've joined this list. Great accomplishment, young man.
Thank you, Wade. Yeah, I knew, you have to go to 5, right? And that's been my focus in training the last, year or two. And today, being pretty early out in the final, I had no choice. I have nothing to lose. It's my first event back and got a good rhythm. And yeah, can't believe it, but came out on top.
We're going to let him go enjoy his day, and he's probably going to have a really good week now. Back to you guys.
I definitely want to celebrate Dane's win, but a little bit of a commiserations to Will Asher. A great effort out there. He was chasing hard and probably pushed it a little bit too much at one ball. He went from top seed and he's down in maybe in 10th spot there with a half at 41. And let's call through the leaderboard there, Tony.
All right, then let's take a look at that shiny leaderboard that presents to you your champion, Dane Meckler, with his score of 4.5 at 10.25 meters. Nate Smith, a runner-up spot with 3.5 at 10.25. Corey Vaughan on the podium with his score of 3.25 at 10.25 meters. Those are your top three as they stand in the men's slalom competition, with Hazelwood, McCormick, Poland, Deska, Caldwell, Travers, Asher, Eade, and Aaron Davies rounding up the remainder of the top 12 in this men's slalom competition.
Good time to remind everybody about the skier of the day. Freddie, you put your vote in earlier, and it's become even stronger right now, hasn't it?
If he doesn't get skier of the day, honestly, I mean, people have no heart. It's the skier of the year in a lot of ways. I mean, we talked about a fairy tale situation of Jacinta Carroll 2 years ago leaving the America with a world record. Well, Dane's come back from a horrible injury and won. So, yeah, good for him. Anyway, let's look at the Pro Tour standings. Dane not quite breaking the top 12, although I'm sure he will this Friday, Saturday. Will sitting pretty there. Nate's managed to get up in second. Rob holding himself just at arm's length above Cole McCormick. I think Rob ended up fourth, but just behind Corey, didn't he? So
yes, he did.
Fourth.
Yes.
So, yeah, quite a lot of movement there.
Yeah, the big move there, probably Thomas Gasperi sliding down 3 spots from second to fifth, no?
From second to fifth. I mean, and Thomas will need a big Travers to get back up there before the last 2 tournaments of the year.
All right, then, and we look at the brand leaderboard. Syndicate still out in the lead on 816 points. D3 in the runner-up spot right now with 314. Good. Thanks in no small part to Dane Meckler's score. They've kept their position at 284. Good on third place. Radar Skis in fourth on 282, only a couple of points back, so there could be that tussle for a podium spot in the brand leaderboard there between those two, and that rounds up the scoring after the men's slalom competition. We're about to go into the women's slalom competition very, very soon.
We've got more. Have we?
We got more.
That was enough for a full day, I think. That was pretty exciting.
And guess what? We got a bright, shiny women's start list. We got Ali Garcia, our lead-off skier. Then we got Chara Bonneman. Then Alicia Bagnoli, Beatrice Yanni, Sasha Denyaskaya, Ali Nicholson, Paige Rini, Elizabeth Montavon, Manon Costar, Whitney McClintock-Rini, Regina Jaquist, Jamie Bull, and I believe there are a couple more to come after that page.
Jamie and Regina were the top 2 seeds, but we're unsure kind of how this huge men's slalom final would be, with 21 skiers all taking their shot at it. Controversial decision, but it's rounded out extremely well, and what an exciting sort of final that was for the 2024 MasterCraft Pro.
Unbelievable.
All right, then let's check in with Wade one more time.
Hey, fellow. And Will, you're 30 on. Lots of space. You see this 41 and, yeah, through your eyes.
Are you going to make me watch this? Jeez. I was actually pretty late on the gate. I was touching the left, I think, and then just got a little rushed and a little narrow. Yeah. I spoke with Jamie before I went out, and I basically did the opposite of what we talked about, so I don't deserve to do any better than that.
Well, let's talk about that. You said you were late, man. I would call it almost hindsight in the gate when you know you're late, and you've lost the space that we so delicately need. But you got to play it.
Yeah, it's if you run with too much speed, you essentially paint yourself into a corner, and the only thing you have to do then to just not lose more ground into the course is to be a bit more aggressive than you want to be. I really try and blend that turn in and as the load comes on, to be able to commit off the second wake and get a nice swing and rotation into one, and obviously that didn't happen. So, I'm really happy for Dane. He's my new neighbor, so he moved on to our lake earlier this year. So, got to ski together a lot, and he's been through it, and he's got to, I'm happy for him.
Well, let's talk about that, man. He's joined this unique club where we've got Corey Vaughan, Cole, then your nephew Rob Hazelwood all joining, and now Dane, 4 new winners this year after 4 winners the last 5 years. So yeah, quite a different sort of portrait of slalom right now, huh?
Yeah, I think that's just the pressure's been on for so many years, and it just makes everybody step up and have to improve. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing this year is like the fruition of everyone's labor, and just seeing. I mean, that everyone's got the potential, so it's just how long can you keep them off the top. The longer you can keep them off the top, the less chance they have of getting to the top. But it's just a show of people just not giving up, and I think that's a testament to water skis in general. They just have no quit.
Well, and then we got guys, I mean, I just think right off the top of my head, Sasha and Charlie that are sort of in waiting for their first victory. So yeah, there's more depth in the field than ever.
Yeah, the list is incredibly deep. I mean, that's why, today we had a 22-person final. That's the first time ever. And I was thinking, well, we could probably have someone, in the bottom 20 in the final. But that's cool. Something different.
No doubt, man. We'll let you see you at Travers next weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Enjoy your week and enjoy your cycling. Back to you guys.
Yeah, great to hear the respect there from Will Asher for Dane's win. And I think if you asked all the remaining 20 skiers in this event kind of how they felt about it, they'll all be applauding his performance here today and knowing that he's worked hard to get where he is and celebrating the success just as much as he is.
Well, and I think also it's motivating for those guys that haven't had their win yet. Dane's done it, Cole's done it, Rob's done it. Well, why can't I?
Yeah, cool.
So it's definitely it's going to come for other people too.
Some slight changing of the guard.
Well, we'll see. I think a lot of time left in Will Asher and Nate Smith.
I just dropped that out there for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's being shared around a lot more. But anyway, we're going over to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with the champ, and we're going to get to have a look at your 41 through your eyes, right? I mean, we already know you won, but yeah, let's hear about it.
This will be fun to watch. The only thing I really focus on is my gate speed here. I hit the gate really good. Yesterday I was outrunning the gates, and today I tried to stay a little bit, slower, and 1 was great, and I knew if I could just get out at 2 and not panic here that, I could go down course. So yeah, 2 was good, and then 3 I don't really worry about ever. I was able to kind of sit on it enough to get to 4, and at this point I was pretty happy just to have the line out of 4. I focused a lot on not S-turning 4. I did that a lot, and it ended up 2nd or 3rd, and so I was happy to go to 5. I wish I would have had a little more space there, but very, very happy with the result, and just still pretty hard to believe that it ended up on top. So.
No, I had the same sort of view that you had. I was watching live with Stevie Island sitting over here, and yeah, you came out of 1 and out of 2, and as Will Asher, your new neighbor, would say you had swing, right? So once you had swing off of 2, I'm like, oh yeah, no, if there's anybody that can go deep, it's you. Yeah, and you did, so well done.
No, thank you. Really, really happy. I was able to put everything out of my mind this morning and just ski yesterday. Just getting 1 round in the books was so huge for me. It's it's been a long summer, so today I really skied with not a whole lot on my mind, and I think some days that works out better for me. So.
No, that's it. If we can get this out of the way, then yeah, we can do a lot better. But we're gonna let him enjoy his day. But well done, champ. Back to you guys.
All right, so, and thanks a lot, Wade, and congratulations once again to Dane Meckler. And our next event, which is going to be the women's slalom event, that'll be coming up very soon. Stick around for the continuing action here at Lake Grue for the 2024 MasterCraft Pro, and we'll return right after this.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, we're getting set for our women's slalom event. We've got Ali Garcia at the end of that starting dock, just trying to get settled in and not having a clue as to what I'm saying right now because she has the earbuds in, but just trying to get into her own headspace. There you go. All right, so Ali Garcia will be our first competitor out, our lead-off skier. We'll be joined very, very soon by Corey Vaughn, who will be sitting up here and helping guide me through this women's slalom event to determine the 2024 MasterCraft Pro Women's Slalom Championship. All right, so glad to have each and every one of you out there tuning in. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you here on this broadcast by TWBC. This is the Women's Slalom Championship. And sitting next to me, glad to have you here. Big old podium placement star. It's Corey Vaughn. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm good, Tony. It's always nice to get in here and be a little chatty when the skiing's gone well, and I'm happy with the result. It was kind of a funky set, but you know, I'm also super happy for Dane. I know we've heard a lot from him, and everyone's stoked, but man, oh man, let's get those votes in for skier of the day. We got to see jump, we got to see the women, but man, Dane's looking good in my book for that one.
Indeed, and as Ali Garcia hits the water, once we get done with the opening pass, I'll tell you about another big old winner, the winner of the audience prize in the men's slalom competition. We'll give that name out to you as we get ready for Ali Garcia, 30-meter start. We've taken 1 length off the minimum starting line length compared from the previous round to this one. Thus, it is a 30-meter opener.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing here from Ali. You know, she is not looking standoffish. She had just a fluky, weird fall at 12 meters yesterday, so she could have come out on the defensive, but right there, she really came out on the attack.
All right, then. So, Who is the guy that needs to go to the D3 website right now to find out what ski he would like? And there he is up on your screen. Clay Simmons. Clay Simmons, you are a big old winner. You've won yourself a D3 slalom ski. So congratulations to you. We're going to be reaching out to you fairly soon. But in the meantime, visit d3skis.com, d3skis.com to find out the range of skis. Or if you have a friend who actually skis on a D3 and has some experience with riding one, maybe you can get a tip or two. You might even reach out to Freddie Winter or Nate Smith or the like, on social media to find out, give him a little bit of an idea of which one he should choose, whether it be the Iron 3 or the others in that range.
Yeah, that's right. And, that's the one thing that a lot of people remark about this sport is that the pro skiers are so accessible. Most of the time, if you reach out, you're likely to get a response from one of these guys, especially if it's about one of the brands they're associated with. And, probably everybody is open to some degree of video coaching. That's a pretty easy option today with cell phones and things like that. But here we've got Allie now. She's at 35 off 12 meters. This is the pass where she had an out-of-character mistake yesterday. Looks like she's going to go ahead and put this one away today, get that off of her back.
And actually, yesterday she actually messaged me on Instagram and told me that she actually went in on 30 meters yesterday. So her score from yesterday was 2 at 11.25 minutes instead of 2 on 12.
Okay, so that was our mistake in the booth. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. I mean, obviously she's planning to go out there and run 38 off, but when you start at a pass higher, that can make it a little bit trickier. But maybe setting herself up better for today. She's had that experience. Now she's ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. Just take the pad and turn it around and make it better.
No, that's something with slalom skiing. From one round to the other, you can have one of your worst rounds or even feel bad on your ski, and then you can go out there the next set, the next day, and be right near your best. Marcus Brown says it in the flow point calls, like you're only ever one set away from your best. And I've had that experience. I've had back-to-back tournament rounds where I got a half a buoy, literally just a half a buoy, fell at one ball, and then 3 at 41. So that's the spectrum that back-to-back rounds can have.
That's actually quite profound, thinking about it. You're only one set away from your best.
He's the Zen master, so he comes up with these things.
Well, and if Marcus Brown is watching, a good day to you, sir. I'm sure that you're checking in on the progress of your stable of skiers in the Syndicate brand. This is 11.25 meters for Ali Garcia, former NCWSA National Women's Slalom champion.
A little
from 2
slow off that
back.
3. Come on, Ali.
But there you go. There's number 4.
Wow.
There's number 5. She's still there. Look at this. Ali Garcia.
Now, that's what I was talking about yesterday. She found a new gear this season. I mean, that got dicey starting at 3, I believe, and she had to grit it out. That's a side of Ali that we didn't see in the past. She wasn't able to find that scrappiness, and here is the definition of it right here. I love this. Really nice 1-2. I mean, she's in the pass. That's a solid 2. Coming into her onside here at 3. You'd expect this to be pretty clockwork, but we can't see it from that angle. I think she had a little hesitation. That disrupted 4. Now she had a bigger hesitation, and she got pulled all the way to 5. Somehow slammed that and got the line. And look at that. And then she's pretty much okay at 6.
Yeah,
that's
nice.
That's really smart, experienced skiing.
Okay, so it's game on.
That's first skier off the dock, and we're through 11. And like we've talked about all morning, everyone's got a shot here. Ali would have been out of it if there had been a cut, but now she's right back in it, and now she's putting herself in position. I believe the cut line was at 2 at 39 yesterday. She's a lefty, so she's looking to be at least right there. Of course, she wants more because she wants to put some pressure on everyone coming and make a stab at some Pro Tour points and potentially the podium.
Okay, so at this moment in time, she's vaulted herself from dead last to 5th right now, based upon the scores from yesterday, if you were to combine those. There we go.
I think, well, let's review that. I think she might have squeaked out the 2. She definitely got back. It was tight on that 2 ball, I think.
Certainly a downside better than yesterday.
There we're going to have a review. I think she got it, but it was a little slow off of 1, and it looked narrow coming in. Let's see if we see better in slow motion here.
Yeah, drives in pretty well into buoy number 1. Nice extension, but kind of wheelies up and was a little bit slow to get back onto the gas again, but she gets around number 2 and to the wakes. It's a 2 at 10.75 meters.
Very
and
good.
That is courtesy of Ali Garcia.
Well, hey, fantastic job going out there. It's hard to come off of a round where you've had a little mishap and then go put it together, and she really had to work for it. Even here, getting that 2, that could be, you know, the difference between 1 and 2 in this situation is definitely going to be some Pro Tour points, potentially payment difference. We're going to see how this shakes out. Allie's done a great job as the first skier off the dock right there to set the pace.
Okay, so Cara Bonneman getting ready on top of the water at this time. Minimum starting line length.
Yeah, so Chiara yesterday came out at 14 meters. I think that's what she is used to doing in practice. So she's going to be forced to go out a line length higher than normal. We'll see how she handles that. You know, hopefully she can take it in stride and just get that intensity ratcheted right up. That looks like a nice gate coming in. 32 off 13 meters. Nice one ball. I remember yesterday we were commenting on her toe side turn right there, that 135. She really knows how to move the ski nicely.
Okay, 32
and
off
that's a nice opener on both sides.
And with that successful run, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Ali Garcia, who sort of showed her moxie. She's already won a pro event, been collegiate champ. So, yeah, first off the dock, you did exactly what we sort of wanted as competitors. You went out and ripped it up.
Yeah, thank you. If I'm honest, it's been kind of a rough season. I've been told by a lot of the skiers that I look up to that those happen. I've been having some health issues, and to do this, to ski well at a MasterCraft event, at an action event, I mean, it feels so good, honestly. I was like tearing up at the other end because it just was kind of a relief to finally do what I know I can do.
Well, I heard Corey Vaughn say the second half of your 11-meter pass when he was doing the replay. He's like, wow, she showed some fight. And, yeah, that's really what you have to have on the ski is some fight, right? You got to be able to instantly go, that's over with. We've got to get just simply across to the next buoy. And, yeah, awesome.
Yeah. I think I was inspired by Jaden Eads' 39 this morning a little bit in the second half. So thanks, Jaden.
Well, good stuff. No, that was sort of inspiring to watch. And so you're the same. So, yeah, anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Just my parents and my brother, probably.
Good stuff. We know they're watching. Back to you guys.
All right, they're rocking and rolling. Cara Bonneman. 12 meters.
And I'm going to say she's looking a little bit better than yesterday on the 2-4 side. She still has that 135 coming around clean. I think everything looks a little tighter on the 2-4 for her today.
Don't see too much wrong with that pass there for Cara Bonneman, who comes to us from the region of Bavaria in Germany, specifically from Dortmund. Famous for their Bundesliga team, Borussia Dortmund.
They lost the Bundesliga by goal difference or a point about 2 seasons ago. They lost if they'd have won on the last day, it would have been their win. But they messed it up.
Yeah.
The old Dortmund. Anyway, sorry, I had to take a bit of a breather there. That was too exciting for me in the men's final. Let's get out of here. Anyway,
scrape you up off the floor.
Yeah. So Ali Garcia, 2 at 10.75, a bit of a recovery situation from her. I mean, she improved by literally 2 passes between the first and second round. And again, she's one of those skiers that's very, very happy, and arguably slightly fortunate that they decided not to do a 6-person final as scheduled.
Well, Tony corrected me earlier that she actually came out at 13 yesterday, and we didn't realize it. So she was on 38 when she missed yesterday. Allie, that is. And Chiara in this 38. Come on.
And just running out of time.
That's an improvement, though.
Yeah, she has. She stepped it up. She looked better today. I thought she was in that pass there coming off a 2, knowing that she has that big 3 to rely on.
And I think, Corey, I mean, what do you think? I was talking about it during the men's when you were about to ski, that I think that starting at that shorter line length and actually in a pro tournament, once you sort of got warmed up and used to the boat in the previous round, can actually be somewhat helpful.
Yeah, I've been trying to mix it up at my practice, starting at both, because I know we're going to have these tournament situations. And I find as long as my body feels fresh enough, I like it just as much to open with 35. Today I had a weird set, like I didn't have a great opener, and then it's like, whoa, you kind of wish for one more pass to sort things out. But all in all, you know, we're of the ability to adapt. I think we could start most of the time at 35 and it would be fine. And I think it does a nice job making the show better, because the boat's coming back to the dock typically at 41 and speeds things along a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that we've seen a lot of improvements from first, second round. You did yourself. You improved by the smallest margin, a quarter of a buoy. But you know, obviously Dane improved, Nate improved. Will Ash unfortunately did not. But that, you know, there's a lot of examples looking at the men's list of skiers that actually improved significantly from first to second round.
Rob and Cole just walked by.
Yep,
both improved. Yeah, and I think we're 3 for 3 on the women. Everyone has improved their score so far. Let's hope the same is true for Alice. I always have a little extra pull for Alice because she is core part of the TWBC crew, bringing everyone this great webcast. So doing a lot of double duty on these weekends. And once the tournament's wrapped up, then she's not done, and Vince and everyone else here, there's a lot of breakdown to do. I was here as the hurricane was rolling in, and they were setting up, and it was my job to be the watchdog and make sure the camera equipment wasn't falling down.
A valuable job. An important one.
Vince was texting me about every hour and a half.
But I mean, it's worth dwelling on that, isn't it? Because, you know, Alice is in the booth, in the trailer, I should say, and trying to, you know, in doing all the camera angles and putting all the information in and all the sort of stuff that allows you to see the things you do on your screen. But also, she's working alongside Vince in between all the tournaments, you know, figuring things out, getting the logistics together, putting stuff up, taking it down, talking to organizers, making sure that things are going to be lined up. You know, it doesn't all happen by itself, that's for sure.
No, I wish it did, and I hope it continues to do more and more so, but we are so thankful to have this. And some of those are very specialty skill sets about the camera angles and operating the switchboard and things like that. Oh, it's looking good. Alice attacks, man. That's a nice opener.
All right, then, with that, let's check in once again with Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Kiara Bonneman. And Kiara, here's your 11-meter pass. So give us your thoughts as we go through. I thought the start was okay.
Yeah, the start felt all right. One more felt all right. I don't know, kind of like got a little broken down to 2, and then I just tried to like keep on skiing. Yeah.
Yeah, because even here at 2, you had space, a little bit of a safety check there, but still space before 3.
Yeah, I mean, felt okay. I just like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, compared to the way you've been skiing, how is that, especially your 13 and your 12?
Well, compared to my 13 and my 12, I think like I was just a little more tentative on that pass, and I was like, I haven't been skiing 38 for like a lot, so it's just like I'm missing a little bit of how do you say that, experience on that pass.
No, still well done, 4 at 11. Yeah, nice skiing. Back to you guys.
All right, here we come. Alice, 12 meters, nice looking gate. Ooh, a little shoulder drop at 1, but got the line perfectly. Great 2. Yeah.
She's still there. She's still rocking away on number 4 and number 5.
People may get tired of me saying it on every webcast when I watch Alice, but I just love the way she skis. It's very much on offense. It's really strong. She gets a lot of angle off the buoys. And so she's going to have a little bit of headwind here for the 11 meters, which I think she's going to like. This is a pass that she really wants to lock up and run. So she's set up well to do that. Let's watch this one again. She had that little shoulder drop right there at 1. I think that's really the only flaw I detected in this pass. It's a really nice toe side 2 ball. And from there, she just found her line, and she was on it. It's an early up-course line, lots of power across course, but still nice and fluid off the handle and through the turn. I mean, this is just very textbook skiing right here.
Good rock-solid skiing there, especially from 5 into number 6 there on that pass. She started in on 13, came back on 12. That was 12 meters, and now getting ready for the ever-critical 11.25-meter attempt behind that MasterCraft Pro Star towboat. Approaching the course here at Lake Gru. 11.25 meters. Let's see how she rolls here.
Oh, heavy on the gate, or a little powerful there, but she gets the line off a 1.
Come on,
strong off a 2. Here we go. Come on.
She can do this.
She's in a good spot in the course.
She's late, though, and she'll get to 5, and will she be able to turn it?
Oh, and she blew the tail on number 4.
Dang.
5.
5, I do beg your pardon, but I tell you what, it was a tremendous effort there to get that far for Alicia Bagnoli. We'll have a look at the instant replay, but I feel that a lot of the problems that she had on this particular run stemmed out of number 2. We'll see that in a moment, but
no, I thought the 2 was pretty good. She did come in hard right off the turn in for the gate, so she kind of does the same thing here at 2, which you almost have to, but she holds it nicely. You know, she has a big, strong 3 here, and I think over at 4, she loses her hips just a little bit there, lost some power, and this is where she just needs like another foot between her feet and her hand when she releases. She's not the tallest competitor out there, so that little loss of alignment between 3 and 4 takes away her edge change, and she doesn't have the luxury of just kind of letting her body reach out and the ski float out for that extra space. But you know, she had a chance to still save it, but she had to go for everything at 5 and didn't quite come up with it.
Yeah, she really turned on the power off her left to right side for that pass, and
right
unfortunately,
here, just a little bit loses the hips. Not much. Like I said, a tall skier, that doesn't affect them nearly so much, and they can come out of that turn a lot easier. You know, she knows she has a big 5, but she really lost the space from 4 to 5, and that's what did it.
All right, then. That gives her a score of, I believe, 4.5 at 11.25 meters. 4 1/2, 11.25 meters for Italy's Alicia Bagnoli. All right, next competitor getting lined up to go. From the United States, it is going to be Sasha Denierskaya.
Well, Tony, I'm going to say that we've done something today that's very hard to do. I think we have talked Freddie Winter out of words temporarily. He's gotten up and left the booth.
Yeah, he needs
He's a real talker, but I think he might have maxed it out there for the time being.
For the time being, at least, but he needs to walk around a little bit, because if he stays in one place for too long, then it has an adverse effect upon his leg.
No, I'm just making a joke. Freddie's a great talker, so to see him have to step out for a minute, you know, he's been putting his heart into it for the morning. All right, here comes Sasha. Looking good. I think we're going to see everyone open with 13. I'll be surprised. There's not much wind factor today. I don't see any reason why people would opt up to starting at 35. That would be way uncommon. You know, there is a little head tail to speak of. Headwind off the dock. Maybe that makes you kind of feel a little bit better when you're coming off the dock in a new, like a shorter line length. You know you at least have some cushion from the wind. There we see Whitney warming up. That's kind of like a classic shot in the women's slalom. We always got the Whitney warm-up shot.
Yes, indeed. It wouldn't be a webcasted pro event if we didn't have that.
Nope, just part of the package. Standard.
All right, then, with Corey Vaughan, I'm Tony Lyford here at the announcing booth at the 2024 MasterCraft
She's
Pro.
just, Alicia's taking her time right there. She's enjoying just a nice little calm swim before she gets back in the trailer and has to buckle down and get to work. She's got a busy day coming up, so she's taking a nice, casual, relaxing swim there, looking at the palm trees, pretending it's about 90 seconds of vacation.
So bringing on those Esther Williams vibes.
I don't know who Esther Williams is, but I'll let you tell me.
Well, actually, I found out a little bit more about her at the Waterski Hall of Fame. She was a Hollywood actress in the 1950s, early part of the 1960s, and kind of helped the whole fame surrounding the Cypress Gardens and that whole deal.
Ah, gotcha. I mean, that's the era where, famous actors, like water skiing, if you could go out there on skis, that was like the cool thing, Got Elvis and all kinds of world-famous people taking their little pictures on water skis. And here we're talking, Sasha's ripping through 35 off, making that look pretty handy. No drama there. She's set up with a 38 headwind. I'm thinking for her, that's also kind of what she wants. I don't know that she's planning to go out there and run 39, but she knows she does have to run 38 to give herself a chance at putting pressure on the leaderboard. Like we were all mentioning yesterday, the wind is probably lighter right now than it was when the women skied their prelim round yesterday. So, and it's the same direction. So you're getting some headwind from the dock end start, but from the far end, it's a lighter breeze. So that tailwind is not as significant in the start. And like we said, at a pass like 39, if you get the start, the light tailwind is not that significant through the course of the run, through the middle and through the end.
Definitely finding more of a slalom legs out there. Sasha Denyaskaya two passes to the good right now with 13 and 12 under her belt, so 11.25 meters coming up. And
and she's doing double duty this weekend with jumping as well. She was out there already this morning. She'll be back out again later today. She's going to be skiing 3 times today, a slalom and a jump finals, plus a jump prelim. And she's probably involved in officiating too. I mean, she's like a Pan Am judge.
Must run pass. 11 meters.
Comes.
It's a solid 1. 2's reary. It's not perfect.
Gets a 3 right there. There you go. That's better. Ooh, that's a lot of speed into 4. Look at her go.
This is really sensible skiing. Come on, Sasha.
Yeah.
That's a shame. She
dove
tried to
in on
turn
6.
Just when we thought she had that one. Really, I was a believer coming into 6. I thought, okay, she did just what she had to there and stumbled over the buoy, it looked like. Look, maybe her boot made contact with 6 ball and just knocked her balance off a little bit there. I love the fight. I love seeing this. Your mind has to be fully focused to not overdo, not underdo. When you're not on the perfect line, you still have to execute close to your keys, but you're not going to be able to do them the way you expect. And it takes tremendous physical strength. Give me Adam Caldwell any day to watch. That's the type of skiing that gets me excited.
Wow. Did you get a peek at his?
She's around it. She's around it. I don't think she hit it.
No,
I think
right.
she was just reaching and kind of, that edge rolled and rolled and rolled to where it almost wanted to engage as a turn instead of standing back up.
That's right. Oh, man. Heartbreaker.
Good. I mean, sensible skiing. I mean, she never panicked. And that's, you can make sort of 5 bad turns. And really all 5 of them were no good, particularly. But and still get through 11 if you don't panic. I mean, she's doing a good job through the wake. She's not getting the angle that she wants out of the turn. And here,
what if she slams the handle in the water right here? Do you think it helps her upright herself instead of the shoulder going down?
I don't know.
Punch down. That's a big Joel Poland move.
He puts the handle in the water.
At 6.
Cole Roberge used to do that too.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do it a little bit more. I found for me it actually messed me up. Like I lost the handle out of my hand a couple times, which taught me that wasn't the best move. But he swears by it. Like just straight up punch the water.
To slow you down?
Yeah, and almost check off some of that falling in speed. You almost using the hand there like a rudder. Yeah, exactly, to right you back up.
Wow.
As the ski moves in front, the drag from your hand is going to put you back on rather than that edge continuing to roll, like you said.
Well, there you go.
Or put some pressure into the ski, I should say.
All right.
For me, it's just grit your teeth and hold on. I don't know.
I'm more the lasso move now. Get the handle kind of low, but flick it up and try to bring up that shoulder at the same time.
People keep telling me that makes a difference, but
Oh, it does, buddy. It does.
Yeah.
Got to play with that.
Okay, moving right along, and originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, but making her home these days in Central Florida. This is Ali Nicholson, the winner of the Carmel Marrakesh Pro.
Yep, slight tailwind off the dock. She had it for 39 at that tournament, and she ran 4, and she will have that same tailwind today. It's a little it's not too bad, but it's something. And Ali ran 1.5 at 39 yesterday, and would have thought that she was out of it if there was only going to be one round before the finals, but happily she was able to stay in because they added everybody into the final.
All right then, and with that, let's check in with Wade.
Hi guys, here with Miss Alice Bagnoli. And Alice, before we go to your replay, I heard Corey Vaughn say he really likes watching you ski because your tempo, you create space, you're aggressive. So yeah, I think the same. So walk us through this 38 and give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I definitely knew I had to run 38 to make kind of a, be in the run for the first few spots. I like to be aggressive, but I knew that I was kind of getting shoulder heavy at 135. So I was like, be aggressive, but still control your shoulders. And honestly, I thought I had a good start. 2 was good enough for me. That's kind of my standard. 3, I'm not sure. I think I lost it at 4. 3, I was running a little bit late, but still, like, you're right here. Did you see I was pressing? I tried to push a little bit harder, but I knew I was getting late. And 4, I touched my rope. That's where I lost it. I was actually in the pass running late, yes, but at 4, I just hit the rope, and from there on, like, don't go out the front. Tried to save it at 5, but I don't know. I tried to go bomb at 5, and it just crashed.
Well, bummer, but yeah, you've already run that pass and yeah, had good success at 10.7. So yeah, looking forward to these upcoming events.
Yeah, definitely running more 38 in practice, so I was kind of hoping to run it more in tournaments as well. It's coming, but it's slower than I thought. Traverse is a good tournament for me usually, so hopefully it's going to be again a good one.
All right, we'll see her soon, and we'll see an Ali right now. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Ali is midway through her 35 off pass. Now, she typically starts at 32 off, so this was no adjustment for her. 35 off is typically her second pass, and that's just how it looked. Very smooth and steady right there. Allie's one of those ones. I think she's the last person off the bubble. Thankful that we're doing this format, that she gets a chance, because she's certainly the one out of anyone that we would expect to be able to jump from her 7th place position, right on up to the top. So she got some rest last night. Glad to be back in the action right here, and looking good so far.
Yeah, she's a 4-time pro event winner. All of them, 3 of them in Europe, 1 of them in Africa now. She is the reigning queen of Africa until the MasterCraft Pro next year. And she won. She came 3rd at the Worlds last year, so she's very accomplished, and so she'd have been pretty disappointed to be sitting there in 7th and in the danger zone with a 6-person final looming. But she is here today. She's been allowed back in, and time to shine. I mean, she, as Cole McCormick mentioned earlier, when you get a reprieve, when you get a second chance, it's a good time to take advantage of it.
There is something nice about skiing around when you feel like it's a bonus that it wasn't provided, because when we have a bad round, that's the first thing you immediately think, like, oh, come on. Give me one more shot. I'll show you I can rectify this. All right, here's Ali. 38, 11.25 meters. Nice 1 ball right there. Little bit of headwind. Looking good off a 2. Really good off a 3. Wow. This is looking cleaner than her 38 yesterday. Really nice tight rope, and she's got that ski dialed in. It is coming around quick. That's the type of 38 that's going to give her some confidence going into to the 39 right here. She's going to need a similar start. I thought this 1 ball gets the line, great position, nice early edge change into 2. That kind of sets up the rhythm for the pass. And here she goes. Like, she knows at this point, okay, just stay with the plan. And that's a great thing to have coming into your challenge pass.
Looking dialed. Looking good. Like, she's going to feel very good after that pass to come back and run more than the 1.5 she had yesterday. And it was an interesting one yesterday, of course. I mean, that's how the sport works. But she got out of 1 good enough to where she thought she could turn 2, unlike 2 of the people that we're going to see later who really stopped at 2 because there was no chance. They wanted to make sure they had the full 2. So she would feel that she skied better than a couple of the skiers that we've got in the next couple. But she did not get the result. So that'll give us some confidence, but she needs to make that count, and she needs to make it out of 2 to have a chance of really the win for sure, but certainly also to be on the podium.
Yeah, and here she comes. Now that far end, as I look down the lake, the water is calmer down there. That tailwind's not hitting the water as hard. It's going to be on the body a little bit. You know, she's had a better set herself today. That was a better 38. Can she have the better start at 39? Not bad at 1, not everything she wants.
Ooh, horrid number 2.
I don't know about that 3. I think we might be reviewing that. Yeah, she came back to the wakes with a bit of an S-turn as though she ran 3, but it was it happened pretty quick there. Off a 2, I thought she might be going to make 3, but then as we closed in on it, we'll see here in slow motion a lot better. In real time, it looked tight. I think this angle will pretty much give us the definitive take on that 3 ball.
There's no hiding here with TWC, is there? I mean, you know, this is the best situation. Official score is 2. And she was inside of it. You can see the outline of that spray, despite whatever she might try and do to. I don't know if she's trying to sell out. I don't know if she doesn't know, but she
probably doesn't know. She was kind of over it. You know, like the ski definitely hit the buoy. It was over it, but you can't displace the buoy. You know, you can't punch it under with the ski. I'm thinking that's more or less what happened. That's how you see it in that spray. But she just needed more out of that 1 ball. She needed a 1 closer to her 38 to really set up the line that she was going to take through this pass. Yeah, and then you see it from that angle too. All right, and now we're going to send it down to Wade.
Well, hey, thanks, Corey. Sort of similar Corey's thoughts about Alice. When I saw you slalom last year, I was like, wow, Sasha's got really nice swing and you're strong because you're a jumper. So here's your go at 38. It wasn't your best, but let's talk about this.
So it wasn't the best start. I saw some weeds and it kind of played a little bit with me. So I did not start well, did not have enough speed and width. 1 was not the greatest and 2 was just heavy. But by the 3 ball, I was really surprised I'm still hanging in there, just trying to keep my rhythm up. Yeah, like you can see, there is a lot of struggle and force. But yeah, just trying to do 1 boy at a time was a little bit late and a little bit back. Setup for 5 was actually not bad, but I was a little bit early and I have a tendency to open up in front of 5 and just, yeah, that wasn't the best setup for 6. And then here I just ran out of support, was too heavy on the tail and couldn't ride it out. But I mean, I'm still pretty happy with that. Every buoy was not good and I still got far down the line. So I mean, that's something I can learn from and hopefully not do it ever again.
No, I said to Kyle Ead years ago, I said there's something a jumper should never be is afraid when you're slalom skiing because jumping's so much more scary. And when I saw your lean there 3 to 4 at 11, yeah, you were giving it what you needed at the time, which is all you got. And so, yeah, this close and you would have had a shot at 10-7. So what's your takeaway from today?
No, I mean, I feel like I'm really close to skiing really well. I mean, that clearly shows that, I mean, with so many mistakes, I still got down the line pretty deep. So I definitely have a lot of potential in me left. So hopefully just build up from there. Yeah.
I'm seeing got a lot of tournaments left and she's got a jump event left. Watch her soon. Back to you guys.
Well, I've got a lot of respect for the 3 eventers, skiers like Sasha and Joel Poland and Dorian, the many of them.
Regina,
that are at that level in all 3 events. That's a lot of commitment, and I agree with Sasha. I think she has a tremendous amount of potential and room to grow on the slalom side. She's got the foundation of a lot of great things. So I hope that she continues to push and pursue that.
And it is the case, isn't it, Corey, where sometimes you're not skiing that well score-wise, but you do feel like you're kind of on the edge of something because things are, you know, you feel good, you feel balanced, and you just need to keep finding that little thing to click, and then it's all going to open up for you.
I mean, that's kind of the way with slalom skiing all the way down, right? Like if you're at 15 off, you kind of feel like you're just hungering for that next thing. You're kind of figuring it out, and if you're at 41 off, you feel like, oh, there's that next little bit. I think I can figure this out. And there's times in the middle where you feel about as dialed as you can be, but I feel like we're always hungry. I don't know many satisfied slalom skiers.
Well, you heard Dane earlier. He's won his first ever tournament. He's maybe the happiest he's ever been at a ski lake, and he says, well, you know, I just wish there was like a little bit more in that buoy 5. I could have turned it and got around 6. Like, dude, give yourself a break.
Yeah.
You know, let yourself enjoy it. But you're never happy, and that's the nature of it.
Well, yeah, when he walked back down to the changing area, I you know, everyone kind of clapped for him and made applause as he was walking in because of a great score, and he's on the comeback track and everything like that. And he was very kind of blasé about it, very downplaying, and like, I would have liked to have turned that. It's like, dude, this is your first tournament since May, and you got hurt, and you became a dad, and like, you know, that's what I said. He's become more German. Since getting married, he has become more German.
I can believe that.
Yeah.
That accent was nearly as good as Tony's French.
Thank you. I've been practicing.
That wasn't a compliment, dude.
I know.
Well, Meckler's a German name, isn't it?
It is.
There you go.
Hey, look, there he is right there. Still looking sad.
That's what I thought, like when he was trudging around. I mean, that's the nerves, right? I mean, but he'll be on cloud 9.
No, there's nothing like it.
Sunglasses on, behind that, he's got these beautiful, happy eyes, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, life is good. Proud dad, MasterCraft Pro champion, nearly ran 41 in his first tournament back. That's a good day at the lake. Okay, now let's back to the action here. Pedrini, pass number 2.
Yep, 12 meters.
Yep, 35 off.
And I like the way that she obtains angle on the backside of the turn and keeps that angle going across the back of the boat and just backsides the turns, even on 12 meters.
Yeah, Paige has a very unique style. She really can drop big bombs at 135. We're going to pick up on that thread, though. First, we're going to go see Wade.
Hey, guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, and yeah, keeping it light with JT and Willie down here.
Yeah, it's always good to have a little bit of good and upbeat distraction.
No, sometimes distractions are the best, right?
Yeah, definitely. Keep your mind off things until it's go time.
Well, it's going to be go time soon. Looks great out there, the hum.
Yeah, pretty good. The wind seems to be holding. It's slowly been picking up as the girls have gone through. So hopefully it holds off a little longer until we finish.
We're going to see soon. We'll let her get. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we are detecting that little bit of pickup. It's from the same direction, but that head tail could be a little more pronounced. I don't see it as anything more than what the women skied in yesterday at this point. Hopefully, it just plateaus here. Maybe even it'll drop off a touch more. I don't think we're supposed to get anything too crazy. The jumpers are happy. A little more headwind for them to get some lift here this afternoon. All right, this is Paige, 38 off into this headwind. Looking good so far. Nice one. Solid off a 2. There's that big 3 that she can pull out anytime she wants, and the 4 to go with it. And the 5. That's Freddie mentioned it yesterday. You'll see some skiers really pull out a big turn on the onside, but it can be at the expense then of the offside. You're coming in with more speed and different pressure on the rope. It can be harder to control. Paige kind of brought out something, bigger, heavier, tighter at 3, but then knew how to match that at the back of 4, and then stayed on that tempo and that line for 5 and 6. Because here she was a little more casual, 1 and 2, and now you're going to see her pick up the pace.
Looking extremely strong out there, even though the rope gets shorter and her ability to backside each of the turns becomes a little less straightforward. She's still able to get the turns that she needs to stay early.
Well, she knows the right balance point on her ski when she's coming into the buoy with a little more speed or a different trajectory. She knows where to move on the right place and to be able to commit to that, and that's really what it takes.
Here we go, warming up on dockside, Manon Costar. And we'll see her take to the water very, very soon. Got about 5 skiers on the dockside getting ready to go.
All right, here it is, 39.
2 1/4 for the lead.
It's not the best one. Oh, no, dang. We'll have to get another look at that gate for some analysis. That ended very quickly. We didn't get to see a lot. There must have been something in that gate or in that approach to 1. Maybe a little slow and undercommitted on the turn-in, maybe over-anticipating the tailwind, and then kind of getting late speed that brought her into that loose rope at the finish of 1. A little hard to hear. This is a better angle. Yeah, I'd say kind of losing some speed as she turned into that. Didn't get a whole lot going into the center line, so had to take a little more speed out of the center line, and then that's going to catch up to you when it's time to hook up.
All right, so we're a little over halfway down this list. We see that we've got the tied lead between Ali Nicholson and Ali Garcia, 2 at 10.75 meters. Paige Reaney slotted in there with half at 10.75 meters. Sasha Denyaskaya on 5.5 and 11. Alicia Bagnoli 4.5 11, and Chiara Bonneman with 4 at 11.
Ali and Ali there both elevated their performances yesterday to the point of the cut line of yesterday. Paige, unfortunately, there just dropped down with that early fall at 39, so she'll be disappointed in that. Elizabeth, we saw yesterday with the 2 at 39. She'll obviously be looking for more than that today. I remember her interview yesterday. She sounded optimistic that there were more buoys for her. She'd like to put something together a little bit better today. Let's see if she can do just that. Looking good here on the 1-2 on the opener. She's coming out swinging. And yesterday, I believe she also started at 32 off, but I'm going to say I believe that was a stronger, better opener than what she had yesterday. I don't recall exactly, but that one looked pretty darn good.
And there are some interesting elements so far as a slalom and technique is concerned. And one of the elements kind of harks back to the days where you're watching VHS videos back in the day. But with that in mind,
speaking of VHS,
let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Regina Jaquist, and I know you've had this feeling before. I got here this morning and people ask me why I don't ski, and I get it through you guys because, man, I was fired up. Sun's out, right? Sunday final, yep.
Yeah, there's really nothing, like Sunday finals. So, yep, it's going to be good, and the scores are already getting up there on 39. So it's going to be good. The lake is nice, got a nice little tail head, and we don't have a crosswind, so don't have to deal with that. But it's exciting, Sunday finals. We'll see what it brings.
No, I've seen you put up some big ones right here before. Yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of people at home all excited, getting ready to watch. Who are you going to give a shout out to today?
Oh, definitely everybody back home and the Panhandle. I know they're all watching and cheering, and Emerald Coast Compounding Pharmacy, the girls there keeping the store rocking and rolling. So thank you to the family and my sister Renee who keep it all together for me.
Thank you guys for letting us have us for the weekend. Back to you guys.
All right, Elizabeth now mid-course, 35 off, and I'm liking this pass too. I mean, everything looks on time. She really looks committed. She's skiing on offense right here, I would say, and it's working in her favor. She ran that really early and up course. That's a confidence builder going into this 38 off. She'll have the headwind as well, which I think will instill some confidence. Elizabeth never lacked for power side to side, so in that situation, a headwind is your friend. So she's going to be feeling pretty good about things as she gets ready to take this 38 off.
And going back to my point a little bit before we went to Wade, that in the 80s and the early part of the 90s on those VHS videotapes, there was a slalom series from Mike Siderhowd and
oh yeah, I have that VHS still with Bob LaPointe.
With Bob LaPointe, and they look into something called the split radius edge change, where you start edge changing, then you come back up, and then you go down to initiate the tail end of the turn and stay with the run.
Well, clearly you remember those instructions a lot better than I do. That's more detail than I remember from those. It's been a little while since I watched that VHS. But, okay, so you're saying split radius edge change. Are you saying you kind of go onto a light edge first and then you let the ski start to roll more as you go into the buoy?
Yeah, you come up off that edge and then go back down again.
Well, that might have been a little more old school with different wake shapes and also with hand driving and being able to be a little bit heavier at the finish of the turn.
And those old skis that don't really hold the water very well.
Yeah, so things are certainly different now. Now, that's a nice start for Elizabeth. We got to get back to the on-water action here. She is looking good off a 3 at 38, needs the 4, safe 4, but she has a big 5 in store for us and is going to finish that pass out pretty safely.
That's pretty solid.
Good skiing there from Elizabeth Montavon, coming to us from West Palm Beach area of South Florida, and I mean it's been interesting to watch Elizabeth Montavon. experience in professional women's slalom skiing. You know, several years ago, she would go absolutely flat out behind the back of the boat and really have a hard time, you know, bleeding off that speed into the turn and staying consistent with it. She's definitely worked on that technique, and in concert with that good Ventura slalom ski, she's really finding the kind of consistency that is necessary to stay on track with the competition here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know Elizabeth is a very committed student of the sport. She lives in West Palm Beach, trains at Okehili. I mean, she probably, as far as number of sets per year, living somewhere like that. I know she skis hard through the winter. I skied with her and Stevie one day in January, and I mean, she was going down the line back-to-back 38s and into 39, and it was, you know, January the 10th. You know, she was kind of in full season form at that time. So you kind of have to test yourself at that level. If you're working on something new, you've got to see if it's really paying off on your harder passes. She puts in a lot of work in the gym as well. You know,
she has podiumed here before, right? A number of years ago, she came second.
You and Tony are the encyclopedias on that thing, on this kind of thing. That's a good one. Good.
Around 3 for the lead. Will she get it? She's
Yes.
around it. That's an S turn, and she will get 3. I'm going to say that's a 3. I don't think she went inside of it.
No, we'll look at it just for safety, but I'm with you, Freddie. I think that's a pretty safe 3. She takes the lead, so she could do no worse than 5th here at the moment.
And that's probably as good of a score as we've ever seen her do in a pro tournament. I don't know what she's done in record tournaments, but you know, real skiing's done here in the cameras, in my opinion.
That's a good one right there.
This is really good. I mean, actually, you know, she almost babied 2 a little bit because she just didn't want to fall, right? I mean, that she was in good enough shape, I thought, to maybe even go further.
Yeah, it looks to me like she's got that 3.
It's tight, but I think she got it.
Yeah. Then I got back. I mean, I definitely saw buoy inside the ski right there.
3,
Yep.
There we go. So she's in the lead. So that's quite interesting. I mean, you know, to take the lead, someone's got to cut 2-4, which is where it starts getting a little bit more windy. Yeah, just a little on the tail there, because I thought the start was really, really good, as you said, Corey.
Yeah, I think you're probably not wrong there. She played 2 a little safe. She knows going in there that if she dumps it by being fully committed, then all of a sudden she's out of the conversation, and instead of having a chance to take the lead, you know, she's behind Allie and Allie, so plays it a little safer perhaps, gets a solid 3, takes the lead, 4 to go. She can do no worse than 5th, and she came in looking pretty happy. We've got a pro star in the course trimming some weeds right here.
All right, then, as we get ready for Manon Costar to take to the water, a quick note of our sponsors, our title sponsors here at the MasterCraft Pro, MasterCraft and Visit Central Florida. Our other sponsors consist of Babes Boat Products, Wake House, Zero Off, OJ Props, the lowpaymentkings.com, lowpaymentkings.com, Good Skis, Clips to Audio, Radar Skis, Masterline Ropes, and Conley Skis.
All right. It looks like now we have Manon on the water. Just a brief delay right there, and we are back into the action. I think Manon did not exactly have the set that she wanted yesterday, so she's looking to pick it back up here in this round. This is looking pretty nice and dialed. I want to say more so than her opener yesterday. And with that, we're going to go see Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Elizabeth Montavon, and 3 at 10.7. Hey, not bad. I know you want more, but yeah, you were excited. Hey, not a bad score for a final, right?
Yeah, I've been in a little bit of a rut this year. I've ran a lot of 2s, and I don't do that in practice. I don't get 2. So tired of getting 2. I think I panicked a little bit at 2 ball there. Like 1 was phenomenal. Yeah, like I liked the skate. I had the line tension I wanted. I knew the crosswind was probably going to come into play from 1 to 2, but that was the kind of 1 ball that I needed. And then I think I just couldn't believe how much space and time I had there, and kind of climbed the nose a little bit instead of just making my move out. And then here I was like, oh yeah, you need 3. You need a whole piece. You need the whole thing. I'll take as much as I can get. So that was the gate in 1 I wanted. That's progress for me. It wasn't another 2, so I'll take that. But I've got so much more in me, and I need to get out of this rut.
No, I think you certainly do. But when you go out and you take the lead in the final, I think that's always like job well done. Give yourself a pat on the back for that, right?
Yeah, and it's an abnormal final. Everybody got to ski it, so I mean it's all up for grabs, and so I felt that pressure, and that was I had to throw down, and I threw down.
Okay, well, we're gonna wait and see. Manon's on the water now. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and here's Manon, 35 off. I think from what I can tell so far, 2-4 looking a little more dialed today. Would you guys agree?
It was, to me, I watched the ski yesterday, and her first 2 passes were very, very good, the same as these 2. The issue came at 2 at 38. I'm not going to say that where she can hear it at the end of the lake, but no, I thought she looked fantastic these first 2 passes. And the thing with her, where if you're going to really focus on something that she does extremely well, as well as anybody else, really, is she's very centered through the wakes. She's you see some of the other skiers are a little more on the tail, they move around, but she's right through the middle. And I mean, and that's, all the remaining skiers we have today are exactly the same as that, that I think is what separates the good from the great in slalom skiing, is being able to be through the middle, through the wakes. And that's where, Regina can get a bad, 3 at 39 and still get over to 4 and turn the hell out of 4. You need to do a good job through the wakes to be able to give yourself the option of having a good next turn.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm talking to skiers that I'm coaching, it's, our position is dynamic. We're always kind of moving. We're always in motion. So what balance means at any one place looks a little bit different, but we're basically trying to move from one balanced position to another, depending on where we are in relation to the boat. There's really no time to be out of balance. It certainly makes it hard. You have to recover. All right, let's see if she can take that into this 38 right here. Nice 1 ball. Just stay nice and settled here at 2. That's a better 2 than we saw yesterday.
Come on.
There's a good 4 right there. She's going to trust this 5. There we go.
Well done. That's good. Yeah, I mean, much better than her pass yesterday. I mean, I was impressed with her pass yesterday, where she got that terrible 2 and still ran it and stayed really calm, but that's going to give her a bit more confidence. I know she was pretty disappointed with how she skied yesterday. She's just looking, she's, by her own admission, she's not training, she's not doing 39 offs at the 10th of January. She doesn't ski until April or May, right, at the moment. She's taken her focus away from skiing in the winter months, so she's trying to enjoy her skiing a bit more, and that's that'll give her a bit more enjoyment than a sort of sketchy 11 like she had yesterday. She'll be coming into this pass knowing that 3 will give her an edge over Elizabeth Montavon based on seeding. They both tied yesterday. Of course, we don't anticipate 3 being the winning score at the end of the tournament, but she's going to have to get past 3 to try and get that win and really, get through the pass. Of course, she has done it this year. There's only 4 women in the world who have run 10.75 this year. Regina, Whitney, and Jamie all did it yesterday. Manon is capable. She did it earlier this year, and So let's see what can be done here. Okay. If she gets 3, she's guaranteed 4th.
Yep, based on. If she gets 3, she's guaranteed 4th based on.
Oh no, I guess that's not true. If she gets 3, then it'll be tied for 4th because it'll be. Anyway, who cares about that? Pass 3 is the lead. Let's see it. Manon Costard into 1. It's not the best one by any means. She can safety 2 probably pretty well.
No, she's committed though.
She'll get over to 3, turn it, and then get around 4.
There we go.
This is fantastic skiing after a terrible 1. It's 3.5, and that's. It's brutal to get 3.5 when she can't. She'd pulled it back. She is in the lead. I'm really proud of her for getting that bad 1, committing so well at 2, as you said, Corey, and then still moving down. But she also tried to turn 4. She wasn't going, I'm going to take this. She wanted to go for it.
I thought she got a lot back at 3. I'm guessing that's what she felt too, because I agree. The 1 was not exactly what she wanted. A little slow to get out of there.
Long pull to 2.
Makes it hard to get out of 2, but she committed here and gave herself a chance to turn 3, which she did. And I thought this was a pretty good turn based on where she was. Got the line. I didn't think that much worse going to 4 than 2, so that's what she was thinking. I managed 2, but didn't quite manage 4.
Didn't get the she talked to me yesterday. She said that on 2 on the 38 when it kind of went weird, and then 2 at 39. She was a little on the tail, so she didn't allow the ski to turn through. So, you see that here at 4. This was not great. She was having to pull long. She took a pretty easy 2, so she didn't fall. Pulled long, and she got a lot of space back. And I agree with you, Corey. I mean, she did really well there to manage that, and that's a shame. She is guaranteed 4th with 3 skiers to go. Of course, everyone did beat that score that is remaining, so we're going to see. But regardless, it's another good result for her, and I think today she's 3rd on the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard after doing well in Europe, and she's going to pick up some points for sure.
All right, continue to vote for your skier of the day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com, waterskibroadcasting.com, check that out and vote for your skier of the day. I mean, we've had some great performances highlighted by the likes of Dane Meckler so far in the men's slalom event, and we've also seen some great jumping courtesy of Freddie Krueger in yesterday's earlier round of men's jump. But on the water right now, let's see what Whitney McClintock-Reaney can conjure up with her first pass. There you go. 13 meters, no worries there for her. And as she works her way down towards the end, we'll have a look at the dockside and see our penultimate skier to take to the water, Regina Jaquist. And certainly building up to a great climax going forward there, Corey.
Absolutely. Well, this is what we like to see. Elizabeth Montavon came in, took the lead, got herself in a position to be no worse than 5th. Manon came right afterwards, took the lead away, put herself in a position to be no worse than 4th. And now we've got the final 3. We've got some big scores in the book. I mean, the second half of 39 is no guarantee for anyone.
Especially with that tailwind coming up. I know it didn't make a big difference yesterday, and we've got great skiers, but there is that tailwind, potentially causing something to think about, let's say.
Yeah, I think from the last time we mentioned it, it certainly has not gotten worse. If anything, it may have actually gotten a little bit more settled. It's still there.
You're paying attention better than me.
Yeah, well, we talked about it in a moment there where I did see the flags kind of pick up with a gust. I mean, that's the other thing, too. You'll get just a sporadic little burst of wind. You don't want that to catch you at the wrong time, like during your gate pull-out or into 1 or something like that. So that's always a factor. The wind is up and down just a little bit. It's by a couple miles an hour, but, that really matters out there.
And Whitney yesterday ran by far the best 39. It was streets ahead of Regina's, which was, arguably more impressive given the mistake that she made in the middle of the course there. But, Whitney looks like she's skiing really, really well. She did not have the best start at 41, but I would say that she can, despite being third seeded, she can say that she probably skied very, as good as anyone yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, today's where it's all the marbles are on the line, and she's going to be bringing in confidence from that good 39. I mean, almost you'd rather have that in a prelims than a very shaky 39 and a full 1 or a 1.5 at 41. I think she's going to be less concerned about that. Maybe even have gone back and reviewed the video, learned something to improve her start at 41 today, should she get there. And so far what we're seeing is, not a lot to comment on, just very clinical, very Whitney McClintock, to a T.
And almost identical technically to Paige Reaney, who we saw a little bit earlier on, right down to the brand of ski they ride.
Yeah, they share a lot of characteristics. They're both on the Radar Vapor. They both have a similar, release style through their 135 style. Their 135 side. They're both left foot forward. So they have different gaits. They both are running a one-handed gait, but I'd say Paige's is a little different, or they're a little different from each other there. But, same coach, so not surprising that we would see some similarities.
All right, let's see if those similarities continue here with 11.25 meters. Paige Reaney got half at 10.75 meters a few skiers ago.
I'll say if we want to point out one difference here, Whitney, once she connects off the buoy, I see her body more connected to the handle than Paige's. I think that's going to provide her with just a little more cross-course leverage and some more stability going through that next edge change. She takes plenty of power cross-course right here, but she's able to bring it through the edge change, without a whole lot of extra movement or loss of rhythm. And I think when you're nice and connected to the handle like that, it really gives you an advantage as you come off the handle nice and balanced going into that release heading towards apex.
All right, as we continue to move right along, 10.75 meters coming up next. Now I just saw Manon Costard walk past, and I noticed that she's got an elevated pad underneath her back foot. Now that's almost quite similar to what you have going on with your ski, where you have the raised arch.
Yeah, I didn't notice what Manon has. I haven't taken a close look. It's not one of mine, although they're available. I'd certainly be happy to get them out. But yeah, I have been running something under that back foot for a long time just to try to get my stance good and level. That's been helpful to me. I finally got an actual nicely manufactured product that it looks good, it works well, and I've been getting a bunch of them out there, and so far I've been getting a lot of good reviews. So,
Whitney, probably a must-run to win this tournament given the skiers that are coming next. 3.5 is the lead, but she'll want all of it. It's a bit of an average 1. She'll turn 2, and it's a good 2.
She can work with all this.
Yeah, she's. She hasn't.
She can't work with that.
And that's brutal. So that puts Manon on the podium. It puts Elizabeth in fourth, and Whitney, after skiing so incredibly well yesterday, she didn't get it, and just a lot of pressure out the back, pulled the handle in a little too early, let's say, out of 1, and like you said, she can work with it, but 2 was good, pretty good. I thought she was back on track, and then here just. No
Shoulders
rope.
came in a little bit coming into the buoy, just a touch. I mean, it doesn't take much at 39. In her mind right there, she's still running the pass. That was not like, let's make sure we get to 4. That was, let's turn the 3 ball that sets up 6. And you're on a razor's edge here at 39. It just did not quite happen for her.
And I mean, as the tour leaderboard goes, Whitney did a really good job winning in California to get a lot of points that put her close to the top. But here, that it's not worked out, so she's going to be 5th, which is guaranteed 5th. I mean, depending on what happens here, she could get on the podium. It's unlikely, I would say, with Jamie and Regina left, but that means that she's not going to get the points that she needs with 3 events left after this. Is that really going to put her in the positions that she wants to be in at the end of the year?
Well, the crazy part is we still have 3 events left to go, so there's a lot of movement that can still take place.
But I'm saying with the level of competition, you need every bit of it, right? You can't slip up for a second, and unfortunately, that is a slip up for Whitney.
No, absolutely right. No, she's going to be disappointed with that. We're not going to see a cheerful Whitney based on that final round right there.
Yeah, it's sort of you get the knife twists. You want to. You want to get a good result for the tournament, but you also want to bring those points up, and that's a shame. That's a shame for her. But anyway, so as we move on from one of the best slalom skiers of this generation or any generation to another, Regina Jaquist is spectacular. She ran a 39 that I didn't really believe possible yesterday. It was unbelievable. I was in disbelief. Wade is going to bring us some coverage from, I think, Manon.
Hey guys, here with Manon Costard, our leader in the clubhouse, got a big smile on her face. And so, yeah, let's have a look at this 10-7 because I thought it was really, really nice, especially even into 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think it was my best gate actually of the set, so I was happy with it. Although 1 didn't go as well as the gate I thought would. Yeah, a little dip there. I was very happy with how I recovered. I thought 2 was good. My ski finished well, a little bit of daytime there, but it went well. And then 3, I'm just looking at the buoy a little too long, worried if I'm gonna go around it or not, and overthinking it. So I get a little late to 4, and then by that time I'm just 1 step behind the whole way instead of thinking ahead and keeping on moving and having my looking at the next buoy and all of that. I'm just living in the past. I should be there, and yeah. So it was a bit of a shame. I thought I could have, got a bit further, and yeah. But very happy with the ski set.
Oh, good, happy girl. We're happy to have her back, and she's on the podium. Back to you guys.
So great skiing there from the multiple-time European slalom champion there, Manon Costard.
And world champion. And
yeah, former world champion and European slalom record holder. And I mean, the accolades continue on for Manon Costard as they do for Regina Jaquist. the current world women's slalom record holder.
Interested to see Regina here. I mean, I think she's complaining about some weed, which could, I mean, it's definitely a case that you want to be complaining about weed after your second pass and not your third, because you don't want to be waiting, you know, for your big hard pass of 41 with a boat in the water. I wonder if they're going to go out. They are. I think I can just see behind that they're going out. She wants to have it all cleared. She's coming back in at 38, which is a pass that she rarely misses. We did actually see her miss one at Swiss this year, I think, which was completely, I mean, almost insanity. But that's the exception that proves the rule that Regina does not miss this next pass. She's you know, and I mean, yesterday we saw like it was some very average turns on that 10.75, and she skied unbelievably well in a different way, you know, to survive and recover from a difficult situation, to take the lead or at least take the leading score along with Jamie.
Yeah, like you said right here, much better to notice those weeds early, get anything corrected before you're getting to those final passes. I think she's not going to mind if there's a 3 or 4 minute wait here coming into 38 off. Much better to not have that at 39. Rob Hazelwood had that earlier today. He had to sit for quite a while there coming into his 41. Still ran 3, very impressive. So we're just going to take this quick pause here, make sure the course is clear, and hopefully this little cleanup will get us through the end of women's slalom. Since we've been talking about it, I'm monitoring the wind just visually on the lake. I'm not seeing any change from last we spoke about it. I think it's just kind of staying nice and steady, same head tail that we've seen most of the split.
About 12 kph from the southwest, which is maybe about 7-8 mile an hour.
Yeah, pretty darn nice slalom conditions out there, and also nice jump conditions, which will be coming up next.
And Regina's one of the only skiers of the day, I mean, along with, you know, maybe Jamie Whitney, that can say, oh, well, you know, I'll have to take 10.75 tailwind, but that gives me headwind 41.
That's right.
She can say that with confidence, as she proved yesterday. She's proven so many times over the years.
Here she is, 38, strong 1, strong 2.
Very, very good. Trying to think back to how many times she's won this tournament. I think she did not win it 2 years ago, I think, when Jamie won. I should know better. As I've not taken my job as a commentator seriously enough by not knowing the past champions here. Perhaps there's a graphic that we could have to give me a little bit of help. But she definitely won here before in 21. I think she won in 2020. So, you know, she really is very, very. There you go. She's won 3 of the 4 that we ever had. She lost to Jamie in 2022, and she's got a good run here. Her home site, she skis here a lot. Well, something of a home site for her, and she'll be coming back in at 39. To take the lead, she will need 4. She will not really be looking anything before 4. She doesn't care. She wants to win. She's capable. She's run this pass more times than anyone else by quite a distance. And she knows that with Jamie after her, Jamie who ran 10.75 last round and also ran 10.75 in the, I think, you know, her second or third round of slalom skiing this year, having skied for about 2.5 weeks at the Swiss Pro. You know, there's good competition to come. Regina is not last off the dock, where she's been a number of times, but she doesn't know what Jamie's going to do, so she's going to have to go as big as possible. So Regina Jacquez comes in at 10.75. It's 4 for the lead, but she'll want to get through it, and she definitely can get through it. Let's see. She will get the 1. It's a spectacular 1.
Those 1, 3, 5s.
It's a good 2. It's fantastic again, and then it's over to 3, and this is easy. This is so easy, and it's a relaxed. It's a relaxed 4, almost too relaxed, but 5's good enough, and that's
takes the lead.
It takes the lead. It takes the lead comfortably too. I mean, the only time I thought that there was any sort of small issue was 4, where she didn't really go for the big turn that she can, unlike yesterday where she needed the big 4.
I think 4 was a safety turn. I mean, if you look at this set, her 135s have just been bulletproof. So she knew she had that in her pocket for 5-ball. She could be a little more down course. Didn't want to have anything strange happen at 4. It took it a little bit safer and then whipped out that 5. I mean, just watching that 38 and 39 here, I'm just not seeing anybody turn 135 quite like she is. It's that's a special turn.
It's a special turn, and it's also, let's remember that Regina is one of the smaller women in the field. So when you only have a lower stature, a lower center of gravity, you can use that advantage. You can sort of kick the ski around that little bit more. What she lacks in length out to the boys, she can maneuver that. I mean, overall, you'd say it's a benefit to be taller. But she's the greatest ever, and she's one of the she's one of the smaller women that she'll compete against at every tournament. She looked disappointed yesterday when she only ran the 2, having had a good one. So, that says to me that she feels capable of going further. She might need to go further to guarantee. Jamie's never been to 3, so let's see what she can do. She's got the lead. Where is that lead going to end up after this pass? Season best is 3. She gets an average 1. She'll probably get over to 2. She does. And S-turn out the exits. I'm going to say that's an extraordinarily competitive score. Jamie will do well to tie her PB and therefore tie Regina. Jamie's going to have to run her best ever score in order to win this tournament without the aid of a runoff.
Yeah, but it's a score she ran yesterday, and it's not like a one-time best. She's done it multiple times, so we know she's up to it.
And a number of years ago, I mean, I've seen, like at Caiaphas, I think it was last year or maybe it was the year before, she was so close to getting around 3. The Malibu Open, I remember in 2021, she was so close. So, we can say that Jamie's she's exceptionally good. She's really been the story in women's slalom skiing of the last 5 years. 2 World Championships and Masters, a number of wins after her first pro win at the Hilltop Pro in 2020. She's sort of, there's not been anyone that's necessarily dominant, because it sort of seems to switch between Regina, Whitney, and Jamie is the ones that get most of the wins. There's a couple of others here and there. Manon and Ali Nicholson have won a couple in that time, but that's what's so interesting about women's slalom is we kind of have these 3 skiers that are running consistently 10.75 at every single tournament, and then we've got this big great chasing pack and people running these huge scores outside of those 3.
Continuing right along, we've got our live chat is absolutely blowing up with messages to each of you guys. And whenever you were skiing, there was a whole page of fandom going on while you were skiing. So kudos to that. But the latest message that I have here is from one Camille Duval, who's watching this. One of the greatest water skiers of all time. Just absolutely loving these female skiers are ripping it out there on the slalom course. So kudos to you there, Camille, who's probably watching us from Lake Tahoe out west. And we thank you for joining in, and for all of you that are watching us here on the TWBC webcast of the 2024 MasterCraft Pro.
She needs to be careful commenting on the webcast. She might end up with a job. Vince will start hassling her to come and do some interviews. I mean, how cool would that be? I mean, we got Wade
and Camille.
Yeah, unreal. I mean, just even have those names contributing to our sport, having had the most successful water skiing careers. It's just great. And anyway, let's see these people contributing to their own careers. We got Regina Jaquist in the lead. We got Manon Costard in second. A fair ways back, you'd say, with 3.5 at 10.75. But Jamie Bull is going out there with probably with some nerves, I would say. I mean, she knows that she can get that 4 to get second. She knows that she can get the 2 to tie for first, but she's never done a 3. She's never got around 3, and it would be a Canadian record, or tie of a Canadian record if she did get around 3, because at least because Whitney has the Canadian record of 2.25.
Yes.
So it's all to play for. This is very exciting stuff. The culmination of this women's round is justifying and matching the men's, which is quite exciting. So last skier on the water of slalom skiing at the MasterCraft Pro 2024. And what a good finale it'll be.
I say this is just what we hope for as water ski fans, and in Jamie's position, it's going to have to bring out her best. In some ways, it's a better mindset than if Regina had slipped up a little bit, ran 5 at 39, then you just know you have to run it. It's a different mentality than, I mean, right now she's all in, full commitment. She's going to have the set of her life. That's a much better place for us to be watching, and it's a best place for her to bring out her very best skiing.
And let's bring in yesterday. Exactly to that point, like, you know, her best skiing. I mean, she looked fantastic yesterday. She had a bit of a wobble, I think, on buoy 2 on 39 yesterday, but she completed actually fairly easily. And then she had a great 1 at 41. And she, again, like Regina, was disappointed not to turn 2 yesterday. So I think that we're seeing 2 athletes at the very, you know, top of their capabilities battling for first place. Regina with you know, hundreds of victories behind her. And Jamie with a great number, but you know, increasing as she gets older. She is here at 12 meters. We're looking at that offside turn that is the trademark of Jamie's skiing. Her 135 is spectacular, and where she'll often come back from an average 2.4 like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, this 35 looking really good here. I'm sure some people are wishing that we might weigh in and guess as to whether Jamie would try to turn that 2 at 41, and as you know, Freddie, that's a moment-by-moment decision. Jamie will be deciding that based on how she connects off of 1, how she gets through the wakes. You know, it would be great to get the outright win, but if there's anything imperfect about that connection at 1 or the pull over to 2, then it'll be all out, secure the 2, and try to force the tie.
I agree, and yeah, pure analysis. She'll come into that 1. She'll try and get the perfect gate. I mean, assuming she's got around 39 yet, but I have a good feeling about it. She'll be turning and seeing, you know, the way she approaches it. Is she wide enough? Is she got enough tip pressure? Is she going to be able to get that ski through? Or, you know, yesterday she had that good start. So, yeah, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. She still has to run 2 more passes before we can even start thinking about 41. But she looks good so far. I mean, it's funny with these women. I mean, you don't almost feel like you need to say much on their first 2 passes because they all look so good. It looks so easy, and you know, dare I say they are sort of a cut above what we've seen, you know, prior. There's no mistakes being made. You know, it looks like an absolute walk in the park. These are the creme de la creme.
But 38 can tell us something here, because this is going to kind of set up more her flow for 39. She wants this pass to go well. It builds confidence. See right there, she had a little misstep at 2. It's not going to cost her at 38, but she's going to have a mental note pinned on that one to make sure she does that 4-ball turn and not that 2-ball turn.
Agreed, and it's I would say a carbon copy. You could overlay her 38 yesterday to this one, because same, great 1, bit of a weird 2, ended up a little bit sort of high-sided there, and after that, very good. But yeah, she wants that really good 4 over the 2, which was a bit average, as you say, Corey.
And one thing I actually notice a little bit, especially with the gate shot and a turn off number 2, is how she jams that back foot down. And then once she gets to that edge, then it's off to the races there.
Which I don't think sometimes doesn't serve her that well. I mean, you know, when you're putting the tail of the ski into the water too much, you end up going straight.
Like that?
Well, more 2 than 4, I would say. I think that, you know, what's good about putting the tail of the ski in the water is you slow down, but you don't get slack. You take your slack up, but you do also want to keep moving. And if you end up pointing the ski down more towards the boat than across the lake, then that's a very difficult situation to come back from. But anyway, so Jamie, you know, did really, really well in Europe this year. She won. She won the San Gervasio Pro-Am. She won Monaco. She did really excellently, and she won the Swiss Pro. I mean, I think, frankly, that was one of the. I mean, I talked about how great Dane Meckler was today, and these sort of, you know, almost fairy tale moments. Like Jamie got back on the water, which was her choice, admittedly, a month before the Swiss Pro, but then went and won it, which was just amazing. I mean, wouldn't have expected necessarily. All right, let's see.
And here we go. We got 39.
10.75, 39 off. I'll leave you to it, Corey.
All right, the start's going to tell us a lot. Good 1. She can work with that. She needs the better 2. That is a better 2 than 38. She's feeling good about things right here. Now it's just, oh no. She didn't need that 4.
And it's inside 6.
Oh, no.
And ladies and gentlemen, that means that with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters, your 2024 MasterCraft Pro Women's Slalom Champion, Regina Jaquez.
And good for Regina. I mean, let's say a few words about Regina first. I mean, that's her 4th victory here in 5 years, and that really underlines, how fantastic of a skier she is. Sad for Jamie, the first half of that pass was dreamy, was textbook. She'd have thought, well, just carry that on, and didn't get the fall that she needed. And disappointing for her. She'll look back on that. The good thing for her, though, with that disappointment that she's definitely feeling, is that she has to wait 4 days before she's on the water again. Anyway, we go to Wade and Regina, the victor.
Hey guys, here with Regina Jaquist, 2024 MasterCraft Pro champ. So I was watching you. You knew Jamie had run 38, and you went down going, I got work to do. Business at hand. Let's stay focused. And then it sort of goes from the longest, most agonizing wait, but for sort of the best gift, right?
Yeah, no, it's sweet. It's just I have so many people to thank. They kind of all know who they are. I can't do it without them, and it just is so nice to have another win here at MasterCraft Pro. Back-to-back wins, so it feels good, and I'm kind of lost for words. I kind of started warming up because you just never know. You're ready. Better to be ready to go than, I didn't even realize that she fell. I was just kind of, okay, I got to get back. I got a headwind 39 I got to go after. But no, it's been amazing. It's been a great tournament through everything and all the difficulties that we've been through, and we were all lucky here not having the hurricane come to us. And, we reach out to everybody that did get hit by it, and because I know a lot of them are at home watching on their generators, probably because they don't have power. But thanks to everybody. Thank you so much to the organizers and everything. It's hard to put on an event and have so many challenges, and we're still able to come out here and have a Sunday final. So thank you for everybody putting this on.
Well, so everybody knows you at home as like this greatest lady slalom skier of all time. We'll just rack up the victory count, and I'm like, okay, that's a bunch, right? But like secretly, you're really a jumper at heart, right? And I know you still got a jump final coming up. Probably you're going to wash your hands of this and go, yeah, let's go ramp.
Yeah, exactly. I need to go eat and get ready to use that headwind. I know you kind of have to stay focused as a slalom skier when there's like a nice headwind when you go by the jump ramp. But yeah, I love all 3 events. I love being on the lake. I love being on a boat and having the whole family be involved. So any day on the lake is a great day. And so we're getting ready to go see the open men jumpers, and I'm excited for all of them. And then we'll end the day weirdly with open women jump. But hey, that's good. I need a little break. So I'm excited because those guys are going to fly today.
Well, awesome. Congrats and enjoy. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Wade, and congratulations to Regina Jaquist. And let's have a look at the final slalom leaderboard. Your champion of 2024 MasterCraft Pro, Regina Jaquist, with her score of 2 at 10.25 meters. Runner-up spot from Canada, Jamie Bull, with 5 at 10.75 meters. Manon Costar with her score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters. That's the top 3. Rounding off the top 5, Elizabeth Montavon in 4th place with 3 at 10.75. And Whitney McClintock-Rini with 2.5 at 10.75 meters. And then it's Nicholson, Garcia, Rini, Danyashkaya, Bagnoli, and Bonneman. So that concludes the slalom action. We're going to take a quick look at the Pro Tour women's standings. Jamie Bull still in the lead with 310 points. Ali Nicholson on 223. Manon Costar climbs up with 208 points. Regina Jaquist has a big shot in the arm from that win with 185 points. And rounding off the top 5, Whitney McClintock-Rini. And you can find out more about the Waterski Pro Tour and the standings for each event by going to waterskiprotour.com. And here is the brand leaderboard. Syndicate still in the lead with that point total up there, followed by Good, Radar Skis, D3, and La Pointe. All right, and before we get ready for our jump event, we'll send it over to Wide.
Bull and Jamie, I know it's one of these interviews you're like, well, I wish Coxie would just go away or his battery would go dead. But, hey, at the end of a weekend, you still finish second, right? Right, that's it. As we would say in the Olympics, you won second place, right? The silver medal. So don't beat yourself up, right? There's a lot of people that'd be going, man, I wish I could get a second place and be like Jamie and be bummed out. But yeah, you've already won a whole bunch of titles, got a whole bunch left. So let's go through your 39 here and let's talk about this. And what are you maybe going to learn from this?
Yeah, I was fast on the 35 gate and 38 actually, so I kind of backed it up. Was a little slow, but got good load. Good start, honestly. I was feeling pretty solid. Yeah, good one, solid 2. 3 was good still. And then coming into 4, I was still feeling good, and I don't know, I kind of got high-sided a bit right here and lost the line and got opened up to the boat, and then tried to get a load back, but was just coming really fast, especially with that tailwind into 5, and couldn't quite get the line out of 5. But yeah, that's a bummer. Good start, definitely blew that one, so it's a little frustrating.
Well, let's talk about that. I said to someone earlier, there seems to be, certainly on that end, a small window of opportunity from being too fast and too slow. Did you feel that sort of sensation throughout the weekend?
I think it's weird, like the water's flat down there, the wind's still pushing you a bit, so I think it's like you get maybe not the full understanding of what the wind's doing down there. But I was fine on the gate down there, like really the only issue was 4, and I just, yeah, didn't get it done.
Well, we've seen her get it done a whole bunch, and I know she's all bummed out, but yeah, we're going to see her shred a whole bunch this fall and probably going to be on that top step that she wants to be on. So, yeah, tear it up, girl. You guys.
All right, thank you very much, Wade and Jamie, for being gracious enough to go through that instant replay after the conclusion of the women's slalom event. Now, let's have a look at the women's Waterski Pro Tour slalom event standings. Jamie Ball there with a 310 points, you know, and certainly benefiting from the amount of time that she spent in Europe with those Pro Tour events that are affiliated with the Waterski Pro Tour. Isn't that right there, Freddie?
Yeah, I mean, she's very, very committed. Her and Jamie Bull and Ali Nicholson, they basically do every single tournament every year. You know, Regina always has to slightly play catch up. She has a full-time job over here, so she doesn't, you know, have the luxury of spending 4 weeks in Europe or whatever to get all those tournaments done. The reason that the leaderboard is formulated like it is, it takes the 6 best tournaments. So when there's 12 tournaments in a year, you know, you have some to miss, but you are playing catch up. Jamie has a huge lead here, as we can see, but Regina's just done exactly what she needs to do. She's got 3 more tournaments after this in order to try and claw back those points that she's been missing to try and get to the top, and she wants it. I mean, I'm sure she does. She's not won it yet. It's the last thing she hasn't won in water skiing is the year-end championship. So, you know, she's done a good job today. Can she do it for the rest of the year?
Well, and let's not leave Whitney out of this conversation in that rivalry. I think on the board there she was, somewhere between 8 and 12 points behind. I mean, she's nipping at Regina too. She also missed a bit of Europe. You know, she's going to be...
She missed all of Europe.
She missed all of Europe. She's going to be disappointed about how this went today. She's going to come back guns blazing for the final 3 events. She'll be at every single one of them, you know, and that's going to be some push with the 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's going to be hard to catch Jamie if she stays right there in the top. But Regina and Whitney is a matchup that could go either way on the Pro Tour.
And when you're serial winners, sorry, Tony, one second. If you're a serial winner like Regina and like Whitney, you know, and like Manon, like you don't want to see yourself down there, you know, in 5th, 6th, and 7th. You want to be number 1, and that's, you know, you don't ski to be seen as like the best at one tournament. You want to be seen as the best over the course of a whole year. So I think it's really exciting with all these kind of back-to-back tournaments coming in the next few weeks. Like there's serious motivation to kind of, you know, to get those points up as well as to get the tournament wins.
And indeed, you get points for however high you will finish up in their standings, but you also get 1 additional point for having the best score, isn't that right?
2 points.
2 points.
So, yeah, so long as it's not a tie.
Okie dokie. So Regina gets those 2 points for her effort. We've got the Pro Tour standings for the men's slalom now. Will Asher is certainly far and away in the lead, but he too could be under threat with some scores from the likes of Nate Smith and Robert Hayeswood. And even though he isn't on the list quite yet, he's currently in either 13th or 14th spot. Dane Meckler could make a late run towards the end.
Well, and Corey Vaughan sitting with us. He's in 5th. You've overtaken me, Corey. That's okay, I forgive you.
For the time being.
Here you are. But yeah, I mean, we were talking off camera a minute ago that, you're going to be down here for the next month and a half in Florida from your home in Virginia. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically, I'm putting my life into this. My wife has taken on a huge sacrifice to allow me to run out the rest of the year, this tournament, and 3 more to try to chase down these points. I mean, if you look at it, I'm now neck and neck with T-Gas. Yeah, Will looks out of the question. Nate's going to be at everything, so he's going to be hard to catch. But, I don't know, that 3rd spot, Rob is skiing great and Cole is, but that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah, but so are you, right? I mean, you've got a win. You've got as many wins as a lot of people on this list. So I think, and you've got more, like Thomas de Gasperi's been consistent this year. He hasn't got a win. So, I mean, you're there.
I feel like I'm in the chase, and I mean, to me, this is, it revs my motor up, and that's what makes me want to be at everything from here on out. It's not easy starting with Moomba. You've not this year, but you've done it many years. It becomes a long season, and especially going home after this to train in the cold water and the wetsuit, it's this type of thing that keeps my motivation strong.
All right, then, and with that in mind, we'll take a quick break before we go on to our next event. This is live and continuing action of the MasterCraft Pro for 2024. I'm Tony Leifert. I've got Freddie Winter here. I've got Corey Vaughan over there. We're going to take a brief break, and when we come back, we'll have the jump event in a little over 11 minutes. Stick around, folks. The continuing action of the 2024 MasterCraft Pro continues right after this.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac. For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
On select new models right now, you can enjoy 0% financing for 36 months or enjoy rates as low as 2.9% APR for up to 84 months when you see the low payment kings.
Visit us today at lakewalescdjr.com.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right then, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. My name is Tony Leifert, and there are your remaining events on the schedule. The men's jump and the women's jump. And our men's jumpers, we have 6 of them, and we're going to start off with Taylor Garcia. He'll be our leadoff skier, followed by Chile's Emil Ritter. Then Great Britain's Jack Critchley, and also from Great Britain, Joel Poland. Our penultimate skier from France is going to be Louis Deplan-Fribourg. And final skier who jumped nearly 230 feet yesterday, Freddie Kruger. So, and with anticipating the action to come, let's check in with Freddie Winter.
So we're just about to start men's jump here, and the third seeded skier is Joel Poland. Joel, you went 219 yesterday. You felt like there was a little bit more out there. You're in a nice spot. How do you like being third from last?
It's actually quite a nice place to be because, you know, we got 3 skiers before, so I can roughly kind of see what I got to do, but I kind of get to set that score for those next 2 guys. And that's always nice. You're kind of just jumping for yourself, whereas they might be a little focused on my score.
And you didn't, not to bring up a bad memory, but you didn't slalom as well as you'd have liked. You were disappointed there, and fair enough. How do you bring yourself back from that to get pumped for jump? Does it add to motivation? Is that almost beneficial?
Nah, it was a bit deflating, honestly. Like, I was really geared up after yesterday, so that was kind of like a letdown. And yeah, you just take 10, 15 minutes in the car, reset, and then, yeah, day as normal. It's one okay slalom set. It's not that bad, right?
And can you give us an insight into how your mental preparation in terms of, you know, how, I guess, what your heart rate's doing, how hyped up you have to be is for slalom versus jump, given that you know, you've been on the podium a number of times in slalom and you've won a number of jump events?
I always like to think slalom, like, I'm okay feeling a little lazy coming into it. I actually ski better than being too amped up, whereas with jump, I want to be like, I'm hot, like fully focused. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm trying to do it on jump 1, whereas yeah, slalom, you get those 2 or 3 warm-up passes and you build. But yeah, jumps straight in.
That's very, very interesting. But the question I want to know is, can you name 3 AC/DC songs?
Back in Black, Thunderstruck, and Black Betty.
Fair enough. Well done. We'll let him off. Okay, you're allowed to wear it. Back to you guys.
Is that the one I'm wearing?
All right, then. There are so many other AC/DC songs out there. All right, so we got Kyle Lead here.
All right, Tony, we're about to get this event started, aren't we? Looks like Taylor Garcia's got his bindings on. I'm pretty excited. We've had some amazing slalom action with the finals of the men and the women. Dane Meckler winning the men. Regina taking out the women's slalom. And now we're into jump. Scheduled yesterday, we had trouble, didn't we, Tony? Today it's going along smoothly. I don't want to put the kiss to death on it. But the weather's looking great and conditions are absolutely perfect. I was just down checking the ramp and making sure everything was set. And there's a nice little lofty sort of head breeze off the top of the ramp. And I think right from the get-go, Taylor Garcia is going to take advantage of that. And I'm sure we're going to see some huge jumps.
All right, then. So we've got the prize winners. Clay Simmons won the men's prize, and the women's prize. We'll get that up on your screen in just a moment or so. And whilst we wait for all of that, Nicholas Visledis, who comes to us from England, has won the Conley Slalom ski. We'll get in contact with you very, very soon. Nicholas Visledis, well done to you for accurately predicting the results in the women's slalom. Here we go. This is Taylor Garcia, jump 1.
Taylor Garcia didn't go as far as he'd like, had a bit of a weird, strange round, got stopped and started, but he's going to bring it down late on this first jump. He went 2:09, I think it was yesterday. He sat back a little bit on that one. It's still over 200, but maybe not the opening jump he's looking for.
Nope, certainly not. Just getting rocked back almost as soon as he hit the jump there. His positioning was good, but his transference off the second wake and through to the ramp just left a little bit to be desired. Yeah, the position there was good. And it seems to me that whenever he held onto that hand for the second wake, it was starting to rise up on his chest and push him further back on the skis.
Yeah, maybe a little bit early too. Kind of went into his, sort of fell over onto his left ski a little bit. You saw that dip on the ramp. So not the jump he's looking for, but it's an opener. He's got his feel out there. The distance was 63.3, 2:08. Actually, not a bad opener considering he only went 2:09 yesterday. But hey, the distances today that he's looking for, he wants to add 20 feet or more to that. He has been over 230 feet a number of times. He's won events or been on podiums with over 230 feet. So that's the sort of mark he wants to set today. And he just needs to find some balance, some form, some power through the ramp to add that to that speed.
Yep, that magical combination of speed and height for distance. Yep, he would certainly like to connect with that as best he could. 2:08 on jump number 1, setting the marker for our remaining jumpers to follow on with.
And as Taylor pulls out to the 600-foot boy, you hear that boat roar. The throttle goes down, gassing him wide on the boat as he sets up for jump number 2. he's going to bring this one later. There's a good view of his approach as he turns hard, comes barreling in. Still a little early, great lift, but coming off the top left-hand corner. So needs to bring it down a little bit. That's probably going to be longer. It's a good jump, but to win this tournament, you need a great jump.
All right, we see Emil Ritter there on dockside, just going through his paces, and the turn, the set were good, and then he just edged all the way through and up and through the top left-hand corner. That is going to be a better jump in terms of distance. He took more of the speed that he got off the second wake and just absolutely just drove it all the way through the top left-hand corner. And he was pretty pleased with it as well. He shook his fist.
Throw?
I think it was, actually.
Yeah, because he landed right on the 220. Yeah, there it is, 219. So a good jump yesterday. That would have put him in third. But I know he wants to find a few more feet. He was a little bit early, came off the left-hand side, like I said. He landed right on that near that silver buoy. We could see his landing from that side. And just shy of that silver buoy, that's just right on 220. And he knows he needs to find a little more feet. Freddie Kruger taking the lead yesterday with 229. So he's in the ballpark. It's not far away from him.
Right, we'll see if he can connect fully with this one. He landed level with the 20-foot buoy, which is marked out there in the landing zone. If he can get closer to about 230, then it'll be truly game on. Here he comes, Taylor Garcia.
Turning off the 6 now, setting up. Such an important setup, that pull out on the side of the boat. Now just sort of breaking away, stretching that rope out. Now he makes his turn as wide as possible, slingshotting in. This is a late cut, and he's got good extension again from that angle.
I think it's going to be there and thereabouts. He's a little hesitant to celebrate on that one.
Yeah, his reaction on the landing said it's close. I don't think it's the jump he's really looking for, but he's gone out. He's had a big jump on his second, 219. This was pretty close as well. Let's see when the back angle comes in. Still a little early. That left ski just sneaking off the side of the left-hand side of the ramp. Great lift, and floats one down the lake. That's what I think you'll notice out there right now. The sun's not an issue, and there's a little bit of a breeze. So holding the skiers up and floating them down the lake. So longer distances are going to be achievable today. And there his set is rounded out. It was a 218 on jump number 3. So he knew it. He knew he was just shy of his second attempt. He set the pace. That's what these guys have got coming up next. It's Emil Ritter from Chile.
Indeed it is. Emil Ritter, the current Pan American Games waterski jump champion in the men's competition. Won that around about November of last year.
Big victory for Emil, winning that Pan Am Games. Jumped extremely strong last year. And of course, he is the first skier ever to wear a helmet cam on live webcast.
Indeed. Did that yesterday, and he has the pleasure of being the first off the dock today. So Emil Ritter, we'll see what he has. Now Emil Ritter yesterday jumped brilliantly. Emil Ritter yesterday went in the
212 yesterday, I believe. 64.7 was it?
Yeah,
64.6.
Yep, something along those lines. Yeah, certainly. That's Emil Ritter, 212. But now he's going to have to conjure up something in the region upwards of 220 to really put the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, with 4 competitors to go after him.
And for those of you who are at home and didn't join us yesterday, you're currently seeing the helmet cam on board on top of Emil's helmet. We'll bring you live action during his approach to the ramp, his setup. And so we saw some great action yesterday and this morning, especially I remember Lauren Morgan just sneaking on the ramp, and we saw some slow-mos of that. It was pretty cool. So here he is now pulling out to the 600-foot buoy. Snowplows. You see the ski splits a little bit, makes his turn, lifts up that right ski, drives hard. Now he's sort of doubling the speed of the boat, slowing down now, getting ready to make his turn. Emil, not one of the latest cutters, but so smooth through the wakes and into the bottom. maybe leaned a little bit on the ramp there. That's not the
I think so.
Yep.
I saw that little bit of a twist as soon as he hit the jump.
Skis kind of washed to the side a little bit, didn't they?
Yeah, especially out towards the left.
And usually he is very consistent. Well, like I said, he's not the biggest cutter, but he is smooth. He gets some speed into the bottom and always seems to find his lift, which is great.
Yeah, bringing that right ski round and making sure that... never mind slipping out towards the left. Those
that was a lot, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a lot. I mean, he put all of his pressure on the left-hand side, and the skis just went whoo.
Yeah, we saw a little bit from that on one of Taylor's jumps, didn't we? Maybe his first one. Kind of washed out to the side. 182 feet, so yeah, lost a lot of distance off the 6-foot-high jump ramp on jump number 1. Waves that one away, 55 meters. It's a good jump for most people. It's an awesome jump for most people, but for these guys, they don't even want to see those numbers come up.
That's right. So Emil Ritter, who's competed with distinction for his native Chile these days. I believe he resides in Utah.
Yeah, I believe he's actually moving across the distance, though. He's got a move here coming up shortly.
Okay.
Yep.
That'll be cool.
Yeah. Maybe get a little bit more time over the jump ramp. But here he is. This is a jump number 2, and just riding along behind the boat, sitting out on jump skis at 35 mile an hour. That feels extremely fast. And then you start pulling out, and that gas comes on, set on letter X, and the whip across the wakes. And right now he's controlling his fear. He's saying, you know what, leave it as late as I can, right ski around, and let's go. Relaxes into the bottom, better lift, yep.
Yeah, he had more room. Oh, that beautiful float towards the end there.
Yeah, he hung around there. That wind's kind of died off a little bit there, so I don't know if he got quite the carry in the air that we saw Taylor with. I don't think that's going to catch the lead.
Which means it's going to be more dependent upon the power from the boat coming off the top of the jump here and trying to maintain his angle off the top like that. Look at that.
It's a beautiful jump. Yeah, he's just a little bit tall through his cut and maybe didn't quite get the swing through, but mid-teens, I would say.
All right, then with that in mind, let's check in with Freddie.
Taylor, you probably wisely denied an interview with me yesterday when you came off the water. You're a little bit hot. You seem a little bit happier today, a bit more of a smile. 2:19, how was that for you?
Not what I was looking for, but much better than a 2:09 from yesterday.
And, I mean, where do you see that sort of ending up? We've got a number of jumpers after your first off of 6. You think that's gonna hold up? What do you think?
I would not be surprised if that's a last place score.
Okay, well, that's very optimistic from Taylor here. You're wearing a speed suit, which you didn't wear yesterday. You want to tell us the thinking behind that and if it made a difference to you, improving by 10 feet?
I've kind of looked at it like putting on armor. It's time to go to war. It gets me in a different headspace, so I broke it out today to hopefully do a little better. So definitely mental.
Yeah, not the best war armor. I wouldn't go to war in that armor. Anyway, we'll go back to the skiing. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right, and while we were interviewing Taylor, you could see that distance pop up on our Splash Ice scoreboard. It's a 2:16, so a brilliant jump number 2. He's added 4 feet over what he did yesterday.
But he needs at least 4 feet further on top of that to take the lead now. Here comes Emil Ritter.
Oh, this looks good. This looks good.
Better. Yeah.
Yeah. We're riding everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I know, exactly. Tony and I in our seats are just kind of kicking with him. I don't know. Every jumper that watches jump sits there on the banks, and as the guy comes off the ramp, they kind of sit up in their seats, and it's pretty hard not to do that, especially when you're riding along. We're watching it from behind here, and another good jump, but maybe a little bit more leaning on the jump, so I think that's going to be down from jump 2. He's got a 2:16. He's in second spot. I mean, hey, it's a brilliant effort. It's a good jump, but 2:20s plus it's going to take to get on the podium today.
All right, you are, as we see Jack Critchley strap him on and get ready to go to war, as Taylor Garcia alluded to.
Oh, beautiful landing too from
yeah, absolutely.
Emil.
Top draw. Okay, 64.4 or 211 feet, which currently puts Emil Ritter in second place after 2 skiers, with 4 skiers remain.
Look at those tight jump
Yeah,
bikes. He's
exactly. You need soap to get out of them, much less get into them.
Yep, and
Kid,
this kid coming to say, hey, well done, Dad.
There you go, Kidaru on standby.
Yep. Need a hand with those?
Probably is finding it a little hard to lift the jump skis out and carry them.
All right, Jack Critchley on the dock right now. Changed up some jump skis earlier this week. Has been finding some form. Really getting his lift together, and I expect some big things from this guy. He's a hard worker, and he's been a little bit injured earlier on this season. Come April, he had a bit of a shoulder surgery, broke his collarbone, and was out of action for a number of our big events in May. Missed the Masters, missed the LA Night Jam, but has been back and was on the podium at the California Pro-Am at his first event. And Canada Cup, he was in the finals, didn't quite get things together in the finals. But this is his home site, and he loves jumping here. He's been 230 feet down this west end, pretty much behind this boat, probably even behind Greenie, I would imagine. But things have been going well for him down here. He's accustomed to it. He helps put this jump ramp in and set this course up. So he feels at home. Hopefully that's going to translate into being relaxed, being confident, and booting one down lake for you guys.
All right, batter up. This is Jack Critchley. First of 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. The 0 off is set on Zebra Charlie.
Probably the highest letter we'll see out of any of our jumpers. He really cranks that up. He likes support at the end of the turn. He's a strong guy. He's got a nice patient turn there, barreling in, and that's a great opening jump.
That's it.
He's pushed it out. He's right on that 220-foot buoy. From that angle, I don't know if he's taken the lead on jump 1, but it's going to be oh so close.
It's probably going to be close to maybe about 221, I would say, maybe 222.
Watching the replay, let's see how he came through the wakes. Very clean. I like the way he's starting this set. It's always comforting when you come off the ramp clean, really extend on your first jump. Where did he land? Where's that buoy?
I think he
right
sailed
there and
past
thereabouts. We are going to wait for the distance.
Yep, quelle distance.
Here it comes.
2:15.
2:15. So like I said, it's a nice opening jump. It's not as far as he needs, but he got some great ramp work. He was patient in his turn, and now he just needs to slide things down the lake a little bit and hopefully take a little bit more heat. And we're looking for big things from Jack. Well into the 220s. Maybe even a 230. He's going to need it. Freddie showed us it's possible down there. 229 yesterday.
Yep, so 2:15 on the opening jump there. A respectable effort, but he's currently in 3rd place after 3 competitors that have been on the water so far. So he's got to dig deep here to conjure up the kind of distance that would at least put him 1 or 2 rungs up, further up the ladder here.
All right, here we go. What sort of changes is he going to make? Is he going to come down? He had one yesterday that was right on the corner. I hope he finds that spot again, to be honest, but just stays calm, stays relaxed, and connects with his ramp work. Here it is, the setup. It's a little bit of quicker turn. Yeah, calm down as he barrels in. Oh, splits on the ramp, but floats one out again.
The direction off the jump there was good, and that enables him to continue on. Continue getting the pull from the boat to pull him to greater distance.
Definitely a little bit rushed in that turn.
Yeah,
but
it was
still
quick.
Stayed up at the end of it. Maybe got the skis around quick, but stayed up at the end, which is important. That right ski just pulled back a little bit, losing a little bit of that drive up into the air. It's going to be another good jump. It's not going to be what he needs, though.
Going to be there and thereabouts there for Jack Critchley. We'll wait the distance. I suspect this one is going to be 65.3.
Yeah, coming through our Splashlight computer right now. It's 214 feet. 215, 214. He's put himself into a little bit, painted himself into a corner here. But let's hear from Freddie before we see his 3rd jump.
Emil, I got you yesterday after you ski, or a few skiers after you skied, and you had sort of just made the final. You were very happy. You said, "Let's go have fun tomorrow." Did you have fun?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Conditions are awesome. I had the idea of what happened yesterday, so I brought it down a little bit. Felt better today, but still a lot of the work to do.
And we'll see you at the King of Darkness. Is that next month?
Yeah, I think we have 2 more weeks, and then King of Darkness, and then rest for the next year.
Okay, mate. Well, congratulations. Good skiing today. Good final. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go.
That looks like a little bit later on the 600-foot buoy. If you're on site, let's get up, let's get behind him. It's the third and final, the last roll of the dice for Jack Critchley. He's got a smoother turn. Now he needs to relax, drive into the bottom of the ramp, and
hug in the bottom right-hand
snaps off
corner.
the ramp. 2:15 is going to be his longest. It's not going to be Jack's day at the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. He'll sit into third behind Garcia at 2:19, Ritter at 2:16, Critchley 2:15. Joel Poland will be the next competitor on the water.
The distance should be coming through. It is going to be in excess of 200 feet, but not the kind of distance that he truly wants, at least not from the point of view of taking the lead. Well, actually a shade under 200 there, 198 or 60.4. So the first jump distance, he was the hottest on, 215, 215 feet for Jack Critchley, his best jump, or 65.4.
Yeah, and just like we're saying about the slalom event, it's just a game of inches. He was so close to really connecting on a big jump there. So I feel for Jack, unfortunately, it's not the distance he's looking for, but maybe positive that he was getting his legs on the first one, and hopefully he can keep building on that into these next couple of events. I'm surprised, in practice down there the other day, went out 2:19, 2:21 pretty easily. But, hey, that's the pressures of tournament. You get amped up a little bit, you try for a little bit more, and sometimes it pans out and sometimes it doesn't. So Joel Poland with a little bit of a score to settle. I think he wasn't happy with his slalom. He went out there, he skied really well yesterday. As with everybody, made the final, but went out, scored a 2:41, a respectable score. But for him, he was disappointed. He wanted to be in the money and in the mix. 2:41 was down a little bit, so he said, "You know what? I've still got jump to go."
All right, so jumper on the water from Great Britain. It is Joel Poland, former world overall waterski world champion, the current world overall record holder, and certainly one of the finest overall skiers that you will ever see. Uniquely capable of winning a Pro Tour title in any one of the 3 events.
And while he's coming into the course, let's talk about the distances he can do. 2:29 to over 2:30. And the performances, he can run 41 and he can trick over 12,000 points. So this guy can do it all. Can he do it in the jump event right now? This is a late cut for jump number 1. He's always starting progressive. Now he turns on the power, and that's a brilliant opening jump. I think he's taken the lead on jump 1, guys.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident in agreeing with you in that respect there. Kyle, opening jump there, just threw everything into that one. A nice slow turn, certainly a lot slower than Jack's second jump, and then he just steps through the wake, piles on the pressure, and then it's up and away.
Yeah, so clean on the jump on that one. We heard him yesterday saying he just couldn't quite get his legs. He had a good opening jump, I believe, and then tried to sort of go a little bit further. The distance will be coming through. I think it's going to be a big one. I think it's going to take the lead. How much by? We're going to wait and see. He's got 2 jumps remaining, so to start in that fashion bodes well. There it is, guys, 2:26, 68.8. It's huge. It's not the longest jump of the tournament. We saw that from Freddie yesterday, so he knows he needs more. Freddie's fully capable of upwards of 2:30 or more.
And that guarantees him a spot on the podium with 2 competitors left.
For sure. What a way to start his final campaign.
Indeed it is. And Joel Poland, Masters jump champion, has won titles all the way across the world, really. He's won overall titles, and certainly one of the best overall skiers that you'll ever see, notwithstanding the fact that he is an incredible athlete here on the jump skis. Here comes Joel Poland.
All right, where does he go from here? He's opened so strong. He was late, he was smooth, he got great lift. What else can you do? Another huge jump like that, that's what you can do. And just banking out to the side a little bit, his sort of trademark air form. He seems pretty happy with that one, so maybe he did find a little more distance. Hard to tell from our angle. He's not panicking the turn, that's for sure, but he's locked and loaded right through the wakes and getting a huge pull from that MasterCraft into the bottom.
And just finds a little bit of acceleration through the wakes into the jump, just simply by lifting that left ski. And we're going to send it over to Freddie as we await the distance on jump number 2.
So down at the dock here, I can tell you that there's quite a lot of tension. The 2 remaining skiers did not want to have a chat with me for the webcast before they went to ski, so they're fully on it. And you can just, as these scores come in, Joel's 2:28, which you can see just here behind me, like when that came in, there was a sort of feeling of, that's a big jump. You can feel the energy down here, and we're going to see as Joel's next jump comes in, the remaining 2 jumpers go, who's going to end up on top. It's going to be very, very, very interesting. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, don't take it personally, Freddie.
All right, then. Just for those of you who are metrically inclined, that second jump distance is 69.6 meters, 69.6 or 228 feet.
We're getting oh so close, isn't it? 230 would be awesome to see. It's 68.8, 1.2 meters away from that magical 70-meter mark. He's done it a few times. He's been over 230 feet, maybe 4 times in his lifetime. But he's still young. He's still got a long career ahead of him. And I expect many big jumps from this guy. Can he do it on jump number 3? Get behind him. Let's see if we can see a 70. It's late. Lock in here. He's driving hard. And that's it. Big lift. A little bit of a bank. Maybe. It's another huge jump.
The question is, how big is it going to be? Is it going to break the 230-foot barrier?
I mean, I don't want to call that jump. I don't think it was further. He had the intensity up. I think right here he's driving a little bit harder, and off the top of the ramp you see a little more pull, but you also see him turn back to the boat, a little more movement in the air, and that often translates to a little bit of loss of distance. It's still far, and it's one heck of a set. 226, 228, and the final jump, 226 again. Throwing down the gauntlet to the remaining 2 skiers. It's Louis Duplan-Freiburg and then none other than Freddie Kruger.
So fantastic skiing there from Joel Poland. Just absolutely on his game.
How you going, Louis? Thanks, guys. Man, that last one was the spot. Almost.
Always love to hear the comments as the skiers come back to the dock, and as we suggested, that last one was the spot. He called it. He was definitely in the hunt there on the last one. The intensity was up, he was late, he was driving. But often the case when the cut's bigger, you get tight, you don't quite have the same connection with the ramp and follow through into the air, and he just lost a little bit off the ramp as he took the pull from the boat. But he's put up a big score. We knew he was going to, especially after he was a little frustrated with the slalom. And skier on the dock, Louis Duplan-Freiburg, I don't think he's been 228 feet, but I tell you what, last weekend it went 227 and looked really good doing it. So he's close, very close. Today could be the day. We were looking for new members to the 230-foot club, and Louis Duplan-Freiburg, another strong overall skier, actually the world overall champion. And he used to be a tricker, and he's turning his jump event into just as strong as his tricks.
Alrighty then, let's continue right along. Louis Duplan-Freiberg, who jumped a 67-meter jump yesterday. 67 meters is in the range of about 225 feet. Somewhere around about that region, but ideally he wants to go more than 69.7 meters. I'm not too sure what the French national jump record is, but
he's got it. He's got it at, I think it was 227 from last weekend. He had it at 225 or 24, and put it out by a meter or so last weekend. So
here he comes.
Let's see. Ooh, moving around.
Whoa!
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, it's staying up there for a little bit. A little bit of a kite effect there coming into land.
No, that was a good jump. Moving around a little bit too much in the air to really milk a huge jump out of it. And we saw him yesterday start easy and then kind of build. His big jump came with a bit of a loose line in the turn. He kind of pushed the turn a little bit. Looked a little bit rushed on that one too. Hard to relax after that, and that's probably why there's that extra little bit of movement off the jump in the air. But a pretty good opening jump. All of these skiers, look at the distances. They're all up over 215 feet. His first one, 212, slotting himself into 5th place so far. He's got 2 jumps remaining.
Yep, certainly got a couple of opportunities his way. Still in the lead for those of you that are just joining us in the men's jump final. Joel Poland, our 3rd skier from last. His jump distance, his best jump distance is 228. His best jump of 69.6 meters. And with 2 skiers remaining after Joel Poland and with the lead distance in his possession, he is guaranteed no worse than 3rd. He is on the podium.
Yeah, I think he's been on pretty much every podium so far this year and won a couple of stops along the way. The Masters, the Canada Cup. So he's not satisfied with just being in the mix anymore. He wants the #1 spot. He wants to take it away from Freddie Krueger, who's dominated for a number of years. Louis Duplan comes in. This is a jump at #2. A little bit of a smoother turn. Hopefully he can connect. Better lift. He's going to carry that one down.
Oh, yeah.
He's far, yep.
That was a huge, huge jump there and spread the skis up wide enough to try and increase that little bit of a kite effect and keep him up in the air a little bit longer.
He's definitely caught, I think he's caught Jack Critchley on that one, maybe Emil Ritter. Whether he's caught Taylor Garcia, who had a 219, it's going to be close. There's the view as that pull takes him nice and high, sailing down the lake. And he's just shy of that 220. I have a feeling it's just going to be under, yes. Distance coming through for you in just a second. Jump 218. 218 puts himself into 3rd.
All right, then let's check in with Freddie.
4 jumps remaining. You're in the lead. You had a very, very solid set, if not your best set of all time. It was very consistent.
Yeah, if it was off like combined jumps, I'd be looking like really good right now. But I definitely left that door open. Like that guy in the dock's gone 230 more times than everyone else in the world combined. So we'll see how that holds up. You know, feeling good because I'm definitely on a podium right now. But yeah, I feel like I left that door open a touch.
680 feet of combined jumps. You were always within 2 feet each other, 226, 228, and 226. Is there anything you do different? I heard you say that last jump, you were very close.
Yeah, that, like each jump felt like it was better and better and better, and that last one was really good. It was the perfect spot. I just lost it a little into the ramp and kind of off it, but hey, still happy.
Well, thanks, mate. We'll go for this last jump. Back to you guys.
All right, Louis Duplan-Freiberg, one last jump.
Well, so far, Poland's on the podium. Is it going to be Garcia or is it going to be Duplan-Freiberg? This is late. He's got a big jump there again. Oh, it's going to be tight.
Yeah,
everyone making a beeline right for that 220-foot buoy, and they're all stacking up in the high 2 teens.
We're just wondering where that difference in distance is going to come from. Is it going to be from the turn? Is it through better positioning on the bottom of the jump? Is it less slippage off the top? Where is it going to come from? And there is Louis de Plan-Freiberg. Three consistently long jumps there, but he's looking for the lead distance, and
he's looking for more than 2:19 to get on the podium for sure, and it's not there. It's 2:16, so guaranteed a podium finish for Poland and for Taylor Garcia. Taylor obviously coming through clutch. He didn't go so well in the prelims, came up pretty short, but still made his way to the final, and he came out swinging on his opening jump and opening round of 2:19. So we got one jumper remaining, I should say. It's Freddy Krueger. It's the nightmare, and like Joel said, this guy's going more than 230 feet more than anybody else, or more than the whole rest of the field combined, pretty much. He's been doing it for years. Can he make it one more day? It's going to be a Team MasterCraft athlete on the top step. Either way we look at it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, going to get ready for Freddy Krueger, multiple-time world men's jump champion, multiple-time Masters men's jump champion, multiple-time national men's jump champion in all levels that he's been eligible for. Let's have a look and see. Freddy the Nightmare Krueger on top of the water. Yesterday jumped 69.9 meters.
69.9, yep. 229, and this guy has been winning Pro Tour events in 4 decades. The 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s. So this is huge. If Freddie can pull the victory out here today, he will catch Joel Poland, who's currently sitting on top of our Pro Tour standings. And he's got his work cut out. 228 is a big jump. We saw him go 229 yesterday. He pulled the pin after that. He came in, he said, I was pretty happy with that. Can he get it done on jump number 1? We've seen him do that a lot. Not of late. Of late he's had to kind of work through it a little bit.
Good width. He turns. He drives.
It's a good jump. He's a little behind his skis off the top. And maybe found his spot. Yesterday, I thought he was on the corner pretty hard. Was pushing it. And there he looked relaxed, but maybe still didn't get the Freddy lift, he called it yesterday. Hopefully he's got some float out there. There's that wind just picked up a little bit. That's going to carry him down the lake. Right here, the skis sort of slip towards the top of the ramp. He's behind him a little bit. Still comes off and presses forward and milks a big jump. But it's not going to be enough to take the lead. And to be honest, it's going to put him equal with Jack Critchley in 5th right now. So work to do.
All right, then, here we go. It's 65.4, 65.4. It's 215 feet. So he's still got some work to do. He's got some work to do just to get into the top 4 or 5 right now, much less take the win at this point. For the win. So as we continue on, I mean the margins in terms of waterski jumping are just very, very finite. With the difference in technique that it takes to go from 215 feet all the way up to a distance of 230. You're right in the razor edge.
No, for sure. It's a fraction of a percent to kind of go from what he just did there on jump number 1, find his position a little bit better into the bottom of the ramp and really uncork a jump at number 2. And he has done it time and time again. This is jump number 2 as he comes into the course, gliding away. He's got a smooth turn. Hopefully it's a little bit later, but enough to get his lift. That's a big jump.
That's it. I believe that's it.
He floats it down. Oh, it's a big call, Tony. I don't think he's too sure. He doesn't know yet. He's hoping.
Well, certainly further, I know that.
Oh, definitely. If it hasn't won, it's put him into 2nd, that's for sure.
Needs a distance in excess of 69.6 meters.
So much cleaner off the ramp. Still missing a little bit. Watch his reaction.
Okay, let's check in with Freddie.
Joel, we're counting it down. You were 4 jumps away, 3, 2, and now 1 jump away from winning this event. He's jumped your 226, which was your worst jump. You put it there. I mean, how are you feeling in this moment?
This is the best and the worst bit. You know, you're waiting, it's exciting, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is like that horrible feeling inside. Yeah, just these next 30 seconds suck.
And you know, it's all happening right now. I mean, the worst person you can possibly have to go after you is Freddy Krueger, the best ever. You'd rather choose anyone else, I would imagine.
Yeah, like earlier on, I was thinking, oh, it's actually quite nice to go out before him and set the score. And being here, it's not nice. It's not nice watching him go out, and you know he's fully capable of it. It's just, is he going to do it right now? We'll see. You know.
Well, we might be talking to you. Well, we will talk to you again in a minute or two when we have a result. But we'll put it back to Freddie and see what he does here on this last jump of the tournament.
All right. So Freddy Krueger has vaulted himself into second place, but he wants to take the win. 68.9 meters on jump number 2, or 226. He needs 3 feet on top of whatever he's produced up to this point. So Freddy Krueger, 1 last attempt, driving in off the wake. Bam!
Oh, he's pumping it in the air.
Man.
He's milking it. He's throwing a fist too.
He knows the difference. He knows that it's good.
The camera's on Joel, and he's going, I don't know. That was a big jump. And you know when Freddie celebrates on landing, he knows he's pushed it a bit further. Is it enough? I have a feeling the crowd on shore know. They were watching him as he floated past that 20-foot buoy. And in the air, look at him just pumping milking that float out. And I have a feeling we have a winner of the 2024 MasterCraft Pro.
And your winner, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way back to the dock, it is Freddy the Nightmare Krueger with a jump distance of 232 feet or 70.8 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's jump champion, Freddy the Nightmare Krueger.
That is awesome to see. And we got to talk about the Canada Cup a couple weeks ago. They had a close rivalry. Joel snuck ahead of him on his final jump, but Freddie, vengeance is sweet, came back and turned things around here at the MasterCraft Pro. Freddy Krueger on top of our podium, Joel Poland in second. Taylor Garcia going out first will round out the top 3. So congrats to all 3 team at MasterCraft.
All right, let's take a quick butchers at this leaderboard. Men's jump leaderboard, your champion with 70.8 meters or 232, Freddy the Nightmare Krueger. Joel Poland from Great Britain with his jump of 69.6 meters or 228 feet. Taylor Garcia with 66.7 meters or 219 feet. And then the remaining 3 jumpers, Duplon Freiburg, Ritter and Critchley rounding off the 6 jump finalists. So congratulations once again to Freddy the Nightmare Krueger, and we got the Pro Tour standings. They'll be coming up on the screen as it stands, with 1 event remaining after this one in the Waterski Pro Tour in the men's jump. We'll try and get that up on the screen very, very soon. But I tell you what, he was exceptionally strong off that second wake. I mean, listening in on this conversation here is just absolutely priceless, really.
No, for sure. So much experience from that man on the dock right now, making the changes he needed.
And the Pro Tour standings for men's jump is going to come down to the final event. Just take a look at that. John K. Phillips sponsors the Pro Tour standings in the men's jump. Joel Poland currently on 132, but he is only 6 points ahead of Freddy the Nightmare Krueger, who is on 126. Luca Ruckenwald on 87. Taylor Garcia, he'll earn some more points. He's on 75. Jack Critchley, currently in a 2-way tie for 5th with himself and Louis Duplon Freiburg on 58. And those are your top 6 in the Pro Tour standings in the men's jump, provided to you by John K. Phillips.
And 1 event remaining, the King of Darkness. That's October 26th, I believe. Is it correct?
That is correct.
Yep, so stay tuned for that one. And watch these 2 guys go at it. They want to end up on top of the Pro Tour. Not just the King of Darkness, they want to win the whole tour.
All right, we're going to listen in on Freddie and Freddie. When have we had that one before?
Pretty much every time.
Pretty much every time. Okay, we're sending it. Freddie, with Freddie.
Well, Freddie, firstly, huge congratulations. That's your second win of the year, and I mean, just special to do it with a MasterCraft logo on the front of your bib, I would imagine.
No, absolutely. I'd be lying if I said there was not a little more pressure, when it's our company, and a tremendous amount of work has gone into the event from Action and MasterCraft, all the officials. I mean, as you know, we've been fighting the hurricane coming through. There's another one rolling in, so we've kind of hit right in here. We appreciate the athletes being, patient and understanding. I think it made for a hell of a day, to be completely honest. And, I'm super excited to come out on top.
Threaded the needle with the event, but actually some big jumps there. I mean, you took it to the last jump, which is very exciting for us. I mean, I was sitting here interviewing Joel with one jump to go, and he was leading. What was your outlook? Did you just go harder? Did you get more technical? Was it more hunger?
I mean, honestly, the second jump, I was close. I just panicked in the turn a little bit. So, and you know how well this works. You're coming into the last one just saying, okay, do the same thing, but just relax in the turn. And nothing was the same. But I did. I got to a good place, and then I just said, no matter what, just before I push to go, just let the tips finish. And when they finish like that, as I come to the bottom, I'm getting pulled more to the side rather than towards my tips. And that, it's very minute differences, but that difference is my ability to kick my way, which is to kick forward, versus if I get that little pull forward, I have to kick up. And that's a huge difference in what I get out of it. And I didn't get all of that one, but I knew I got enough with the 26 before it. So super, super happy.
Very exciting. And if we look at the Tour leaderboard, which remember, you know very well, you've won every year of the Tour so far. You are 6 points behind Joel with that victory with one event to go. You've got 2 wins this year. If you go for a third, you'll win the Tour. Is that extra motivation for you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, but my mindset going in each individual event is, go win. Just because, again, the points, the money, all of that stuff takes care of itself when you go win. So, obviously you get a second, you get a third, you're grateful and you're happy with that. Or maybe not happy, but you'll take it. But, when I put my bindings on there, it's to go do one thing, and that'll be the same mindset in October.
Go win and everything will take care of itself. Well, you did it today. We're very happy for you, Freddie. Again, is that the 3rd or 4th MasterCraft Pro you won? Anyway, a great number. Congratulations, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Bye to you guys.
All right, then, just to emphasize, go vote for your skier of the day. Go vote for skier of the day, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. The award being provided to you by 2U Healthy Snacks. Go vote now for your favorite skier of the day, whether it's a skier from earlier in this event or even the event that's just happened or the event that's about to come. We've got women's start list for women's jump. Vale Gonzalez will be our lead-off skier, followed by Yuta Ministrina, then Regina Jaquist, Laura Morgan, Brittany Wharton, Sasha Denyaskaya, and our final competitor of the day is going to be Hannah Stroltsova. Here we go. We got Vale Gonzalez, first skier out.
And we are riding along board with the Vale as she sets up. Obviously, the difference in the women's jump, the speed now down to 54 kilometers. She's gone around the 600 as she's setting up. And the ramp height gets dropped down to 1.65 or 5.5 feet. And let's watch along as she takes a pretty healthy approach into jump number 1, floats it down.
A little early, I think.
Maybe a little bit early, but I think we're just accustomed to watching the late sort of approaches from the guys like Freddie Kruger and Joel Poland, and Vale just backing things up there on jump number 1.
Handle up a little bit high, which means she's a little off balance right off the turn, but standing a little flat-footed coming into jump as a result, but she does get some lift on there and gets a distance. And let's check in with Freddie.
Joel, you didn't win, but it's a hell of an achievement to push Freddie as far as you have today. You've beaten him a number of times this year. You are 6 points different in the Waterski Pro Tour. You haven't won one yet. One event to go. How excited are you for you to go and win that tournament and win the title if you can?
Yeah, it's nice. Like, it's a month away, so it kind of gives you that bit of fuel for the next month to just keep pushing even harder kind of thing. Yeah, like, I'd love to win the tour. That would be, like, a real dream come true, especially, like, against Freddie, greatest of all time kind of thing. So, yeah, cool to be in this position, and, yeah, excited for the next month of jumping, really.
As Wade would say, you're the leader in the clubhouse with one event left. So we wish you good luck in that event. We'll see you there. Back to you guys.
Of course, I'm sure that he'll gain extra motivation knowing that the men's jump standings is sponsored by John K. Phillips, one of the premier haulage firms in all of the United Kingdom, and a true friend of the sport of tournament water skiing. So. There's that moment of motivation too.
No, for sure. Great to have the support of John Phillips, a true supporter of water skiing. He's behind a number of events over in England, and also the tour standings for the last couple of years. So let's watch along. This is Valet, and pleasantly surprised to see a 161 on jump number 1. I don't know if you noticed that, Tony, but that's a pretty good jump there for Valet. She went 155 in the prelims.
Yeah, she
bangs
kept it
off
all
a 161, and we thought she was a little bit early. That shows that the distance is easier to come by with maybe that little bit of a headwind down there. And hopefully the girls after are going to take advantage. Usually at events like this, we're finishing up with the men's jump, just with the schedule changes and starting with women's jump this morning. Kind of went through in a slightly different order. And it's going to be our top women that round out the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. And hopefully we're going to see some huge distances from them. Hannah Stratzova, a 189 pretty easily this morning. I have a feeling she's got more in the tank too. So,
and that jump of 161 is actually her best jump of this competition, taking the initial round into account. Her best jump up to this point has been 153 feet.
And maybe the wind just picked up a little bit on a jump number 2. You actually heard Freddie come in and was talking to Valet. After he came, he said, hey, listen, on that counter cut, it kind of pushes you back a little bit, so you got to work hard. And the wind has picked up a little bit more from when he made that statement. So Valley's got to make some changes on her counter cut, shift it in on the 600, make sure she holds her direction and gets up on the boat. It's all about getting into the course and making sure you're turning from as wide as possible.
I don't care.
And Valley has one more attempt to show us if she's got more. Can she go over 50 meters? 165 feet is that 50-meter mark. And I know she'd love to break 50 here today.
All right there, so Valet Gonzalez getting ready for her third and last attempt. We're going to be riding alongside her. We got our exclusive helmet cam that's providing us with live pictures of our jumpers in this competition. We have 7 skiers in this section of the competition, and we see getting ready to go, getting ready to take to the water is Jutta Manastrina from Finland. And here comes Valentina Gonzalez of Chile.
Setting out, and you can see the zero off setting on S. Most of these girls will be there and thereabouts, about S or T, maybe up to U from our final competitor. The ramp showed 180, but it's actually 165. Again, it looks a little bit early from this vantage point, but hopefully she can connect off the ramp, floats one down. It's going to be close, maybe not her first one, her longest.
Yeah, I think our first one is going to end up our longest. But the one thing that I noticed from that view, from the helmet, is that the boat actually stayed in frame all the way through her push from the left to the right to get out wide, and that kind of gives us an indication of how damaging that headwind is in terms of getting wide. If it's pushing you back and keeping you back that much to be able to see the boat still ahead of you, then you're not really getting that wide enough to accelerate.
Yeah, well, all these skiers are aiming to get probably, sort of 10, 20 feet out in front of the nose of the boat, so they have time to kind of move away and turn when they're maybe, just back from the driver or just, about the platform of the boat. Our distance came through. It's going to be a little short of her first one.
Yeah,
I believe it's 160. Yeah, 48.8. So jump number 1, her longest, 161. She's improved 6 feet from round 1.
And that's 30 centimeters shy of what she produced on jump number 1.
Yep. I don't think she'll be too disappointed. I know she wants more, but it was a solid round of jumping for Veli Gonzalez. We talked about her injury. She's come back. She's come back strong, and we will see her hit the King of Darkness, trying to push things even further. Our next skier, Jutta Menestrina from Finland. Her round 1 score was right around that 162, I believe, 161, give or take.
Right on the
that
water.
Seems like so long ago, but it was only this morning. The girls came out early, 8:15. We kicked things off. We had their preliminary round. It was more of like a seeding round to make sure they got their second round in. We got set up,
Yeah,
but this is the one for all the money and the title.
Yeah, she jumped 49.2 or 162 on jump number 2 in the first first round of jumps. So she's definitely dialed in to this venue. Let's see if she can conjure up a little bit more by way of distance to try and put her in the top 3 possibly.
All right, Jutta setting up now. A little bit of a stronger countercut than we saw from Valet, and hopefully a little bit more in the course, taking a bit more speed. She's powering in, and beautiful ramp work. It's going to be close, right around the 160 she did this morning. I thought Valet opened up very strong with the 161, and maybe that'll stand a little bit. But Jutta showing us some good form on jump 1.
Absolutely. So taking in a bit of speed. I think she got a little bit of an upper body crush right about there as she stamped her way onto the jump, and that may have actually reduced her distance a little ways in that regard.
Deceiving, yeah. When we watched that replay again, yeah, you definitely lost a little bit off the jump and maybe down a little bit from what she's looking for in this final round. She's got 5 skiers after her. She knows the kind of distances they achieved this morning. Yeah, 150, shorter than we thought for a jump at number 1. Personal best territory would probably be around 54 meters. I think mid-70s. Would you agree?
Something around about that.
54?
Something about that area in her prime. Yeah, certainly.
But back in her prime, yeah, when she was a little more active on these Pro Tour events. We haven't seen her much this year, but obviously still skiing and still training. Still looks good, but just got to find a little more intensity out there and hopefully send one a little further down the lake for you guys. This is jump number 2 as she rounds the east end of the lake. And this will be our final event of the day. It's the women's jump final. We got stretched a little bit with schedule yesterday, but things came together today. We haven't had any breaks because of weather or any sort of challenges, and things have come together nicely for the final day of the MasterCraft Pro, finishing up with the women's jump final.
A little squatter coming into the turn. Let's see what she's got off the second wake. Oh, nice extension off the top. That one, I think, is going to be further than the first, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be close to what we saw from Valet. I think you can see as she left the top of the ramp, you got the pull, that extra pull from the boat, that acceleration that kind of pulls them down the lake and up into the air. She missed that a little bit. She kicked on the first one, but kind of missed that pull that we saw of that jump number 2. So we're hoping for bigger things. How far is it?
Not
Our flashlight computer working the numbers now, coming back to us. And I have a feeling she might have snuck into the lead on jump number 2. Let's wait for it. 165, guys. 165. Yep. Just sneaking out in front of Valet Gonzalez. It's a 50.4. It's our first 50-meter jump of this round.
Yep, and that certainly betters her jump of 49.3, so her best jump distance in this competition. And let's check in with Freddie.
Val, you jumped the first thing today, and now you're the final act. Was it much more comfortable skiing out there today with a bit more of a headwind?
Yeah, definitely. I think jumping at this time is a little bit easier. It was pretty early this morning, but happy with my jumping. It's going in the right direction. I was pretty low a couple of weeks ago, couldn't figure out what was going on, and now it's slowly getting back, and I feel confident, and I'm excited to go to Colombia to represent Chile next week at the Pan Ams.
So you got Pan Ams, and then you got the King of Darkness, presumably. We'll see you there. Back to you guys.
All right, rock and roll. Here we go. We've got on the water, Yuta Menestrina.
Jump number 3, 165. 150 on her first, 165 on the second. What's she got in store for jump number 3? It's another late cut, maybe not quite the same lift,
a little bit back.
And she will settle in. Her jump number 2 being her longest. She's in the lead. And was kind of in the mix of what they did this morning over the next few skiers. Jaquis Morgan and Brittany Greenwood, she went over maybe 170 this morning. The other 2 girls were riding those mid-160s. But I have a feeling things are going to go down the lake a little further this afternoon.
Yeah, she got really squatted on the turn on this one. You know, she came across the wakes, and she was doing everything in her power to make sure she didn't fall all the way back. But and it yields a distance of 44.7 or 147 feet. Her best jump distance is 165, and that jump is indeed the lead.
Yep. And obviously only one jump needs to count. You can do whatever you like on the other 2. It's only your longest jump that counts. And no style points in the jumping event, Tony. It's all pure distance.
Absolutely.
Used to be. There used to be some style points. We'll go back, say, 50 years, maybe a bit longer.
You'd need to go back and actually find some exhibits in the Waterski Hall of Fame
but it's
to hark back
to
to
see
those.
it. Yeah, there was definitely airform points and landing points.
And in the tricks event, you could have actually used the jump as well.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I think they should bring that back.
Yeah. Well, Joel would have wanted. He would
have wanted that. Yeah. No, off the top of the ramp, it was all about making sure you got your hand on your knee, and then stand-up landings. And I don't know quite how the points were scored, but they got added to your distance. And so style was included. Nowadays, it's all purely distance, and some big distances we've seen so far with Freddie Kruger winning the men's 232. We saw Hannah Strotsova with a huge jump this morning in the women's prelims. And Regina Jaquis, our women's slalom champion, she's getting back out on the water. She's going to do it for us on the jump skis. Yeah, she is wearing the helmet cam for us. Let's see how late she dares to go. I was surprised she pushed it quite as hard as she did this morning. She had some work to do in the slalom. Now she can relax. She's done her the hard yards in the slalom. She took that victory. Now she can get into this and kind of push things a little bit. Hopefully push down over 170 feet or more. Round the six. I like to see it. Yep, getting after it right from jump number 1, Tony.
Yep, those skis have got some speed to them. I tell you what. She's standing up tall, coming in. Oh, and banking out a little bit towards the left and to the bank and to the back, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit. It's hard to see exactly what happened off the ramp, but I was kind of watching the buoys that she was landing next to, and didn't look like she carried past. We have another check buoy out there around about 150 feet, and she was only just a little bit past that or on that. So obviously something happened on the jump. Let's watch the replay. Yeah, just not the ramp work she was looking for. Had a little bit of that this morning, even on her bigger jump, even on her 164. She didn't come off all that clean, was kind of falling over onto her left ski on the jump. She has just changed up equipment. She is now riding some Goodman jump skis. I believe they're 88 inches long, and feels that like they're riding a little more speed. And hopefully she can translate that speed into distance on these next 2 remaining jumps.
On your experience, I mean, is there much of a difference between the 2 major brands, between D3 and Goodman's?
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying one's better than the other. I won't enter into that argument. You do see a lot of Goodmans around these days because Ron does a great job of kind of tailoring what he makes for the skier. You can kind of ask exactly what you're looking for. I believe you can probably do the same with the D3s too. But I rode Goodman's back in the day. I felt like they tracked really well. People would probably argue that the D3s might turn a little easier and maybe get you through the ramp maybe a little bit easier to get your lift. Either way, Freddie just won on D3s, and Hannah's in the lead from the round 1 on Goodman's. So
Here we go. Let's
I could
have
be wrong about that. Sorry, I'll shouldn't have made that comment. I'll wait and see what it's running.
Actually, Hannah's on D3s,
Yeah,
but
you're
here
right,
we
sorry.
go. This is Regina Jaquez up and over. Oh yeah, better looking jump. I'd certainly say that was further.
Yeah, she definitely got some hang time on that one. I have a feeling it's in the closer to the 60s. I don't know if it's going to take the lead away from Muta. She's going to really have to turn things up on jump number 3. And watching from that one, though, she got some extension. She got some hang time.
Yeah,
we could have a new leader.
All seem to go in a pretty smooth and consistent direction, but you kind of feel that there's still a lot left.
On your screen, Tony, 50.9. It's a new leader. It's 167, eking out the lead by 2 feet.
Yes, indeed.
Of Yuta Menestrina.
Yuta Menestrina, 50.4 or 165, now being usurped by Regina Jaquez of 50.9 or 167. Let's check in with Freddie.
So Yuta, you had an operation on your knee a couple of years ago to get it fixed, and this is your first time over 50 meters since. That's got to be, I mean, of course, we're European, so we talk in meters, so that's a big milestone. That's got to be a really good feeling to get back and over that hump.
Yeah, I feel like I could have done more still, but yeah, I'm glad I got the 50 out of the way, and yeah, can concentrate at the next Jack's tournament next week and week after and see how it goes.
Fantastic. And are we going to see you at the King of Darkness in next month?
No, unfortunately, I only got 2 weeks here in Florida, then I got to go back home, but next year.
Reality, huh? Just bites again. Okay, well, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Anyone on site, let's get up, let's get on your feet, get behind Regina Jaquez as she turns the 600, comes in on jump at number 3. Let's push her and see if we can get another skier over 170 feet. She's got 50.9, 167. Can she lead this one later? She's barreling in and froze a little bit in the air, so we didn't see how she sort of finished off, but the head's down on that landing, and I think she knows 167 could be her longest.
Yep, I think that second jump, the middle distance, is going to end up being her best one. But let's take one last look at Regina Jaquez, courtesy of her first one. Kind of got a little bit squashed over her skis off the second wake and was having a hard time keeping that direction going as a result. And she was just basically in survival mode almost as soon as she got within the close vicinity of the ramp.
Yeah, it looked like she's kind of fallen over a little bit off the second wake, kind of that left shoulder falling ahead, maybe a little on the left, and you saw the full-on splits on the ramp. And after landing, she's like, oh, yeah, well, just survived that jump. I have a good jump. I'm in the lead. Let's see how it stands up against the likes of Lauren Morgan, Brittany Wharton, who will be next, Sasha Danishevskaya, and Hannah Stratsova. Rounding out, 4 skiers remaining.
All right, skier about to take to the water. World Waterski Championship women's jump medalist. It is Lauren Morgan. She's also set records in various categories, including formerly the NCWSA National Collegiate Women's Jump record holder, with a distance in excess of 150 feet.
All right, Lauren Morgan heading down the end. She's one of those few women that have jumped over 180 feet. And she is chasing the U.S. national jump record. I know it's been a little bit out of her grasp, but it's not that far away. I believe it's 186. It could be 188. Alex Laurentano has that mark. And set quite a few years ago now. Do some research there for us, Tony. She's been jumping strong, always of late in the mid-70s, 52, 53 meters. Came up a little shy this morning, kind of just worked into things slowly. We talked about her just being back from an injury, knee injury that kind of sidelined her for a a few years. She was late this morning and straight away on the corner again on jump number 1. Maybe losing a little direction off that second wake. Getting some extension. It's a good jump.
All right, then did a little bit of research, and the U.S. national U.S. national women's jump record, 188 feet, or a 57.4, set in what was that? In 2016. Any clues where? Right here.
Right here. Yes. Yes. I do have a photo. I think standing up with Alex on our balcony. I couldn't remember if it was 86 or 88, but she was jumping exceptionally well there. And one of her lifetime goals was to break that U.S. national record. She did so. Now she's busy raising a family. And we are going to see a distance from Lauren Morgan on jump number 1, 165.
Yep, 165 or 50.3 meters, 50.3.
So sliding into third spot. You know, a little bit. When it's tied in feet, we always go back to meters, right?
That's right.
And it's a little shy of what we saw Utah go, 50.4.
Yep, 10 centimeter difference between those two.
Yep. So again, work to do on jumps 2 and 3.
All right, let's see what she has. Lauren Morgan, she's definitely going to have to dig deep here if she's to get anywhere close to the distance that Alex Loretano produced some 8 seasons ago.
Looks like a little bit of a football player out, doesn't she? Got some black tape or marking under the eyes, maybe to try and reduce the glare. I don't think it's too bad right now. It's only 3:15, so I don't think that's proving a problem. This is a late cut. Can she hold on to it? Sits back.
Whoa, hello.
And yeah, butt dragging off the top of the ramp there on jump number 2. Again, pushing that cut as late as she dare. She has 1 jump remaining to kind of put those 2 pieces together. Little slow on the turn. You see her reaching for that handle. It was getting away from her right before she turned. Maybe gets you a little stretched out. And it couldn't keep her composure on the ramp. No power there in the legs. And a good safety crush.
All right, then, with that, let's check in with Freddie.
Karen, as much as we're very much focused on women's jump here, I wanted to say congratulations to you. You're a huge part of the winning team today in the men's jump. Do you want to just give us an insight into what it takes from behind the scenes, and the adrenaline you must feel when you watch your husband jump like that?
I mean, obviously, as everyone knows, we've both been doing it for so long. So there is that. Just the layers of experience help. I have all the confidence in Freddie. I mean, he's mentally, just a very strong athlete mentally, great mindset. And, this summer, his jumping has really been coming together. So even though he hasn't been on the water a tremendous amount, I just think the little bit he has been on the water has really benefited him, and just, his mindset coming in. It's a MasterCraft event. He really wants to get the win.
Well, congratulations. That's awesome. Thank you. And back to you guys.
All right, then. Good to hear from Freddie, and especially from Karen. Karen Truelove, originally from North Carolina, who's been suffering a little bit with the remnants of Hurricane Helene. And if you want to help out those good folks over there in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina through that difficulty, then I urge you to contact the American Red Cross and make a donation in that regard. Here comes Laura Morgan, third and last.
Oh, geez, that's on the corner again. I wish we had the helmet cam on her for that one. We saw her this morning pushing the corner, and she was, again, about as close as you possibly can be without catching your fin. Hopefully we can get a little pause action right when she gets to the bottom of the ramp. Let's see it slowing it down here. Right. Right there you go. I don't think her ski made it on. I'm surprised.
I'm surprised the fin's intact.
The calmness
is it
with which she, I think it is, but the calmness with which she kind of handled that, just kept driving and straight into her lift, turning into a pretty good jump on jump number 3. It's not going to take the lead, though. It's 50.3 again. 165. She is in third, so not where she wants to be. Just not really holding the angle, I don't think, off that second wake. I mean, just looking at from behind here, I'll throw my coach's hat on for a second. It looked like just in the turn, she's either a little bit slow and the handle's a long way from her, so she's sort of having to reach for it. and handle stays away, you can't finish, you can't set a strong position. And from that point, as soon as she gets the handle, she's getting kind of pulled in towards the wakes and then pulled in towards the corner. Although I don't think she's actually that late when she turns, she's not holding the angle that she would like to from wakes to ramp.
Yeah, exactly. All right then, so our next competitor is going to be Brittany Wharton. All right then, so we have to give a big shout out there to Santi, who conjured up some mad driving skills to recover our remote camera from our previous occupant of that camera and bring it over in time to be installed onto the helmet of our skier on the water at this time. It is Brittany Wharton.
Have you seen the way most South Americans drive? It was probably no problem for him. Got there pretty quick.
Yeah, I've seen some South American drivers. I've seen some drivers in Chile as well. And when those guys go into some major road rage, it's something to behold.
All right, let's get back behind the boat. She is 75 feet, the length of the jump rope behind the MasterCraft Pro Star. Doing a great job pulling this event all weekend long. The boat speed's at 54K. She's selected R and looping right around the 6 on jump number 1. The Goodman skis, we can see in the foreground there. Coming up wide on the boat, breaking away. We've lost her a little bit out of the turn. She jumps the wakes, that characteristic wake jump. A little behind.
Ooh, nice
it's
pull.
not going to be the longest jump of the day so far. 167 is holding our lead. We've had 4 skiers, and Regina Jaquis, who was on top in slalom, is currently in the lead in jump 2.
Mm-hmm. Yep, with 3 competitors remaining, including Brittany Wharton here. A good solid turn there, good stability there. A little bit of air off that second wake, but kind of wasn't exactly, for the lack of a better word, pushed to actually make it onto the jump. I mean, it looked very, very early.
Yeah, maybe a sighter jump number 1. And that's always fine to do one, but usually when you take a little bit of an easier jump, you like to get your legs, and she didn't get them on that time. She can go pretty easy, still kick and go, mid-60s. But she was a little early, plus she sort of sat behind, lost some pull, and it's a 157. She's going to wave that away. She's sliding into 5th spot right now.
Brittany Wharton, I don't know if she's been getting any signals from the shoreline. The nice thing that we can determine from the actual head cam is if the skier's head is turning towards the shore to get any signals, and it doesn't look like there's any.
I'm not sure who would be on site right now. I know her dad's here. Scotty Greenwood is
quite possibly
I'm sure down there on the point, as with our spectators here, watching this event up close and personal. Right, kind of level with the jump as the skiers make the turn and come at it, and hopefully someone's down there helping her out, just giving her some guidance on her setups.
She's nice and wide. She's ahead of the boat here.
Still maybe not getting the skis around as much as she'd like, so maybe signifying she's not really in the course as far as what we saw Lauren Morgan. But hopefully she got some better ramp work from it.
I think she did. I think she came into the jump with a lot more speed on that one, and she definitely took a lot more floating. Now she started to edge out a little bit there with her knees, and then brought the skis all the way round, and she jumped, and then she got back on her edges again, and by the time she did all of that, she just didn't quite have everything that she needed so far as her ramp work was concerned.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Brittany, just not lacking the intensity. It's a nice jump. There was nothing I can look at that and go, hey, she did this way wrong or something else way wrong. She's just a little shy on speed, intensity, and pull off the top of the ramp. So she's got one last chance. And
it is 3 feet further, though.
Yeah, she's improving, but the significance of this jump is whether Regina Jaquis is going to get on the podium. She was the top step in slalom. If Brittany Wharton cannot find 7 more feet. We're going to see Regina Jaquist on the jump podium as well. What was that sign? That was, these jumpers have some, it's a wave, it's a sort of a,
yeah, I think she's
queen wave almost.
Yeah,
so
I think she's trying a little bit of semaphore.
Yep.
All right there, so Brittany Wharton, now she has got to conjure up a distance in excess of 50.9 meters or 167 feet to put herself on the podium. A jump at that distance would take the lead, and with 2 competitors remaining would guarantee her a spot on the podium, so she's going to have to work this one out.
Maybe underestimating the headwind on the first 2 approaches. I think she bought this later. The skis came around more, hopefully more speed into the bottom. She's got the lift. Can she hang it out? She's got to find 7 feet.
I think
That's
that one's
2
further,
meters.
but
it's further.
not far enough. But there you go. That's Brittany Wharton. We'll have a look at it and see from this angle.
Around she goes. Definitely got the angle a little bit more out of the turn. Cracking the whip into the bottom of the ramp.
Oh, better.
Came off square. And I have a feeling it's going to be her longest jump. Is it going to take the lead? Guys, it's a 100. Well, wait for it to come up on your score. I snuck a peek over my shoulder. It's on the Splash Ice scoreboard. The crowd's getting behind her because it's a 174, 53.1. The fist goes up. Wow, she really found some extra distance on the 3rd jump.
Oh, nice.
I thought she was a little shy after 1 and 2. I didn't know if she was going to be able to dig deep enough. But finding out it's possible out there to go in the 70s, and that's really throwing some pressure on Sasha Danishevskaya, who's off the dock next. She went 175 in the prelims, but it's going to need something about the same to eclipse the mark just set from Brittany Wharton. 53-1, 174. Great effort. Saving it for her 3rd and final.
All right. Some great jumping at the end there. Brittany Wharton now taking the lead with 53.1. That guarantees herself a spot on the podium with 2 competitors remaining. We're going to see Hannah Streltsova jump in a few minutes, but before her, it is going to be Sasha Danishevskaya. Sasha Danishevskaya skiing over at the Isles of Lake Hancock, that general area, and that is going to be the host venue for the King of Darkness, which is going to be held on Halloween weekend. It's in a few weeks from now, so make sure you make plans to come on over and watch that. And if you can't make it there in person, then you can watch it right here live on TWBC.
All right, what she got? She looked really strong this morning. Went 175 with relative ease, kind of like Brittany just did there. It didn't really look like she did too much different, just got a little bit later than her first 2. Looked smooth, carried down the lake. She's starting off strong around the 6 in the course. And after having some practice this morning, she will not hold back. That's a late cut on jump at number 1. Comes in strong and moving through the ramp, hanging out. It's going to be close. I don't think it's going to catch Brittany's. Ooh, almost trouble on the landing, got a little deep. I don't think it's going to catch Brittany's. It just lacked a little bit, I think.
But but it's an absolutely tidy-looking jump there. I mean, there's no real adverse movement on the ramp itself. I mean, she gets in it, gets the angle, holds her position, lifts her left ski, and just boom, just tightens up her stomach muscles, and up she goes.
Yeah, watching the replay on that, it kind of looked like, yeah, she landed a little bit on 2 skis off the second wake, and I think she lost that whip or that direction that's important. And also just on the ramp, kind of skied through the jump or through her skis. Bit of a line drive for a jump at number 1. So distance down somewhat as it comes through. Yeah, 162, 49.4 meters, slots her right into 5th. But a distance she's not really going to pay too much attention to.
All right then, so jump number 2 coming up very, very soon. And coming up very, very soon after we get done with the skiing action, we'll have the award presentation. So stick around for that one if you're on site or if you're watching our webcast right here at the 2024 MasterCraft Pro here at Lake Gru, the home of Ski Fluid and of Action Water Sports. We thank all of those sponsors and entities very, very much indeed for their assistance and help and support in this 5th edition of the MasterCraft Pro. Let's have a look and see.
All right, searching for another 12 feet over jump number 1. She found it this morning. This is a later cut. Can she do better off the second wake? Better ramp work. It's going to be further.
It is further.
Yep. Hanging it out there down around the 170s. Brittany Wharton, no, that was a brilliant jump number 3 with the 174. This is going to come close. First of all, she's got to knock off Regina Jaquez with a 167 and then try and track down the 174 mark set by Brittany. It's not going to be enough. On that side view, you can see her kind of swinging out a little bit. Skis split a little touch. We'll wait for the distance and maybe chat in with Freddie here while we wait.
That's great. Britt, you left it to the last jump. Were you nervous after the first 2?
Yeah, honestly, I was looking at the 6 like, dude, you gotta get your stuff together. Like, we can do this. And thankfully, I was able to make it happen. I was just telling you before the interview, like, it was just such a fun jump. Like, everything came together. I did all the things that I was executing for. And thankfully, my dad and Jack Critch were on the shore to spot me. You know, my husband's at home watching, but just super thankful for this community.
Amazing, and I mean, great to see you so happy. And you're guaranteed a podium, and that I understand is at least you've been on the podium every time this year, and we're potentially looking for the whole lot in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, that was actually a mini goal I kind of set for myself, was make majority of the podiums this year. And after, I guess, the last event, I was able to accomplish that. And I was like, well, it's just icing on the cake to finish out the season strong and make a couple more podiums, push the distance a little bit further, which I was able to do today. So really happy.
Congrats. We'll go back to the action. Thank you.
Well, she's definitely on the podium. What place it's going to be depends on what Sasha does right here and now. Coming in hot. And a big jump, number 3. A little bit of a different view from our drone as she flies down the lake on her 3rd and final attempt. My eye is definitely not in from that angle, but she's had a good attempt at it.
And just to clarify, the second jump distance, which was the previous jump, was 49.8 meters or 163. This is her 3rd and last jump, which we've yet to get the distance on. Getting plenty of height, but just kind of lacking that raw speed that she needs to send it out.
Tony. I have a feeling we were in for a big jump here.
Oh, well, this is huge. Oh, my word. My apologies. All the way through. A huge jump distance, 176.
176 feet. Coming up clutch right at the end. A lot of pressure on that 3rd and final jump. We saw Freddie nail it in his attempt. We saw... it was Brittany Wharton did hit on her 3rd jump to get onto the podium, but Sasha coming up and taking the lead so far. It's 176, 174, and Regina sitting in 167, rounding out our top 3. About to round out this whole event, though, the last jumper on the water, Hannah Streltsova. It's been a big weekend of water skiing and a lot of organization, a big team that gets together to put this event on, thanks to MasterCraft Action Water Sports. Put on one of the best pro events of the year. We always see some of the biggest jumps, the best slalom performances, some big upsets, some big new winners this year. And let's see what Hannah's got. I talked to Jay, I talked to her afterwards, and she was pretty happy with a 188 and a 189 in the same set, and feeling like a big jump is possible down this end. The first goal for her, though, is to try and win the event. She's got to go over 176.
And Hannah Streltsova has had an absolutely glorious season in women's jump competition, LA Night Jam, US Masters, California Pro. Am I missing any other jump events? I believe there are a couple of others, but she's probably won those as well. But I tell you what, Hannah Streltsova will see what she's got with the 3 jumps at her disposal. She may not take all 3, depending upon what she does with the first one. Let's see what she has. Hannah Streltsova.
I think she will. I think she'll go after it this afternoon. She went after it this morning, took all 3. I think she feels like a big jump. That's a late cut, sweeps the hand a little bit, gets in behind it, cuts in strong, boots it off the top. She is a strong girl.
Jump.
And if that's not the win, it's extremely close.
So Hannah Streltsova needing a jump distance of in excess of 53.7 meters or 176 feet to take the win.
Do you think it's close, Tony? How close is it? You see that hand kind of move across. She turns head.
Lost a bit of her edge coming off the second weight, but she got straight back on it.
I think it's shy. I think it's slightly shy, just by the looks of how she came off the jump. 53.3.4, 1 foot behind our leader. Let's hear from Freddie.
Sasha, you've taken the lead on your 3rd jump, and with 2 jumps left, you have the lead. You are the leader in the clubhouse, to steal a phrase from Wade. Are you confident? She's obviously a very fierce competitor. Not shaking the head already.
No, I mean, the conditions are so awesome, and it honestly feels like wasted opportunity because I only got comfortable in the last one. I mean, the wind is awesome, boat is great. Like, I mean, it's really nice out, so I don't think 176 is going to hold.
But speaking for yourself, you've got 2nd at least. I mean, you never know what's going to happen here. 2nd at least. I mean, you've done a big jump for yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely happy. Had a few rough stops, so it's nice to kind of get back and start building confidence and build up my skiing back up. So yeah, I think I did a few good things. Definitely room to improve, but it's always ramping up, so I'm happy.
Good job. We'll hang around. We don't know. We might have you as the winner's interview in a minute. Back to you guys.
Okay.
All right, then, here we go. This is Hannah Streltsova, 2nd of 3 attempts. She's a little bit behind the 8 ball on jump number 1. Let's see if she can get back into this.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, close to the bottom right-hand corner, and I do suspect that jump is going to be a little bit further. The question is by how much?
No, she found another gear on jump number 2, and the distance will come through momentarily, but really pushed into the course. A late cut, but really held the direction, connected off the jump ramp. It's not as long as this morning. She really got into it this morning and flew down the lake, 188, 189. She had to take care of business first, though. She had to make sure she eclipsed the 176. And as she comes back down the lake, the distance is going to come through. We have a winner. It is 181 feet for Hannah Streltsova, the 2024 MasterCraft Pro.
There you go.
Women's jump champion, and big congrats to her.
181 feet, ladies and gentlemen, with 55.1. That is Hannah Streltsova.
She's not bringing it to the dock, though, Tony. She says, one more. Give me one more chance. I know I can go over 190.
Okay, so let's have a look at the podium. Hannah Streltsova, your winner, ahead of Sasha Denyaskaya and Brittany Wharton in 3rd spot. So that's the podium, but we've still got some business. We've got the 3rd and last attempt. Now she's gone over 190 feet here. She'd love to do the same thing again right here, right now.
Yep, for your entertainment, guys, at home and here on site. The last jump of the competition. It's not going to count for anything as far as the placements in this tournament, but she wants that personal satisfaction of going for it and seeing if she can surpass 190 feet in this pro event.
Here she comes, one last attempt. Let's see what she's got. Drives in off the turn. Oh, taking in quite a bit of speed there, but the ramp work wasn't totally dialed in as it typically is for Hannah Streltsova.
Yeah, 181 on jump 2 is going to be her winning jump. Pushes it later. I don't think it's as far as what she did this morning. And yeah,
seriously twisted.
Lost the chest on the ramp, and I'm going to announce the distance because I can see it on our board behind us before it comes up. It's 176. We're going to wave that one away. 181 was the winning jump. Sasha in 2nd with the 176. Give her a round of applause as she skis back to the dock There's her set of jumps, 175, 181, 176, consistent, but not quite as far as she was hoping for this round.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes back into dock, ladies and gentlemen, give it up, please, for the 2024 Women's Jump Champion here at the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. It is Hannah Straltsova. All right. With that, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Hannah Straltsova, your winner with 181 feet. Sasha Denyaskaya on 176. And Brittany Wharton rounding off the top three with a 174. And from there, fourth place through to seventh. Jaquez, Menestrina, Morgan, and Gonzalez. All right, so with that, we'll take a look at the women's jump on the Waterski Pro Tour.
Yep, we'll get to that and have a feeling who's going to be on top, Tony.
I think it's. I don't know. I'm really at a loss for.
Of course, Hannah Straltsova won every event so far this year.
Yeah, Hannah Straltsova 118 points ahead of Sasha Denyaskaya on 80. Brittany Wharton on 73, Laura Morgan on 68, Regina Jaquez 55, Valentina Gonzalez on 43, Dominique Grandin-Ala on 20, and Yuta Menestrina also on 20 points. So we're done so far as the on-water action is concerned. We've got our award presentations to take place in the next few minutes, but we're lining up a quick interview with Hannah Straltsova, but whilst we do that, a big thanks to you, Kyle, not only for being our current analyst here during the jump event, but also for allowing us to use your facility here and for being such gracious host for the MasterCraft Pro for 2024.
Yeah, really enjoyed it, Tony. Always love having all the top pros in the world coming in for the week and getting ready and setting up. Obviously a difficult week with the weather, with the hurricane coming through, but everyone pulled together. We got behind the schedule changes, and today was you couldn't ask for anything better. Beautiful conditions all day long and a 3:30 finish. So great organization, the officials, the
just
organizers,
absolutely knocked it out.
the whole team.
Yep. And also, one last chance for you folks out there to get your last votes in for skier of the day. Make sure you get those in. You've only got a few minutes to get in your favorite vote for skier of the day. Brought to you by Two New Healthy Snacks. Go vote for skier of the day. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. There, you've got only a few minutes remaining to do that. So. As I mentioned, that concludes the on-water action, but we got one more interview. Take it away, please, Freddie.
Hannah, it was somewhat of a routine victory for you. You had even the person who was in the lead when you went out that sort of confident that you could do it. Do you get nervous now, or is it sort of you sort of just have this confidence behind you?
No, I always get nervous. Never too confident. I always want to do a PB, so I always expect myself, I put additional pressure on myself to go further. That's why I guess I get nervous.
Well, that's great. And so we'll see you at the King of Darkness in a number of weeks, where presumably you'll go for yet another victory. And we're going to see, another jump over 190, do you think?
I hope so, yeah.
So do we. All right, well, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Very, very short, very succinct there. Your champion, Hannah Straltsova. All right, then we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be back right on time for the award presentations here at the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. And we'll be back with that right after this.
And I just want to announce right here, right now, save up to $20,000 when you lease a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 4xe Hybrid or a brand new Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe.
Visit us today at dodgeofwinterhaven.net.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at a point where we will perform our award presentations. But before we do, a quick shout out to our sponsors once again, without whom we couldn't have a tournament. The MasterCraft Pro title sponsors are Action Watersports, MasterCraft, and Visit Central Florida, along with Babes, Wake House, Zero Off, OJ Props. The Low Payment Kings are auto dealerships in the Polk County area, including the cities of Lakeland and Winter Haven. Good Waterskis, Clipsed Audio, Radar Skis, Masterline Ropes, and Connolly Skis.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
We're about to go with our award presentations. Thanks a lot for coming out. This is the 2024 MasterCraft Pro here at Lake Gru, the home of Action Watersports and Ski Fluid. And we thank you very much for making your presence felt out here. So, we're just waiting for a few of our award recipients to make their way here, but in the meantime, let me read off to you the award recipients for our interactive competitions that go alongside the women's and men's audience prize. The women's audience prize winner is Nikolaos Visladis from England. He's won himself a Connolly slalom ski. And winner of the D3 slalom ski in the men's audience prize competition is Clay Simmons, who I believe is from the United States. So give those individuals a big clap and a big cheer. And we'll reach out to you within the next few days and make sure that you get your appropriate skis promptly. All right, so let's continue on. We'll go into the award presentations. First of all, we are going to go with a top three here. We're going to start with the women's slalom, and then we'll go on to women's jump, and then men's slalom, men's jump. So we'll actually go onto men's slalom first, I believe. So we'll do that. In third place from the United States of America, and scoring 3 1/4 buoys at 41 off, 10.25 meters. Third place in men's slalom, Corey Vaughn.
Which side do I go on?
Let's give it up, please, for Corey Vaughn. Third place with 3 1/4 buoys at 41 off, 10.25 meters. In second spot, marginally higher with 3 1/2 at 10.25 meters. 3 1/2 at 41 off. Ladies and gentlemen, in second spot from the United States, Nate Smith. All right, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your winner and champion of the 2024 MasterCraft Pro men's slalom event. He's waited a long, long time for his first professional win. Ladies and gentlemen, with a score of 4 1/2 at 10.25 meters, 41 off. Let's give it up, please, for Dane Meckler. All right then, so Dane, the mic is yours.
Wow, here we go. I just, I want to say a big thank you to my parents for all the years of support, my family. I certainly wouldn't be there without them. Of course, to my wife, Janina, our son, Luca, we're all in this together, right? They spent all weekend out here, and yeah, first win. Thanks to everyone who put on the event, and yeah, we'll see everyone at the next one.
All right, and guess who this belongs to? It's the skier of the day. Could it be Nate? Could it be Corey? No, it's Dane. Let's give it up, skier of the day, presented by Two New and Healthy Snacks. Dane Meckler, and he is your champion in the 2024 men's slalom competition at the MasterCraft Pro. Gentlemen, thank you. All right then, folks, let's continue on to the Women's Slalom Award presentations. In third spot, with a score in the second round of 3.5 at 10.75 meters, coming to us out of France, it is Manon Costa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you second place and runner-up with a score of 5 at 10.75 meters from Canada, Jamie Bull. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner and MasterCraft Pro 2024 Women's Slalom Champion. Coming to us from the United States of America with a score in the final round with 2 at 10.25 meters or 41 off. Let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquez. All right, looks like you got your hands full, but I'm sure you'll make room for a microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to organizers, Action, MasterCraft, everybody for putting this event on. Awesome to be able to have the finals today, and the girls skied amazing, so it's always great to keep pushing our sport. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your top 3 in the women's slalom competition. Manon Costa in third, Jamie Bull in second, and your champion of the MasterCraft Pro 2024, Regina Jaquez. Let's give it up for him, please. You can make a little bit more noise than that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for our women's slalomers. All right, let's continue on. Our penultimate event, the Open Men's Jump Competition. And this really came down to the wire, folks, because in third place in the men's jump competition from the United States of America with a jump of 219 feet or 66.7 meters, let's give it up, please, for Taylor Garcia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you second place and runner-up with a jump distance of 228 feet or 69.6 meters from Great Britain, Joel Poland. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your winner and champion of the 2024 MasterCraft Pro Men's Jump Competition. With a jump distance of 232 feet or 70.8 meters, it is the one, the only, Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. And wouldn't you know, it's Team MasterCraft on the podium. Freddie, the mic is yours.
Okay, trying not to be repetitive. I do just want to thank Action Water Sports for, again, continuing to put this on. Obviously, want to thank the athletes as well. I know it was challenging with the hurricane coming through, the schedule getting mixed up. Appreciate everybody's patience. MasterCraft Heart and Soul is out here in the performances that you guys do, and we love putting the event on and seeing the big scores, so thank you, and look forward to next year.
Presented to you, your top three. In third place, Taylor Garcia. In runner-up spots, Joel Poland. And your winner for 2024 MasterCraft Pro men's jump, Freddie the Nightmare Karuga. You could be a little louder than that. Come on! All right, now we come down to our final award presentation, the Open Women's Jump. Ladies and gentlemen, in third spot with a jump of 174 feet or 53.1 meters from the United States of America, Brittany Wharton! Now she receives the award for third place. Let me tell you that in the second place, and it's runner-up with a jump of 176 feet or 53.7 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States of America, Sasha Danyashkaya! Sasha receiving the award for a second place and runner-up. And ladies and gentlemen, with a jump of 55.1 meters, she is your winner. She is your champion of the 2024 MasterCraft Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Hannah Strotsova. All right, Hannah, looks like you got your hands full, but do you have room for a microphone?
I always appreciate having pro tournaments, so thank you everyone who organized it, organizers, MasterCraft, judges, officials, so thanks everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for our top three finishers in the women's jump competition. Brittany Wharton in third, runner-up Sasha Danyashkaya, and your winner, Hannah Strotsova, for the 2024 MasterCraft Pro women's jump competition. Give it up for him, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes for another year the MasterCraft Pro, and a great, great tournament it was as well. A big thanks to all of you that have watched from wherever you happen to be around the world, and especially to you folks that have made it out here at this venue of Lake Gru, the home of ski fluid and Action Water Sports. Action Water Sports, a fine, fine job from those folks again, and indeed also to the sponsors that you see directly behind me. So give them your business and certainly help them out along the lines as much as they've helped us out for this competition. Next competition on TWBC is the Travis Grand Prix next weekend, starting on Friday. But until that time, and on behalf of everyone here, and indeed the TWBC crew, my name is Tony Leifert, and it's ciao for now.